Pseudo Killas. Pseudo Killas. Pseudo Killas. I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming for your head. Pulling niggas up kind of butt for the pseudo shit they said. Ain't no more running, nigga, I'm gunning for your head. I'm a boogeyman to these pseudos, I'm gonna leave these shit bad. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. I'm tired of all this talking, niggas running their mouth. Bitch ass on platform, begging for some clout. Niggas ain't doing nothing, only scream and shout. It's a first round KO, I'ma knock these niggas out. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Ain't no more running, you heard what he said. Source reference scholarship, leave pseudos dead. 7,000 the lion coming out the jungle, coming off that top rope, king of the royal rumble. Thriller in Manila, your scholarship's vanilla. And Dick and Riley running with another pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Hey, now you a goof. Tore a nice suit. Pseudo killers. Gun up here, running your mouth, no archaeological proof. Pseudo killers. I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming for your head. All the niggas are kind of bugged for the pseudo shit that they said. I'm a pseudo killer. I'm a pseudo killer. Ain't no more running, nigga, I'm gunning for your head. I'm a boogeyman to the pseudos, I'ma leave these feet fed. Pseudo killer. 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 Pseudo killer.
Yeah. Peace and blessings. Welcome to the Lion's Den. Hold up, man. Let me stop sharing. Welcome to the den. Welcome to the den. Hold up.
Ever wondered what your home looks like from space?
I ain't never wondered that. Why would I ponder that, ladies and gentlemen? Hear me? Welcome to the den, man. My name is JJ7000, the most feared debater on this goddamn planet. You know what I'm saying? And you know, y'all see the title. Pseudo killers crashing out because Dr. Too Sweet has a higher degree than these fellas over there. You know, Juju got a lip poked out, but I ain't gonna do a whole show on that. But before we get into the meat and potatoes, man. Hold up, man. He done hung up. Oh, there he is. And I got an indigenous black man in the building. Go ahead and introduce yourself, family.
What's going on? What's going on, everybody? Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody watching. We here to, straighten out the monkey-minded madness and the monkey-minded nincompoop who promote the monkey-minded madness.
Yeah.
So go ahead, JJ.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna spend too much time. I really don't even fool Dr. Too Sweet. She one of my trolls, you know. And then when 7,000 step up and be like, well, you want to get in the ring? You know, there's all these different stipulations, and I got to get my toes painted. And, you know, this is something coming from some of the dudes. You hear me? Yeah, come on, man. But the thing with the message is, my message to y'all out there, you cannot poke a lion while he's sleeping, relaxing, and then you poke him too many times, he going to get up and bite your ass. No diddy, but he going to bite you. You see? He ready to eat. And these guys like the anonymous Goof Brew and Cockeyed Sugar Bear and, you know, the rest of these clowns over there, the Jeremiases of the world, and, you know, some of these little fellas, man, trying to step up to the goddamn most feared debater on the planet, man. This is where they have a problem. So I'm over here trying to set up debates on Judenizer's channel. And here comes this goddamn troll, anonymous Goof Brew. So I said, bro, wait, I mean, why are you even up here running your mouth? You already ran. You cannot prove that you don't have no archaeological evidence that the Exodus happened, bro. You just got to follow that by faith. and move on and look at the message behind the story. But these guys up here thinking all this stuff happened literally. Literally. That's where I have a problem with them. And then it always resorts to, you have no discipline. Everybody's seen my debates. You have never seen me interrupt anyone in a debate. So that's a cop-out. Because you can't go out trolling and dishing out names and ad hoc, and when I clap back, yo, man, all this, man, no, bro. But we got a couple of videos. Where, I got this guy 2 years ago doing a video over on Garfield channel. We're gonna take a look at that so I can see what kind of pseudoness he got. I also did a video on him. What was that, 3 or 4 months ago when we was supposed to debate? No, probably about 6 months ago. 6 months ago, yeah, 6 months ago. And then Nepal Shaddai got in the way and kind of messed things up, and I ain't heard enough from him until today or yesterday, day before yesterday. So I didn't really say nothing to him too much yesterday, but today he jumps up on the panel. Now he's wanting to jump in stuff. Well, we trying to set up debates. You don't set up debates, A9. You don't have a channel. It's all about you. You're not out here promoting other people and other debaters, on your team and all that. You're not going to, okay, hey, I'm bringing my guys over here to this channel. You don't do that. So I don't understand why you even got in the way unless you want to debate. That's why I thought you come up there. So when I called you out, you ran for hills. So we can kind of look at the interaction. Put the Killas to sleep. It's a little profanity come out, but you know how I go over there on JUJU channel, right? So let's take a look. Is that anonymous? Indigenous, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So do I even have it? Let me see. Present. I really think we should probably get to the information, to be honest, because what we're going to show you on the screen is going to be a whole bunch of effery, a whole bunch of, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm gonna skip that because this is what I want you to see, goof bro. Hold up.
Let me see this while you getting it together.
Yeah, I was thinking. I was gonna ask you.
I ain't getting in the middle of two men's argument, but what I want to say is that we got to understand that if you start throwing ad homs, for every action, there's an equal opposite reaction. So when you start something, when you start the game, if you don't want to play it, don't start it. Right. So when you're throwing ad homs, and then somebody comes in and calls you all kinds of craziness, and you're playing the victim at this point because you started the game by throwing the ad hom.
Right.
So we got to stop doing that. If you ain't gonna play the game, don't start it.
Mm-hmm. Now we got two videos that we can check about. We got one where me and you did one anonymous Goof Brew and Kaka Sugar Bear, and we was talking about the Exodus. We can look at that one second because I want to see his work that he put out on another channel, and this one is on a different channel. So we're gonna start with that one. I ain't never seen it. We're gonna see what this. What this guy's talking about. Since he said he could prove the Exodus happened. And then when I started asking him, he talking about they didn't cross the Sea of Reeds, they didn't cross the Red Sea, they crossed the Gulf of Aqaba. And I'm like, well, what? Where that's at in the Bible? Now you add stuff. You making stuff up, bro. That's not in the Bible. Disrespect me. Where's that in the Bible?
I don't remember seeing that.
Gulf of Aqaba. And then he said, well, that's asking a lot. No, look, that's asking a lot to find bones and chariot wheels and, armor and, all that was supposedly buried under this Aqaba, the Gulf. I guess it's going into the sea. Where is it leading us to? Where is it supposed to lead you to? I mean, you making stuff up, bro. Then you want to throw out these little scholars that you claim that they got it figured out. Why ain't they winning the Nobel Peace Prize for figuring it out and showing everybody that this really happened. These stories in this book is meant for life lessons. You could be everything in there is not literal. It's a lot of esoteric and metaphor type of meanings, and this is what we need to understand when you're reading that type of information. You can't get offended when somebody says, "Well, if that really happened, can you show me that?" I don't want to be arguing with some grown man talking about a talking donkey or a snake that talked. Then the only goddamn rebuttal I used to have back then was, shit, don't birds talk? I mean, that's all you can come back with. He made birds talk, didn't he?
Well, ants talked in the Quran.
Well, hey, won't he do it? I guess, won't he do it? What's he talking about? So let's listen to this goddamn song.
Hey, then see what, this is another thing that gets, that breaks my nerves is when you sitting here talking scripture and then you say something like, if the scripture says the guy turned the river or whatever, turned it to blood, right? Why are you making up some shit?
Right.
Talking about metaphysical and bringing up Manfred B. Tech. Blood is metaphysical. What does the scripture say? See, if you can't change it one dot nor tittle. All right, that's what it says. So when you change in scripture, like the Hebrew Israelites do all the time, making up their own shit, you're going against what God says.
Well, hey,
so who's a liar at that point?
Well, in all fairness, the Christians do it too with these pastors at the churches.
Oh, we all do it. I mean, yeah, we're all guilty, and we're all guilty of it. You're right. But I'm just saying that we all as humans, as if you're a believer in the scriptures, then go with the scriptures. Don't try to make it say what you want it to say to fit your narrative. If blood is metaphysical, then you're saying that the scriptures is wrong. Oh, that's metaphysical. It don't really mean that. Where does it say that in the Bible, that it's metaphysical?
Hey, you made that up. This is why I can't take this dude serious. You can't take him serious? I'm the anonymous Hebrew. Man, come on, man. I can't even take you serious, bro. Anybody I debate, they're gonna have a goddamn camera on. I want to see the whites of the eyes when you're lying. It's real lies, real lies, real lies. You see?
And I don't show my face. It ain't like
you ain't debated, but if me and you was ever there, you gonna have to show your face, man. I can't hold you on the phone while I'm debating you neither.
Oh, yeah. That's why I said I don't debate. You know what I'm saying? I would love to, especially with Judah, with this is David or Jesus, the Messiah. I already busted him and Davion's head over here the last time they was over here. But if Judah was to, if there was a way for me to debate Judah, then I would definitely do it. But I can't right now because of my situation. So that's why I'm not debating. It's not because I don't want to, because there's certain things that I would love to debate. And unbiased is another one. JJ told me that he tried to set something up with him, and he said that I wasn't worthy.
Unbiased did tell me that.
Hold up. And he's over there still in my scooter prison pipeline. Because I showed on Lions Den where I beat him and Chief X up on the scooter prison pipeline. And then now he's blackity black, FBA, and he's talking about the scooter prison pipeline and systemic racism. So, ladies and gentlemen, everybody knows where I've showed with eugenics and all these things, and I was talking about this years ago with them. And these weak niggas, Unbiased, Sosa, none of these niggas wanted to smoke. They couldn't mess with me, and they didn't even know what I was talking about.
Damn, that's
sad.
I like Chef. Yeah.
Cool. Just a good. You know what I'm saying? I could deal with all of them, but when you're lying, I'm gonna bust you in the head to the white meat.
Hey, he finally broke away.
If we got time, I'm gonna show you where I busted Unc in the head to the white meat over Margaret Singer, him and Unbiased.
Hey,
they was bigging up Margaret Singer, man.
Hey, he finally broke away from that Unc West coat, didn't he?
Who?
A Chef.
Oh, yeah. I still can't swing because that's why he came over there when I was.
That Unbiased.
But I still tries to cape for him, but they don't mess with him either.
So let's get.
He don't mess with them, one or the other. He
Yeah.
don't mess with them, or they don't mess with him, one or the other. But he'll still cape for Unks,
Look.
They look and Queef X.
Man, hey, I sure hate the ones that missed me and Chief X debate. So another took all them videos down. Remember, he put all these. He had to take them down for some reason, but he never did post that one because it was a pay-per-view. But I beat the shit out of this dude. And he replayed it one day, but the title was Chief X Destroys JJ because Chief X he brought Chief X on there, right? And the people out there like, nigga, what a destroyer that I'm telling you, he got beat up to my some the North Africans are Mediterranean, Mediterranean people, and I'm like, bro, come on, man, you got to stop this.
I always ask them when they bring it up, what about the Great Migration? Did they go through Egypt before they migrated back into Egypt, or they just skipped around Egypt and went the other way? Because Egypt is an exit point. You got that sea in between Africa and most of the Middle East. But, so up in Egypt is a crossing point on land where you can walk or, use camels or elephants or whatever, whatever vehicle they was using to get, from Egypt to over in, to the east, over in Asia. What they call the Middle East today.
Yeah, but let's get
even up into Israel and going up in that way. You can go through Egypt and go up that way. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that's
a major trading point right there. And I think that's why Israel wanted it so bad. That's why the racists wanted it so bad. Go ahead, bro.
All right, let's get into this. Let's get into this video, man. I ain't never seen this, but this guy's on here talking about he can prove the Exodus happened. And let's see what he's talking about.
Let's respond though, because of some of the stuff you said. Hopefully you can keep listening. Hopefully you can keep listening.
Let me start from the beginning. So he talking about
to replace 80,000.
He talking about folks ain't got disability. Y'all over every platform you on, you cutting up.
Anything in Egyptian records that speak of this almost quarter million amount of people leaving Egypt.
Yeah.
And two, is it why do they we talk about the expulsion and then they compare it to the Exodus like the numbers? So that's where they got it from. So maybe Smash, you probably found something that I don't know about.
Oh man, that ain't there. Like it ain't in the Egyptian records. There's no record of that. The closest thing they try to go to is just like you cited, is the works of Mani.
In all fairness, why would the Egyptians write about them getting their ass whooped? I would you put that in there, Indigenous?
What did he say?
There is no records of the Egyptian records of this Exodus happening. I guess somebody would have to wrote it down, I guess. But then if they got the ass whooped, why would they document that?
Well, people can, do research and things of that nature and give their point of view. Some better than others, but at the end of the day, we can't really prove everything that is being said. So that's why faith and belief is a major part of our religion. A major part of religion. I'm not gonna say our religion because I don't believe in that Hebrew Israelite stuff. I'm not sure what I believe in, but I'm not part of that Hebrew Israelite madness where they over there acting like the KKK and talking about the white man is gonna be servants in heaven and all that crazy shit. When the white man got his own, judgment to deal with, and if you was that bad, then you going to hell. You ain't gonna be up there serving niggas chicken and Kool-Aid. Come on, man. It's just retarded. They talk about the side of their neck.
What's wrong with chicken and Kool-Aid? Let's keep going.
Left to us through Josephus.
I thought you know what I'm saying?
According to these goofy ass, ain't not dumbass believing that. Yeah, he does.
No, he does.
Yeah, he's another goof.
And he's on it. He really like bullshit stuck in the Old Testament, using ancient scriptures. Using ancient laws for ancient times. And just like I said, if we were still under them laws, all them niggas on that fucking panel would be stoned, including myself, right now.
Well, where's a lot that you got to run around with a tight ass WWE wrestling belt around your goddamn forehead?
Headbutt champ. Headbutt champ.
Jeremiah, please say the yah. He be wearing them. Like, what is this? Come on, man. Let's keep going.
And he said that he didn't say they were expelled like that. He said they were outcast to a VAR.
You over getting beat up. You done took your act on the road. You got Reggie over there. You got Reggie, Garfield, Morpheus. You got Sabio dumbass up there. You got Smash. And you come up here with this nonsense.
How long was it? How long ago was it?
2 years ago.
Oh, shit. Well, you might say, ladies and gentlemen, prepare your eyes. Because back then I was saying if you let Smash or Reggie share their screen, you're going to see cock and balls. Because they love showing them dingling over there in Egypt. Back then, you know. Everything they were showing had cock and balls in it. I was like, man, come on, man. It's a soft porn. It's a soft porn over here. This shit.
Who to say that, you know, I don't know, man. He kept saying Rosie put his rod in the Nile. I mean, this is the same thing as that.
They say that one of the brothers, did something to the other brother. I ain't, but that's.
Oh, you talking about? You talking about Seth and Horace? Seth, yeah. Ron, Seth, one of them characters. Yeah, they got it.
They act like it started with the Garden of Eden. When they was over there doing the same thing, and they over there worshiping cock and balls. They putting up, what do they call them? Like the Washington Monument,
phalluses.
What they call them?
Obelisk.
Yeah, obelisk.
They got them on that. Yeah, them dinglings.
That's right. That's what they represent, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the honest to God's truth. So they over there worshiping phalluses. You worshiping, cock and balls, and that's dudes. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, come on, yo. All this, it ain't nothing new under the sun, family. And that's what I said. Man has been wicked since we left the garden. Man was wicked when we was in the garden. They didn't know how to act. They didn't know how to listen. And we still going through the same shit today.
Yeah. Let's get back to it.
But the Egyptians, you can't take that away from the Egyptians. They over there showing that on on paintings and tombs and shit where they doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
But it did. Let's get back on track, man, because this dude talking about he can prove the Exodus, man. He went in front of the board over there. We'll get him later on that one. They should, I should be ashamed of myself running around with them goddamn dingling hieroglyphs. What the hell? The hell got out?
Because they were lepers. He didn't say they was the Amo. He said this was native Egyptians, and then and they were lepers. This is Manito, so this account could be not right too, because he had about 252 something, something like that BC. So he really don't know what happened back then either. But nevertheless, he gave us the two things. He gave us the confusion about the word Hyksos, as if they was like a people, and then he gave us the fact that they used
smash on point right there.
The virus, so
the name Hyksos is not like a distinct. It just means foreigners. You know what I mean?
Rulers.
Foreign rulers. Yeah, that's all it means.
And I beat them up on this too. So the Hyksos. The names is foreign rulers, so it didn't just. Sometimes you can't say that they weren't using this term for other rulers, like rulers down past the Second Cataract in Kush, or because No, okay, we'll get into it. We'll get into it.
All right,
Go
but
ahead.
yeah.
The outcast location that lepers got sent to. Now he said there was a pharaoh or something, not a pharaoh, but somebody who took him up out of there or whatever. This is Manito trying to give an account that corroborated some other type of shit. But we can pull that up just to make sure we not getting it twisted or what have you, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I know the Tempest Stele, they trying to use that too, but I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, I haven't read that for like many years now.
Oh shit! They got the hieroglyphs up. Oh shit!
I don't remember what it says.
I told you, ladies and gentlemen, this is a disclaimer. You might see some cock and balls, but that they was loving it up. You notice they stopped now, but that was everyday thing. They had Chef over there. Chef started showing them. I was like, Chef, you better stop us. They're gonna have your black ass wearing a kufi and selling bean pies at the same damn time. I was out here selling bean pies shaped like cock and balls.
Oh shit! Come get your hieroglyphs.
You're gonna have the skid marker Buddha out there selling.
Come on, man. We got to show the dude, man. Come on.
Hey, JJ, you remember that from How High?
Yeah.
He said that's the mark of Buddha. She said that looks like the skid mark of Buddha. They gonna have skid mark of Buddha selling bean pies shaped like cock and balls.
Hey, Chef started showing. He started showing them too on his channel. Oh shit!
Yep. They got Chef to show them. It's like Reggie and Smash.
Well, I mean, what it supposed to mean, man? I mean, what? I mean,
don't show them. Don't let them pull up the black herd. Don't let them pull up.
Oh man!
Generating cows and all kinds of crazy shit. Cows as guys and birds. You know, just all kinds of crazy shit over there, man. Yeah. They wouldn't listen.
All right, let's get back to it.
And according to scriptures, God was trying to tell them to. He was trying to tell them what the truth too, and they wouldn't listen, just like the rest of us.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, but I know I don't recall any numbers, big numbers in the census either of any expulsion.
Yeah, definitely. There's no real work on that. But Reggie, speak to that if you can.
No, I mean there are issues in the ancient Egypt. So there's a tale of two brothers, right? And there are groups of people moving in and out. They're having disputes, right? But it doesn't equate to those amounts of people that they claim on Exodus is for. It's the Bible narrative, and then it's Josephus adding, because he's Hebrew, right? He's adding, that's his thinking, and he's adding information from a time period far away from the issue that happened. But when it comes down to archaeology, where is the evidence? So the Tel Adaba would be where you would look, and Garfield accurately said the amount of people that was living there at the time, right? Not saying, and so then where would the other people come from, right? Where would the other people come from? Let's say that there was a movement out. Okay, so Tel Adaba is abandoned or whatever the case, right? Or move. Where is the traces in Egypt now of other groups moving? Where is the writing? Since they want to use the Egyptian record, they don't have their own records. The records would be the Egyptian record. So we don't have any objective evidence for this except for the story and a confirmation bias, right?
Oh, okay.
The Egyptians wrote about everything. Why would they not write about that?
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, Reggie, before you finish, because I don't want nobody to cut in on what you're saying.
Well,
I need to ask you and Smash a question because you guys actually read the text. And Anonymous Hebrew, they like to say that the 100,000 people that they brought in on the records was to replace the people that left, the Jews that left or whatever, right? Now watch
Anonymous,
this.
hold up. I mean, indigenous.
And a matter of fact.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You got to pause. All right. Yeah. It wasn't just Jews, you know, what he considers to be Jews. The Hyksos was an amalgamation of people from Asia Minor all the way down to Egypt. And Israel is a part of that all the way down. It's on its way to Egypt. So the Hyksos had the Stele of Komos, like I told Garfield and them 5 years ago, because they were saying that there was no writings about this, about the war. So, and then I said, oh, y'all don't know about the Stele of Komos, and brought that up to them, you know, because the Stele of Komos shows all of that. It's Komos talking about the war. And then the mass exodus is Amos, his brother, takes power and runs the Hyksos out of Egypt. All right? And it was between, because the Hyksos took over in the 14th dynasty, and they ruled up until around the end of the 17th dynasty. Okay? So that's 300 years in Egypt. Okay? 300. So they left a whole lot more than what they came in. Why? Because they mated with the people in that land. Mixing. Okay? So they left out way more. All right? They could have been mixing between each other also, but they was also mixing with the people of the land. And she don't understand is that when you're talking about, you know, certain Egyptian rulers, you got to remember that some of them was in Thebes, which, you know, and you know, and stuff like that. You know, you're in Thebes, you're not in Egypt. They're ruling from Thebes. Ruling from Thebes. All right? That's on down the Nile, or on up the Nile, let's say. Because, you know, south is, the Nile, with the Nile is south is north. Right along, you know, because the water flows downhill, basically. But anyway, you know, in the south sets at a higher elevation, so the water runs downhill, and that's why it comes out at Egypt and then breaks off into all those different fingers right there at the Mediterranean. But anyway, you know, they can't explain this stuff like that. The 14th dynasty is when they took over. 17th dynasty is when Kamos at the end, Kamos is dead, and Kamos started going against them. And then Kamos' rule was like 4 or 5 years, and he died. But you know, he had pushed them back up, you know, because they had came all the way down toward Thebes, and it's a sad. But anyway, yeah, they came down toward Thebes and was, you know, threatening Thebes, and you know, like I said, at different times, you know, you had different rulers. And the Hyksos was written about in the Stele of Komos, and it, you know, story of Agmos where he ran them out. So you did have that. Mass exodus. They left in a certain number and went out way more numbers. All right, 300 years. That's a lot of, you know, a lot of different generations. You know, a lot of different kids that could be had in that time. Think about it. All right, and there is writings. The Stele of Komos. Look it up. Go ahead, JJ.
Well, here's my thing with it. There's nowhere in the Bible that say there was no Israelite kings ruling Egypt, so he can't use that. What you talking about? There
wasn't, like I said, they weren't just, it was an amalgamation from Asia Minor all the way in Lower Russia, up above Greece, east of Greece, up above, you know, right in there. If you run your hand up the map from Egypt, you can go all the way up to Russia.
So these are,
right?
so you say,
now,
let
it
me
was an
ask you.
amalgamation. It was all kinds of different people from those groups coming down into Egypt. It wasn't just Israelites. Hyksos was the Israelites.
Right. Well, I'm saying, where in the Bible, bro, where
they could have been some Israelites.
Bro, where in the Bible do it say that story? Say they were slaves and they got put and they left after they God released them. They'll say about no Israelite king being no Hyksos ruling. So we can't add that in there, bro.
The foreign ruler, the Hyksos took over in the 14th century.
So you saying those are Israelites?
14th century and ruled until the 17th century, 300 years. 300 years. 14 to 17 is 300.
You missing my point.
1400 to 1700 is 300 years they ruled.
You missing my point. Where in the Bible do it say Israelites ruled the land in the land of Egypt?
Oh, I don't.
That's what I'm talking about. So he can't even use it.
Not unless you say Joseph, but he wasn't a pharaoh.
Right.
You know, he was the right hand of the pharaoh.
That's my okay.
The
So
ruler of Egypt, but
right.
He wasn't the pharaoh.
That's what. Yeah. That's my point. So he tried to go there with that, but I'm like, bro, this dude was full of lies. I wasn't trying to go at you, but I'm like, no, you can't use. He can't use that against me because now you're going to show me in the Bible, just like he's changing this. What the Israelites left at the Gulf of Akabora. What did he say? Some Copacabana. I don't know what he's talking about, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one either myself.
They made it up.
But
come on, man.
But you know, all of this is easily explained, and it has been for years, like I said. But you know, these guys, they were struggling, and you know, then you say something like the Sostres won, and they try to regurgitate it. But Sostres was the 12th dynasty pharaoh, and you know, he had you know, he had some dealings with. He did campaigns in Asia and stuff like that, and you know, trading and stuff like that. You know, but you know, that's the pharaoh who split Nubia in half and called the lower half Cush. But you know, they regurgitate my info. But you know, like I said, there's writings about that stuff. You know, and you know, this is all in history with the Hyksos, the foreign rulers, and like I said, they could have been using those terms for other kings that were foreign to the lands. Also, I'm not saying that they wasn't. I'm not sure if they was or not, but I know that they were Hyksos, and they were called them foreign rulers.
I got to use James Pan-African Design's common sense in this because chronology really kills what they're trying to do. 100,000 that they brought in is to replace 80,000 or whatever that left. And I'm trying to figure out, do we have any record of that amount of people?
But I don't understand. 100,000 that they brought in where?
I think during Amenhotep the second or third, they had brought them in because of war or whatever. They brought people in. I mean, that's something regular. It's not something that's not something that's cultures normally do.
Where? To where?
To Egypt, not to Tel Aviv, but to Egypt. Period. I think.
What do that got to do with the Exodus? What did that got to do with the Israelites? Israelites didn't rule. They didn't rule no goddamn Egypt. I would say they were slaves. And Moses went and talked to the Pharaoh, let my people go 10 goddamn times. They let them go. Then when they ruled Egypt, after that, that's a whole new goddamn story to me. Because after that, they supposed to went to the wilderness for goddamn 40 years. But you can't even prove that, ain't not. Where the campsites? Oh, well, if you asking me to bring evidence, then we don't need to debate. That's what he told me.
The second or the third. But
no, that's another. That'll be anachronistic too. I think and we got Now Valley Hebrew got some help in the building. Is that Elder Yara?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Peace to Elder Yara. Hold on, I want him to feel welcome on the panel, so I'm gonna give you your greeting that you
welcome
deserve.
Everywhere I go.
We'll shout out to you. Yeah, we can hear you. But
I always feel welcome around my people, man.
Word up, word.
And then who is Now Valley Hebrew? You know him?
I ain't sure. I've heard of him, but I'm not sure. You know who he is.
Well, I just have to give you your warm greeting that I give everybody. And so you get your chance to have the floor. Somebody was just in the middle of their breakdown. I didn't want to cut them off. Now, Garfield, what you were saying?
Yeah, well, I was saying, just because there are movements, when they use the word Egypt, that all over Egypt. So if someone is replacing 100,000 people that moved, right? And then you use Egypt, no, they would, in Egyptian records, they would say a place. They always say a place. And so just saying Egypt doesn't help the case because we're in Egypt. So if you're assuming that it's in Tel Adaba, if you're assuming that to in Egyptian records to talk about the comings and goings in that particular area. But I do like Elder Yara. Elder Yara in at least the issue of the Hekakasu or the people in that area and bringing in other groups of people in how can I say, bringing in other people in let's say Canaan, right? I think he does a fairly good job of it because I think he follows a scholarly record of saying that there are other groups of people that may have controlled the old existing population of people in that area. And if he doesn't change, he seems to think that some outsiders came in and they became the controllers. So I'll release what I had to say.
Garfield, you have finished what you were saying?
Yeah, no, let me just say that I wanted to know from you and Reggie because you guys deal with the tech. So I just wanted to know, have you guys seen records of 80,000 people leaving Egypt?
Not leaving. I remember what you had asked. No, I think, but somebody had to prove it was right or right. I think they talk about a war. Who was it? Tutmos, one of the Tutmoses, where it was like they brought in 90,000. At least if we look at the primary, something about 90,000 Canaanites that he supposedly brought in. We can look up that number. And so if they're saying that's to replace some Canaanites who left for Varus, then they would be having to talking about an expulsion that happened with Chamos and Amos. Now, and then if they try to link that with Pa Ramses, we'd have to jump up about 300-400 more years after they so-called got expelled at that time period. So again, when he says a cultural anachronism, it really don't make no sense because you saying it's anachronistic, but y'all accept it in your culture. I don't get it, but yeah, that would be my answer to that.
Yeah, I think I'm.
Yeah, go ahead.
And you see, they don't know what they're talking about because they're trying to connect Amos and Chamos with Thutmose. See what I'm saying? When Amos and Chamos would be connected with the Hyksos, that would be Amos and Chamos, not Thutmose. Smash. Okay? That's Amos and Chamos. And the reason why I say that is because, like I said, when I did my presentations, they had the drought then. They had the mass exodus. There was a pharaoh that knew Joseph not. Now, if they came down through Israel, right? The Hyksos and all the amalgamation of people that came down through Hyksos to get to, through Israel to get to them, those pharaohs might have knew Joseph. Maybe that's why Joseph had the reign that he did. And then when Amos and Chamos took over, they was against and pharaohs that knew Joseph not. That's my, that's where I put it together at. So when you're talking about Amos and Chamos, you're talking about the Hyksos family, not no damn Thutmose. That is Moses. Amenhotep III, more like that, around that time. That's Moses. So, and Thutmose, like JJ said today, because I was telling him about Amenhotep III, that's what they say, down the line, he was the pharaoh of the Exodus, or Thutmose III, like, and JJ brought that up, when we was having the conversation right before we started this. Because, like I said, we've already been over this stuff. This stuff has been done. But, even this is 2 years ago, so I'm going to give them a little leeway. But like I said, this is how easy it is to explain this stupid shit that they they trying to talk about. Go ahead, JJ.
All right.
Most, if I'm correct, was around 1550, right? Where they expelled our 1530. And the Exodus is supposed to be 1446. So there's a lot of chronological stuff that's going on here that has to be rectified. But then on top of it, you got the Murder Patah Stele, which allegedly uses the term Israel. So if they're, which I think works against them, because at that time, if those people are Israel, which my brother disagrees with, but I'm just gonna say what they're trying to say with the Murder Patah. But because at that time, Egypt was still in control of Canaan. So that actually don't make sense for the Israelites' claim and them controlling Canaan at the time, as far as what the Bible says about Joshua. But I'll yield at this point.
You're right.
I want to let I'm gonna read this and then we're gonna let Elder Yara get the floor, because this is basically a source on what we was talking about on Manetho and Josephus. And so basically in this book, Manetho by W.G. Waddell, which is just, there's no opinion in this book, it's just a collection of the earlier works. It says, in Manetho, indeed, they found unwelcome statement of the descendants of the Jews from lepers. All right, and so that was what Josephus found unwelcoming, that statement that Manetho said that these Jews descended from lepers, but they were able to identify their ancestors with the Hyksos. This is what Josephus was able to do, and the exodus of the expulsion of these invaders. Okay, and so just the point now, and finally, we can point to where, when talking about Moses, which unfortunately, Manetho was not really forced to do, but he was trying to put this Hebrew story into context. He said that he was a native Egyptian who led them out of Avaris. All right, and so I just wanted to show that because we was talking about that earlier. But Elder Yara, we want to hear from you.
Hey, peace to you, Smash Rockwell, and peace to the panel, the brothers on the panel. Shout out to Nile Valley Hebrew. Shout out to you, fam. I do want to say this. Reggie is correct in his assessment. In my take on when we're talking about the Exodus, we're never saying that it is the actual native Egyptians, or who we would consider native Egyptians, that the Exodus story is talking about. We believe that the Exodus story is talking about a group of what we would term to be Hyksos, who rose to power politically in Egypt.
That ain't what the Bible say about the Exodus. Hold up, bro. Huh? Yeah. Hold up. Yeah. I said that ain't. Hold up. Let me put your speaker. Now, see. Wait. Whoa. Let me get your speaker. Can you say something?
Yeah, he's trying to equate the.
Hyksos.
Trying to equate. Yeah. Like I said.
Yeah.
They don't. That shows you they don't know. So now when you hear Elder Yara talking about the Hyksos and stuff, he's using information that I beat him up on both channels. I can show that too.
Well, I don't understand why he would steal that from you trying to defend the Exodus. About what we're talking about is the Hyksos.
Well, it ain't no different than him trying to bring up philosophy and saying it's ISIS and all this shit now. But before he was saying that wisdom was Jesus and wisdom was the mother goddess and all this other shit just a couple months before that, before my presentation. So like I said, I still love you, Yara, but I ain't gonna let you get away stealing my shit over there trying to talk like me and use my talking points and all that. You and KOT.
You want
to don't come in behind the real teacher, son, because I can show you why I talked about this shit a year ago on your goddamn platform, and then I can show you why I've been talking about this shit for years with Unbiased and them. And if Garfield and them would tell the fucking truth, they would show you where I was talking about this from 5 years ago, 6 years actually. Because my first presentation was 5 years ago. All right? Why y'all playing and pretending like you know something, trying to sound smart, and can't even tell the story right?
Okay, that part. Because y'all are sitting up here trying to say, no, what we're talking about is the Hyksos. Bro, come on, man. All right, let's listen to this guy.
And they ain't equating it in the right term, in the right timeline. See? is the one who's dealing with the Hyksos, all right? Period. It's written in history. Atmos and Camos in the Stele of Como. A stele from that time. Who you dealing with? Who you dealing with?
So why is he trying to sit up here acting like these one?
Because they don't know. They just love to run their mouth and be heard.
Now he up here.
These niggas is retarded.
Yeah,
okay? Period.
Now you up here making an ass clown of yourself. You know, goddamn well. Exactly. They ain't rude. No goddamn. They trying to expose some people who was ruling.
Okay, so then now in 2025, when y'all start talking about this shit, where do you think you got it from? I mean, not all of it. I'm not saying I told him everything. Don't get me there. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about who straightened them out. Who could actually explain this shit right?
Damn,
not none of them. Not none of them. And you're proving it right here in this video.
Damn, y'all right? All right, let's continue to see what this guy talking about, man. Shit.
During that time, during the time of Hatshepsut. This is what the Bible tells us, that there arose a Pharaoh that knew not Egypt. So based on that understanding, as well as what we see in extra biblical sources, and even dealing with man for detail.
This Pharaoh that knew not Egypt is okay. So are you saying
that's why I equated Jacob to it? You know, the Pharaoh that Jacob.
Yeah,
Jacob,
but what I'm saying, are you equating the Israelites to these groups of people, this Pharaoh, and they ruled? Yeah, see, he's messing it up. That don't make sense. Because first you said it arose a Pharaoh that they didn't know.
Right.
So now,
Camos and Amos. Those are the
they're Hyksos, right?
Native. They're the native people, the native pharaohs of that land. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, they were down in Thebes, like I said, all of this is written. And the reason why I equated it to them is because, like I said, it's an amalgamation of the people coming down from Russia, you know, like where the Khazars was, where they said the Khazars was and all that shit. From there, all the way down through Israel. So I said they might have known Joseph as pharaohs, the Hyksos. So when the Hyksos was ruling, they gave Joseph favor. But then when Camos came around and started going at the Hyksos, who had been ruling since the 14th dynasty, and Camos is a 17th dynasty pharaoh. It's that easy. He's the last 17th dynasty pharaoh, if you want the truth about it.
Okay.
That's how easy this is. Okay, so when they came back into power, the natives, they ran these amalgamation of people back out of Egypt.
And what year was that? What year was that? You say 1450?
The 14th dynasty through the 17th dynasty, JJ. That's when the Hyksos ruled.
How many? Okay.
And that was Atmos and Camos. All right?
Well,
Camos is the last 17th dynasty pharaoh. I'll explain to you, for everybody again. Camos is the last 17th dynasty pharaoh. His brother Atmos starts the 18th dynasty. He is the first pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. So it's the 17th and 18th dynasty when I believe that Joseph ran into that pharaoh who knew him not. The native of Egypt, not these foreign rulers who was ruling for 300 years. Okay?
Okay. All right, let's keep going.
As Garfield so eloquently misquoted and misunderstood, is that what he shows is that in the virus, that what we see is after the initial expulsion, right? After the initial expulsion of the Hyksos, there is a group, right, that remains there, right? And it's this leftover group who we refer to as the proto-Israelites, right? And so,
okay. All right, and then just explain this to me. What is he talking about? Hello? Proto-Israelites?
I thought almost removed them all. But he said I could be wrong, but from what the story says is that he kicked them out. He kicked them all out. So I don't know about the proto-Israelites.
Okay, so what year did he kick them out? I need to know what year? He kicked
18th dynasty.
Okay, so the 18th dynasty kicked them guys out, and then the proto-Israelites became the slaves, right?
But it doesn't say that almost took them into slavery. He kicked them out, man.
No, he kicked them out, but left the proto-Israelites, and now they became slaves. So then, so who's this pharaoh that's left there?
Wow.
Who is it?
Amos.
Okay,
Ahmose. Pull him up.
I got it on my.
You don't have to pull him up right now.
No, I got it.
We'll get to it eventually.
I got it. I got it on the other video, but I'm just trying to figure this out. The proto-Israelites. Wait a minute.
Slow. You see the Exodus, like I said, that's Moses. The slaves and all that. That's Moses.
Hold up, bro. The proto-Israelites would be goddamn. Let me see. Isaac. Wait a minute,
hold up.
man.
What did Moses say?
What the hell going on?
Let's make it simple. What did Moses say? Let my people go.
No, but he left them there.
That's the time of slavery, not the fucking Atmos and Commos and the Hyksos.
Wait a minute.
Retards.
Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. So the proto-Israelites.
I bust them in the head to the white meat, you fucking retards. Just like I said, that is Moses.
Wait a minute, man.
Let my people go.
Whoa.
That's when they was enslaved.
No, the proto-Israelites.
Hotep or Thutmose III, one of them.
Wait a minute. Hold up, dude. Well, okay, so wait a minute. The was here. This.
JJ, like I said, this is why they don't want no smoke. They think that's all indigenous got is genetics. Nigga, I was sure you know I meet this shit too. Like I did Apostle today. He talking about, oh well, you know the hell it is.
Hey man, you don't do the discussion champion like that, bro.
Who brought the hell in this movement? Who started the hell in this movement? Oh, well, that was no, it wasn't. He said it was Alexander. I said no, it wasn't. I said Alexander put it into action. His daddy was the one who came up with that, idea of the Hellenism. Okay, so these proto-Israelites, they're not the Israelites yet left. So they're left there to, and then Moses is born because he's a proto-Israelite. Okay, let's go there. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
And that's where enslavement comes in because they was kicking the Hyksos out, and he's trying to make it sound like, oh, well, the proto now, that's when they create the proto-Israelites.
No, man, y'all confused me with this shit, bro.
What the hell is a proto-Israelite? Jacob existed before. It wasn't Jacob given the name Israel. Slow gas. Quick regurgitate my shit before I really get on here and bust you on the head to the white meat. All these dumbass niggas.
Wait a minute, man. Hold up. I need to know about these proto-Israelites. Right. Come on, yeah.
After the ass whooping, after all the ass whooping and slavery that Atmos put on him when we said he ran him out. But according to Yara, all this slavery and it made him evolve into proto-Israelite.
Right.
Nigga, you retarded.
Come
You're
on.
dumb as hell, and you mixing up stories.
And this,
Can't put two and two together. Moses' people was the one under slavery, not the Hyksos, you dumbass.
Hold up, bro. And this is anonymous Hebrew master teachers. Come on, bro. Listen.
I don't give a shit who. I don't give a shit about none of them. They all can come. This whole damn panel right here come over. I bust their heads to white people. What was that?
Hold up, man. Let's get back to this. Proto-Israelites, y'all.
I hate this statement and often make this claim that this is what we see. So when we talk about the Exodus, we're not referring to that expulsion.
Well, what the hell are you talking about? I mean, come on, bro. How many expulsions was it? They kicked them out, and then the proto-Israelites come around. They see how this new regime would treat them better, but goddamn it, they end up being in slavery, and Moses floating around crocodiles, and luckily somebody found them.
They show up a couple hundred years later, but what I'm saying, I don't know.
The timetable don't add up. What the hell's going on? Proto-Israelites.
Lying.
Proto.
Always trying to sound smart and want to get their voice all up on the panel. And it's y'all it ain't got shit to say. Lying and don't know what the hell he's talking about. That's basically what it is. And that shows you who really got the information, not these niggas.
What is a proto-Israelite in the Bible? Where is that at?
Yeah.
Come on, man. And then they left at the what do you say? The Gulf of Aqaba. The hell is that? Larry Whiteman said it. Nobody give a damn about no Larry Whiteman. I mean, come on, bro. You gotta stick with the Bible.
I'm telling you, these guys are slow.
Man,
they just love to be heard.
Proto-Israelites,
They talk
y'all.
for hours on shit that they don't know about.
Proto-Israelites. All right, let's continue.
Not at all.
Yeah.
When we talk about the
Please,
Exodus, we often look forward to what you just talked about, those 90 that almost had to go and bring back in to replace that workforce that apparently disappeared.
Okay.
Where did they go?
So wait. So now is the workforce the one? Are those supposed to be the Israelites? How did they live to tell the story? I thought they were supposed to drown. Wait a minute.
They disappeared, JJ.
Well, no.
No, Atmos threw them out, bro.
Wait a minute.
Disappeared.
Wait a minute. I thought no. That ain't what the Bible say. The Bible say they followed them to the Nile, and they got across, and then the flood gates closed, and the Pharaoh and all his army died. So what are we doing here?
And we talking about Moses there, ladies and gentlemen. If anybody's confused, JJ
Yeah.
talking about Moses right there in the flood.
But he let them go.
That's the flood.
But he kicked them out though.
Yeah,
wait a minute. Yeah. So he didn't drown? I thought he was in the book. He said the nigga drowned. The Pharaoh. Yeah.
No, I thought he was on the other shore looking, and all of his army got taken out. But I'm not sure. You could be right. You know what I'm saying? I haven't studied that story for a while.
Oh, he's peeking there. So he survived to tell the story. and the proto-Israelites
got to suffer for his insolence.
Hold up. But the proto-Israelites stayed back. They didn't want to leave with so they weren't Israelites yet, right? So, but the proto-Israel. Wait a minute. Now we got two different groups. Ladies and gentlemen. Think about it. Now the proto-Israelites stayed back. Ain't that what he said? I could be wrong.
Yeah, they remained and became proto-Israelites.
Oh, it became proto-Israelites, but the other Israelites went into the wilderness for 40 years, y'all. What the hell's going on?
I mean, I'm not sure how long, because they was living long ages.
Wait a minute, man.
So maybe, when they landed. Some of them live 400, 500.
Nah, they wouldn't live that. Nah, hell no. Not that around there.
Maybe they were still alive after, 300 years later.
But Moses probably wasn't. No. I want to know about these proto-Israelites that stayed back. And then the other ones, how come they? So what happened to the proto-Israelites? Did they join the Egyptians and, prepare the city? Because, the famine and the locusts and all the farm animals died and the firstborn. So what did proto-Israelites do when they stayed back? Because you get the proto-Israelites, then you got the ones that left and went to the wilderness for 40 years, y'all, right?
He had to go and rebuild up their workforce. Oh. So he went out on this expedition to bring in about 90,000 workers or slaves, as we would call them, right? So the reason why he had to do that, in our understanding, is because of this abandonment or this exodus that takes place. Now, people want to have semantical arguments whether or not abandonment and exodus is the same thing, but when you really get down into it, it's a departure. It's a departure. It's not a forced departure.
Hold up. Who did he put out? He put out the Hyksos rulers, right?
He put out the Hyksos
people,
all of them. Yeah.
All of them. Oh. So the rulers, but they were rulers ruling, and that's why they put them out, right? Hyksos rulers?
Well, yeah, they had taken over Egypt. You know, much like Alexander with the Hellenist movement. But you know, I'm saying they were foreigners who came in and took over Egypt. Egypt got his ass with numerous.
I'm okay with that.
Egypt got his ass with and been taken over a couple times.
But I need you to stay at the front door.
And this is two examples that I just brought up: the Hyksos, and then also with Alexander the Great. Okay.
Okay, so
that's what it is. Foreign rulers, man. Foreign rulers. You there?
Yeah, I'm just trying.
Okay.
I'm waiting on you so I can say. Okay, so I almost put out these foreign rulers, right?
Yeah. Foreign people with them, not just the foreign rulers, but the foreign people.
So whoa. Okay, so wait. So he put them out, but was it because somebody came to them and said, "Let my people go"?
No, because that's Moses.
Okay, so he put them out, and then the proto-Israelites came about. Then they became the slaves, right?
Yes, listen, we got to remember, the Hyksos is on, this is me saying this, I would put the Hyksos more in Jacob's time. All right, now did Jacob come before Moses?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is
they knew Jacob.
That they're mixing and melding times and, you know, slavery. Because Moses is the one who said, "Let my people go." Jacob is before Moses.
So wait.
Like I said, in Jacob's time, there was a famine. In Jacob's time, there was the mass exodus of these Hyksos. In Jacob's time, there was in the scriptures, according to scripture, there was a ruler who knew him not. And Yara did say that, so I'll give him 1 point for that. But then I'll take it back for all the other scriptures that he's been saying and trying to mix and match and trying to put Moses in the time of the Hyksos. That's what it sounds like to me anyway. But he's just messing all this up. It's Jacob, the one who they named Israel. He is the one dealing with, to me, this is my opinion, but I know the Hyksos and Achmos this is real history that I'm telling you.
Is that war?
But I'm equating Jacob with that time to a pharaoh that knew him not. All right, now we're talking about the natives that come back. Just like Sesostris was the 12th dynasty pharaoh. So in the 14th dynasty, the Hyksos take over. Okay, so Sesostris, I believe, was a native Egyptian ruler. Okay, and then you get to the Hyksos who come 200 years later because he was 12th dynasty, 13th to the then the Hyksos take over in the 14th dynasty. Okay, so you know the timelines of these pharaohs, and if they have steles from back then, that's scribbling on clay tablets, ladies and gentlemen. You know, hieroglyphs or whatever they use, telling the story of the Hyksos, the stele of Komos,
all right,
of an Egyptian pharaoh.
Okay, let's get to what I'm trying to figure out what Yara trying to put together.
Yara's trying to equate slavery with Jacob's time when they were getting removed from Egypt, trying to equate that to, you know, trying to meld that in with Moses and, you know, later on.
Okay.
That's what he's doing because, like I said, Moses' people was the ones that was in slavery. The Hyksos was getting kicked out of Egypt.
All right, let's see what he said.
Right? So when we get down, when we really get down into it and deal with it, this is the paradigm that we deal with. Now we can see evidence of a virus in that when Manfred Bitek does its excavations down in the second, and actually in the specifically in the second and in the first and second strata, when he's down there excavating, he's showing us that that there's a group of people that yet remain after their expulsion, who are sheep herders, goat herders. We actually have archaeological and anthropological evidence. They found buried sheep. The way these people are buried are not like the Egyptians and not like the Hyksos. They're different, have a different burial style. The way the housing structures are built are Western Asiatic. We're seeing some things that we see moving forward as well. that we see show up again in the Levant region 200 years later. The same way these structures are built. We see in Paranefer, one of the port cities down in that area of Avara. So there's a lot of information that we have. We're not shoehorning information. And we're not, and what we're doing, we're not synthesizing information either with the biblical narrative, along with what we see in extra biblical sources. We're talking about the source information that is there in the anthropological, the archaeological records. This is what we're looking at. We're also looking at forced migration, where you talk about the Amu going back 1700 BCE. Why were they even coming down? Why were these people even coming down into Egypt? I know I'm moving backwards a little bit. But we talk about the theory eruption, right?
Man.
Then we get into the geological records. When we look at the pumice, we look at the endocrinology, the ichronology. We look at the trees, right? All of these scientific evidences that they have. We look at the water and the land bridges that they have. We have geological evidence for. So we're not just making claims based on the biblical narrative and trying to synthesize that. We're saying that the biblical narrative could be simply that, just of this memory of a people that actually went through these actual things, right? So, but we can look at scientific records and see that these things correlate and they absolutely exist. So to say that these things in no way possible that they couldn't have existed or couldn't have happened, no scientist, no true scientist, no scholar in a consensus of scholars say that the Exodus did not happen. That is not a consensus of scholars. And so let me make this last point. Yeah, and then I'll end. When we talk about what a consensus of scholarship is, there has to be a meeting of the minds through interdisciplinary studies, right? Not just archaeology, but anthropology, sociology, linguistics, that have to come together in a conference and agree to disagree that something did or did not happen. We do not have that when it comes to the
that already.
Yeah, that was a very good breakdown. I'm gonna let you get in, Reggie, and we also got anonymous Hebrew in there. Hold on, what's up?
Sometimes don't be condescending to people. That wasn't a good breakdown. That was.
Oh no, that wasn't condescending. Mean the opposite of what you said. Condescending mean the opposite of what you said.
And that's the first time I agree with Eusebio. That was horrible. He's all over the place. Was he or was he not indigenous? Was he all over the place?
Yes, he was. Yep. Sure was. I mean, but you know, yeah.
All right.
Savior.
Man. Don't do that to him, man. Don't do that to him, man.
Oh man, you got his voice.
You need to get some bass in your life.
Let me see if I can do it.
Yeah, man. I'm Chris Harris and Shabio at the same time. Hey, Garfield. Let me say something. Don't be condescending.
Shabio dumping the box of rocks too. Look at him.
You mean patronize?
Look, he ain't that dumb. He ain't believing this shit. You can't eat food. You Sabio, dumbass. I know you in some trouble trying to run up on me with this shit.
I don't know what Savior believes. I don't think that, but he don't believe in the scriptures.
No,
the way they present.
No, he calls that scripture ripter.
He goes against the scriptures.
He
Garfield.
He Garfield shoeshine boy over there.
Yeah.
Now he
right.
Yeah.
He's over the sideline with Pom-Pom.
Hey, Garfield.
Yeah.
Hey, Garfield. You're doing a good job out there, Garfield.
Here you go. Look, get him, Sabio.
Just know whatever.
You was patronizing, condescending. They mean the same thing.
Sabio, chill out.
Nah, see, they'll turn the. See, y'all gotta let the hounds loose sometime when it's appropriate. You know, I mean, come on, man. All right, but I guess they trying to reel them in. Let's go. I know that trick too. No, chill out, man.
Let's hear what the king of the pseudo class got to say. The bumper clap, pseudo clap.
That we don't deserve reparation because Jamaica ain't getting it. That's what he's a hard foot ass nigga. hey, tell us that one joke about what'd you say about the feet? That they can kick a ball. Yeah.
I said Garfield, Stu Pease, Google Scholar, Cedric, and that crew. They all can play hacky sack with a brick with their hard ass feet, and they can play a full game of soccer with a center block. These hard foot having motherfuckers over there trying to tell us who we are, how to live, and trying to at the same time cultural appropriation, trying to look like a Garfield polo with the New York hat, and they all trying to look like us, but they all trying to move us out like the movie Us. They want to take our place like the movie Us. They trying to come up. I'm just laughing. I love my brother. They still my brother.
Play soccer with a cinder block, hard ass guy.
Play hacky sack with a brick. They just line up in a circle.
Right.
Play hacky sack with a damn brick with their hard ass feet. When I was over there on this channel talking about, they was like, "Oh, why you talking about my feet? Shoes when we growing up? Oh, we didn't have." I said, "CP didn't have shoes until he was 13." I said he could shave sharp edges off diamonds with them motherfuckers.
God damn. Come on, man.
Well, that's because they was over here talking about us, man. That's the only reason why I went in on y'all.
Shave sharp edges off the diamond. God, that's some hard feet. That's some hard ass feet. They're walking on coals and shit. Yeah, the coal's ready. Put your steak on. Put the jerk chicken on.
Half an hour, fuck a coal. Coals ain't got shit on my feet.
No. All right, here we go. Let's see King. That's bumble. What you call pseudo clock? Here we go.
Condescend mean that you think you better than you speaking down on somebody. I wasn't speaking down. That ain't what you mean, right?
I'm gonna jump off, but hold on one second.
That's why the word descend is in condescend. Descend, to descend is to go down.
Nah, don't leave, Garfield.
Right,
don't
hang
leave,
around, Garfield.
No, don't leave. You call my name.
Look, they think he coming on the new sheriff in town. Look at this guy.
But whatever, we got this, Garfield. It's nothing. But peace to you and thanks for tapping in.
I want to point
out. Come over and get beat up. I ain't even seen it yet. I already know you finna get beat up. If your master teacher come on here with this bull crap, I already know you just as bad as him. Here we go.
Now, one thing, real quickly. Mm-hmm. Israel's exodus in transdisciplinary perspective, the text, the archaeology, and everything. They did have a conference with over 40 scholars. The exodus.
What was the outcome?
Hold on one second.
Let him speak on molested, please.
No. What he's talking about, I'm just saying what he's talking about. I put it in the chat. It's right there.
Okay, thank you. Go
and
ahead,
anybody who wants the book can email me. This is a problem. Anonymous Hebrew is on here. What he does, and I'll say it while he's here, he'll quote Manfred Betak and says that. I literally just read Manfred Betak. Matter of fact, I'm actually gonna interview Manfred Betak. If you guys want to be on a panel, you could come on and you're gonna hear from him. The proto-Israelites, he doesn't think they're proto-Israelites. You guys made that up.
I told you.
Ain't that what I said, JJ? Manfred Betak.
Yes, you did.
That's what Anonymous said tonight, though. That's the reason why I heard it. I said Manfred Betak versus Scripture. Man, you gonna believe? I think I'm gonna go with Scripture.
Manfred B. What's his name? Manfred B. Jekyllstein. What's this dude's name? Manfred B. This is his
Manfred Betak.
How you spell the last name? Tech. How you say that? Manfred B. Tech. Like tech. Yeah. You're right. Now look at this, y'all. Now, he came on here with this goddamn Manfred character and finna get beat up. Watch it.
He never said that.
Look at that. He ain't never said it. Then he sit up here lying. I told us all he do. Talking about some goddamn virus. Now talking about the Gulf of Acapulco, Aqaba. Yeah, that's what he said. Man, where's that in the Bible, sir? You made it up. Out here looking bad. You've been doing this for years. I just now paid attention to you. Talking about you can prove because Manfred said it.
Said the Israelites.
Yeah. You didn't lie.
It really didn't change into blood.
Yeah, no.
What does the Bible say?
No. I hit his dumb ass with the sciences. I said, nah, bro, that's algae turning the waters red like that, bro. Nigga.
Yeah.
You can't
What
get
does the scripture say? If you are a believer in the scriptures, why aren't you going, like I said, don't change one dot or tittle. So why are you going against the scriptures?
Yeah.
And trying to make it fit into your narrative. Oh, it's metaphysical.
Yeah, now it's metaphysical. How come the whole story can't be esoteric?
With the scripture, okay?
How come the whole story can't be metaphysical or esoteric, nigga? How you gonna just, everything's real about it except for the part where he turned the water to blood. That was metaphysical. Man, shut up.
Yeah. You're supposed to take it literally. It says in the scriptures, JJ, and like I said in 1 Corinthians, hold up, I'm gonna read this real quick. I found my glasses because these niggas they be lying on the scripture. And I'm gonna tell you what the scripture says. So you gonna stop this little shit. 1 Corinthians 1 and 10. By the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that ye all speak the same thing, there would be no division amongst you. So how come all you niggas is talking something different? If that's what the scripture says, we all supposed to be, speak the same thing, and would be no division amongst us. And if you're not going to preach the Bible word for word, you shouldn't be preaching at all. Now let me read you one more. 2 Corinthians 4 and 13. We having the same spirit of faith, according to as it is written, we also believe and therefore speak. I have faith, I also believe in what's written, and I speak what is written, not what I believe. And I do believe, you can say, oh, you believe in God, so you're talking, you believe in the scripture, so you're talking scriptures. Yeah, that's the only thing, that's the only belief that I'm talking in, because that's my faith. And it says that we should all be on one accord. When we got all these different opinions and talking points out here talking shit and don't know, making it fit your narrative. So you can lie to the people and get cash apps and shit. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, man. Like I said, these dudes making stuff up, bro. It's bad. Manfred Tech. Manfred B. What's his name? Manfred B. Who would believe a guy named Garfield or Manfred? I mean, come on, man. Let's go.
Century BC. I have the interview when he said that. So for you guys to say proto-Israelites, that's from your perspective, and you need to tell the audience that. Don't make up something because you want to make your belief into what you're saying. That's not what scholarship does. Now, if we're talking about a consensus, the consensus says that the Exodus as written in the biblical text is not true. That's not true history. What they're saying right now, the conclusion is coming from many scholars. And I'm going to have 3 Egyptologists on in February, and they're also going to agree with what I'm saying. Is that different as written in the biblical?
So see, you didn't get. See, you didn't. What you should have did is like, no. Here's the updated research of consensus saying this is this. See, now you didn't get caught up here lying. Yeah, y'all already.
That's his favorite statement. Moses didn't exist. Oh, this didn't exist. Oh, that didn't exist. So they can just, smooth over it and act like, they taught something. Oh, this didn't exist. How are you going to sit up here and say this didn't exist and you ain't showing nothing where, you might be showing one side of the argument, but there's always 2 sides of the argument. You're only showing the side that fits your narrative.
Well, both of them.
All I can say is around to fit your narrative.
No, all I'm saying, the others, Garfield and doing a good job with their arguments. These dudes coming up here talking about, what do you say? Well, yeah, right. The general consensus. Now he done pulled up on them. Like, no, this ain't what the general consensus say. I got it in the audience. See, this is what I'm talking about, y'all, right? You and indigenous be lying. Let's keep going, man. I mean, anonymous, indigenous, goddamn it, Orthodox, more, all y'all just looking like. Well, I don't know what I'm just talking because anonymous, you don't even know who this cat is, man. How you gonna try to debate me, man? Come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Manfred B. Tech, but I'm just wondering, whose word's more important, the scriptures or stay away from actual events, or stay away from Comos, the actual person who was going through this shit back then, or the sources from the person who said it, or the sources from the scripture where it actually said it in the Bible. Go ahead,
Yeah.
You're saying that people may have left, and I don't know if you want to go talk about that. I'm changing the whole subject right now, but this is what I wanted to ask Yara. One question: what is your archaeological evidence of 80,000 people leaving Egypt at any time period? 16th century, 15th century, 14th century.
Man, I thought it was 1 million people that left. I mean, I don't know, man. I thought it was supposed to be 1 million people left.
And he's in the wrong centuries too, JJ.
All of them, I guess. They talking about something else.
He said 16th, 15th, and 14th, and that's the time of the Hyksos.
And they're still there.
Almost didn't take over till the end of the 17th dynasty, ladies and gentlemen. So they ruled from the 14th dynasty to the 17th dynasty. Garfield didn't go back far enough to show you that these niggas don't even know how to put it on the timeline, on the right timeline.
Both sides.
13th century.
Yeah. Yep.
12th century. That's all I want to know. That's it.
I got
a question for you before you leave.
Nothing for that.
Hold on.
Let him answer, then you can get your question on.
One question.
Hey, that means nothing to the argument of the Exodus.
Oh man,
can you answer the question, man?
It has nothing to do with the argument of the Exodus.
That's my answer. Said they had to replace the 80,000. You just said
right. I said they had to replace. They had to replace.
You're saying you're replacing, but who?
That is what.
Can I answer?
Hold on, let's keep it clean because it was like one of the best shows. Let's keep it going. Go ahead, y'all. Right?
Go ahead, Anonymous.
Oh, you whoever.
Yeah. So,
Anonymous, before you go, so just to be
clear,
clear,
you don't have the floor. You don't have the floor.
Yeah, Garfield, just let Anonymous go, and then we're gonna hear from you.
Calm down.
No, I have no problem with Anonymous saying anything. I just want to make it
clear. Let him answer the question.
You did not answer the question. Now, Anonymous, same question to you. Let me word it. Where is the evidence of this 80,000 people, or whatever number you want to choose, leaving Egypt in the 16th century, the 15th century, the 14th century, the 13th century, or the 12th century BC?
Yeah, no doubt. So I'll say the evidence that we see, that everybody thought was so funny, is the abandonment of Avaris in the 15th century. So here's the conversation, though. Let's make a few things. I've never postulated that Manfred B. Tech says that these are the proto-Israelites.
What? Wait. That's still to come up. Yeah.
He pulls it up and then takes it back down real quick. He had it up there for a second when he took it back down because he noticed that he's in the wrong damn dynasty.
Well, he figured it out.
No, he didn't. He said 16th.
Oh, he said 30. Okay, so yeah, so the 14 through 17.
Or 12. And listen, just like I said, in the 12th dynasty, it was Sesostris. And I think he was a native Egyptian also. And he went down and, split Nubia in half and called the lower half Cush. He named it with Cush with the K. That was Sesostris. And he was the 12th dynasty pharaoh. So, no, it wasn't the 12th dynasty, Garfield. Like I said, y'all don't even get the dynasties right. You niggas is retarded.
No, but this is what Anonymous, this is where they at with it. They're in that era. They're in the 14th dynasty.
Yeah, but he went all the way back to the 12th this time.
Oh, okay.
They're not talking about the 16th, 15th, 14th, 13th, or 12th.
Okay.
Well, I'm like, damn, that's how many years is that? From 12 to 14? Shit, that's 400. That's 400 years.
Yeah, let's see what Anonymous got. Hold on, let's see.
Israelites. Right. I only use Manfred B. Tech's work to show the
Manfred B. Tech.
Theological conversation. If you're going to ask me what PhD I would lean to have this conversation, I would lean more to Dr. Scott Stripley, right? Who is a PhD, who leads the biggest digs in Israel at the time, right? So my argument or my conversation is about the proto-Israelites. The conversation is that the biblical narrative is about the establishment of the proto-Israelites that come out of Kemet. And I don't even know.
Indigenous. Hold up. Hold up for a minute. Indigenous. What is he talking about? Proto-Israelite. What is he talking about?
Yara said it too, so I mean,
Manfred B. Tech's argument.
Because Jacob's Israel and Jacob come before. I'm not sure what they mean by proto either. You know what I'm saying? What they mean by that, but you know, Jacob was the one who was given the name Israel, right, JJ? It was Jacob that was given the term Israel. So, from Isaac's son, you know, Jacob, and that's why I equate Jacob with, you know, that time, because like I said, there was that famine that Jacob, you know, they said Jacob, in a dream, Jacob told the Pharaoh about, you know, saving up for the famine and all that. So there was that famine in that time, a mass exodus, and pharaohs that knew Jacob not. And the reason why I believe they knew Jacob not was because they were the natives of Egypt. They weren't this amalgamation of people, including Israel. Okay? And they can't even get the dynasties right, JJ. So, like I said, you see, it's just a whole bunch of gish gallop and talk loud and ain't saying nothing. Can't even put the thing on the right timeline, brother. They ain't even on the right timeline. Go ahead.
All right, hold on. Yeah. Proto-Israelites.
Understand why this is a hard conversation to have, right? Nobody, Ivan, allow me to finish, bro. The other, like y'all been up here.
No, let him finish. Let him finish, please.
Brother Smash.
What's the problem, bro? What's the problem? Like every time I come around, you.
Bro, the problem is, man, you up here with some nonsense. So we got to stop you immediately, because you'll go on and on and on and on with nonsense.
Call my name and you want to have a conversation.
Just let him finish real quick. Just let him finish.
Extremely calm. I'm extremely calm, bro, but I'm not going to let you overtalk me. I'm not going to let you overtalk me.
What's the matter?
Relax, bro. Relax, bro.
But
come on,
let Garfield say it, and then you got the floor, Anonymous. You good.
Wow. I want to make a point of clarification. I asked Brother Yara to show me the 80,000 that he said earlier left out of Kemet that needed to be replaced. The brother
I never said that.
Hold on. Brother Yara, chill out. The brother Anonymous said, let me answer. Now, this brother just came on and act like he's big and bad. And
I didn't act like
the pattern. This is what he do. And everybody sees it, bro. But your information is flawed. Be different if you was big and bad and had, you know, strong information. But you up here making stuff up. You have no proof of no Exodus. You talking about some goddamn Gulf or Akabaka, Akaboro. How you say it? Akaba. You made that up. That's not in the Bible. Then you're talking about some Hyksos. But then they got kicked out. Then the Israelites stayed back. These proto-Israelites, bro. You making stuff up. So if they got kicked out, so it's two Exodus. Is it two of them? Indigenous. Is it two of them? Okay, so they exited, then they went out and brought some people back, and then they became slaves and got mad and left too.
Yeah, but the Exodus is under, one more time, the Exodus is under Moses. Moses is a couple hundred years after Jacob.
And Jacob was around the time before.
I'm getting tired. Look, I
Go
get
ahead.
tired of saying the same shit over. That's why I'm getting mad. So please forgive me, family. I'm sorry for cussing. But like I said, you cannot equate Moses in Jacob's time. You cannot equate the Exodus in Jacob's time. Right. It is in Moses' time. All right? 200 years, 200, 300 years later. Right. You dumbasses. So like I said, you can't even, they don't even know what timeline they're on. And if you want to be big and bad, then you come in and give the information that indigenous black man just gave right here tonight, showing how these guys is fools, showing they don't know about the Stele of Comos, talking about the Hyksos War, showing that they don't know who, they can't put it on the right timeline. You trying to equate the Hyksos with Moses. No, that's more Jacob's time.
So wait a minute. So they're putting the Exodus, ladies and gentlemen, and when Jacob was around 1450 BC. Y'all understand what he's doing? And it don't make sense. That's around the time. Okay, so when did
you needed Jacob first because Jacob was named Israel. So then you got a couple hundred years of calling yourself Israel. I guess they started calling themselves Israelites, and that's why you got Moses saying, "Let my people go."
Wait a minute. So where these proto-Israelites come from then?
From I guess Manfred B. Tech. I have no idea.
I feel like this Manfred B. Tech. Let's keep going. Listen to this live.
Answer the question. It can't answer the question either because it's a lie.
Now, how you gonna say? Now, hold on. How you gonna make that statement and you don't even let it finish his question?
Garfield on their neck.
I'm trying to keep some order and it's gonna get hard when we do that. Let's let Anonymous respond for himself, y'all. Let's let Anonymous respond. Anonymous. Yeah, we got the question, but let's let Anonymous respond. And let's all, it's better when the show is better when we hear from brothers. So let's let the brother have the floor.
And first off, let me say this. Y'all can hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm in the whip, so forgive me. But yeah, I appreciate you for letting me come through Smash first off.
It's good. It's always good.
Hey, so this is the type of things that Garfield does when he knows that he in trouble.
See, instead of getting to the information, he goes and attack personally stuff on you personally.
Yeah, if Garfield come in and start talking about his mom and his sister, you can't get mad and say, "Oh, he talk about me bad." Right. You can't say that because you the one who started. Well, no, Garfield started. He said he was big and bad and all that stuff. So Garfield started this one. But I'm just saying, what I'm saying, when you come in and you come in throwing slurs. If Anonymous pointed at Garfield right now, called him all kinds of B's and talked about his mama, it would be, because he went at him. Just like what happened with JJ. Anonymous went at JJ, so JJ went in on him.
Then what did he do? He started crying.
So don't cry when you go in on somebody and they come in and start going back in on you, man. You can't do that. If you're going to start the game, then you got to play the game.
And here's another part of his game. So now he's going to create a diversion, distraction, hoping Garfield will come back on here to argue with him so he ain't got to answer the question.
And he can talk for 15 minutes.
And talk, keep talking. Let me keep going and going. So what do you do? Watch it.
Right? We've been dealing with this for a long time. I'm on record beating him up with this conversation already. So it's okay. That's why he got to do the ad. That's why he got to
get to the information.
Right? So here's the conversation. Let's get this out the way. You can get it too, Savio, because I've been hearing you running your mouth too. So don't worry about
come on, get to the information. This is what he do.
Don't get it.
Don't keep it on the facts. So then people gonna want to.
See, I told you so. Now he started another diversion. Now he sat there, gonna keep his mouth shut.
Now Savio comes in and says, "You, your mama, and everybody else."
I ain't never seen this,
like
bro.
That, which I'm not saying that's right, brother, but I'm just saying if he did,
this what he doing.
That would be because of what you just said about him. It ain't no different than the other day. Judah and them over there, they talking about JJ like a dog, joking him in the chat, joking him on the panel. Jeremiah's telling all kinds of jokes, and Judah sitting there giggling, eating
squid burgers or some shit. I don't know what he was doing, but and then when you come in with an attitude, they act like they forgot all about what they did 2 days ago. Playing the victim. Oh, see, look at JJ. Here's Jeremiah. Oh, look at JJ. Judah, he's coming over. He's mad and he's angry. Did you think about what you said about him 2 days ago? That might have made him mad and angry and coming here acting like that. But see, they don't think about that. They don't have no accountability for their actions.
Yeah, but let me clear it up. Actually, I wasn't. Let me clear it up. Actually, I wasn't mad and angry, but I'm rubbing it in his face. You said we were supposed to debate this Sunday. You had to have Judah say, "Oh, hey JJ, if I wouldn't even seen the show the other day, hey JJ, he's gonna just debate Apollo Bay." Okay, so now I'm putting a piece of PowerPoint together for nothing. But that's your excuse. You're running. Then you want to come out here and talk crazy? But you're running, just like Anonymous. How you gonna come here and talk crazy? And my thing is, let's get into the ring. I don't want to go back and forth with you, name calling and over talking you. I don't do that. I don't like doing that. But that's what you guys do. Look, now he did cause another diversion. This dude's a clown. Look at.
Let's say something back. Yeah.
Question, bro.
All y'all triggered. All y'all triggered.
And now he want. Oh, y'all triggered. Oh yeah, see, and this is a pattern with this dude.
You getting rowdy though. You rowdy.
He enjoyed this more than really putting out the information.
That's why you calling him out. He got to say something back. But let's
so cut it out, bro.
All right, so let's let
people out, but you won't know everybody be quiet and let you say just run your goddamn anonymous mouth.
Anonymous say what he got to say.
Answer the question.
Yeah, answer the question. Go ahead.
Answer the question.
Nah. I mean, come on, bro.
I'm finna destroy it.
Yeah, hey, nah, don't poke the caterpillar, man. Don't poke the caterpillar.
Just answer the question, yo.
So hit us with the science. Hit us with the knowledge.
All right, so look, so here's
Savio don't know what condescending means, so don't even
just answer the question, man. Just let him answer the question.
I've been trying to answer it the whole time. And actually I did answer it, right? And I did answer it. Garfield just lied.
When did he answer it? When did you answer it?
So we see, so so when we look at Avaris is a very large area. It was like at this time period, it is crawling with people, right? Egyptians, Nubians, and Semites are all intermingled in this area. So this would also speak to the what we call the mixed multitude conversation. So it's easy to see how Avaris and Quantir would be responsible for thousands of people leaving, right? So if you want to ask, where do we see? Now, my argument isn't the 80,000 and the 100,000. My argument is that we do need to re-narrate the biblical narrative into this conversation, right? We need.
So he wants to re-narrate the biblical narrative into this conversation. And did you hear what he said?
Yeah, he did. And can't do it. He can't do it like indigenous just did. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you won't hear nothing. You ain't heard nothing that I said so far. Rebutting these niggas come out of none of these niggas' mouths.
Hold up, bro. You want to re-narrate the biblical narrative to fit into this narrative?
Well, I did by equating Joseph with.
Yeah, I get that part, but like I said, his timeline is off. And then no, I need some evidence. I need to see. I need to see that damn it. Where the people died, man. According to this damn story. You ain't telling me we ain't found no bones or nothing? No horses, no animal bones. But they claim they found a goddamn chariot wheel somewhere else, which was fake. How come we ain't seen no chariot wheels? And then you said it was shallow when they crossed us. So they should be able to find stuff.
So you don't have an answer. So you don't have an answer.
I just told you that we see the abandonment.
He didn't but this was a good show, and now we messing it up. Anonymous, you still got the flow, or are you doing something else?
me get my food real quick, man.
All right, while you doing that, I'm just going to point to some things that we often talk about. So the expulsion here again, and we ain't tripping, but this is
the actual
so you forcing something into the body.
You can fall back.
You see that almost right there?
Yeah, I see that.
So you forcing something.
I want to hear him.
I already said that to Garfield in 5 years ago. So like I said, these niggas are steadily. They stay stealing people's shit. They come in and you say something, then all of a sudden they'll go and try to, say something about it. No different than what is his name? That nigga Lucifer saying Johann Frederick Blumenbach, but didn't have no information behind it.
No information behind it at all.
They regurgitators, and the only thing they try to do is sound smart. Because, like I said, you might. You hear something and you put it in your presentation, because I heard them say, about the Stele of Comos after I said it, and then, I've seen them put in Sesostris, but wasn't none of these niggas talking about this shit before I come around. They wasn't even talking about indigenous, my name, like that. They were saying that it meant Native Americans. But now you hear indigenous every day, and they're going to say, oh, you don't know, you talking indigenous, thinking it's my name. That's coming out of your mouth every damn day now. I mean, wake up, man. Like I said, you trash.
Nah, man, this dude
you won't hear none of them say none of the shit that I said tonight. I guarantee it.
You're already in the wrong. You're in the wrong goddamn. Like you say, you in Jacob's time. How you re-narrating something?
Wrong timeline, yeah.
He said he would and fit it into this narrative. I mean, come on, bro.
They're making up shit, trying to make it fit.
Right. Let's do some more. Then we're gonna get to the other videos. I don't know how long he's gonna be on this, but I want to refresh what him and I was talking about. My point.
Narrate the biblical narrative into this conversation, right? We need to.
You don't have an answer.
Look,
so you don't have.
I just told you.
What?
That we see the abandonment. We see the abandonment of Avaris, right? That is the actual archaeological.
So you're making it up.
The actual
so you forcing something into the body.
Right. You just came on and said y'all wasn't gonna try to shoehorn something into another what didn't he say that? We're not trying to shoehorn. This is what Yara said.
You can fall back.
Can you let the man talk?
Okay,
it's good, bro.
And then I want to show y'all that's condescending and patronizing are the same words, because of the definition of condescending.
He's still on that. Samuel, far back, man.
Show y'all my screen again. No.
Hey, y'all, let me know when y'all want to have a real
just share my screen.
Let me know when y'all want to have a real conversation. No, it's good. I'm finna order some food real quick.
Yeah,
I'm finna get my.
Yeah, he finna order some food and leave because he ain't got no information. That's what he finna do. Yeah, man. Let me see if this dude come back on here. Oh, yeah, okay, hold up. Let's see. Hold up. There you go, right here. Tell me he ordered some food. Here you go.
Tell you that the abandonment that I'm talking about doesn't take place over a long period of time. The abandonment of Avaris is a
what?
Yeah, no, I said this daily almost right there.
Yeah, I seen when they had it up there. Yeah.
Like I said, I've already beat Garfield and them up with that in 2018. It was either 2018 or early 2019, somewhere around in there, where they were saying there wasn't no writings on the Hyksos and all that. And then I brought up the Stele Homos, and then all these niggas start talking about it.
Yeah.
They didn't have the answer for it before, but then after indigenous comes with the information, and then when you say it, oh, I didn't steal it. He's always saying that we stole his stuff. And just tell the truth, man. Be honest with it. Because like I said, the stuff that I bring up, most y'all can't even talk about. And you can't put it on the right timelines, or some of these niggas was equating the Hyksos in the Ptolemaic era. The Ptolemaic era, they some of them was trying to equate that together. And the Ptolemaic era is 332 BCE is when it started.
That's crazy.
See, so how can you say 1400 equates to 300? Y'all niggas is retarded.
Man.
That's what the stop and listen. You got 2 ears. Listen.
Nobody wants to see. You go everywhere. Nobody is listening to this garbage, bro.
Man, go, man.
The abandonment happens instantly. It is out of nowhere. They cannot explain why this area was abandoned after it was rustling
and what year was that abandonment? Indigenous in the 1400s.
What was that?
When was this abandonment he talking about in the virus?
I'm not sure about that one.
What abandonment is he talking about? Is he talking about the same one we talking about earlier? The Hyksos?
Oh, you mean the
expulsion? Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what he talking about.
I don't know if you're talking about that or not. I don't know. You know, they just need to explain it. You know what I'm saying? But he's just talking. And I know Varus is in Egypt, but I'm thinking it's down near the fingers, where down in the lower Nile, where it goes into the Mediterranean. But I could be wrong.
All right, let's see.
I could be wrong.
Okay, because let's see. This dude making shit up.
Let's see that.
Pushing and popping the whole time. All of a sudden, they just abandon it. That's what the archaeology shows. That's not what I
question,
say.
quick question. Quick question. Which abandonment are you referring to?
Right. That's what we want to know.
Out of all the ones we talked about, and then you continue.
I'm talking about the abandonment of 1446.
You see what I'm saying, Indigenous? So who cares about that abandonment if it had nothing to do with the goddamn Exodus, nigga? The Exodus in the Bible. But you already said no, we need to re-narrate the biblical narrative into this narrative. Did you not?
But the conversation is about the Exodus, and
Right.
he's talking about something totally different.
There you go. But he's trying to trick people. Here's an Exodus right here. You see? Come on, bro. You get destroyed and you bring this to me in a debate, man.
The Avaris area.
He made that shit.
Right. You the Sabio, look, goddamn. Yeah, I'd have called Sabio right now, baby. You remember this?
I'm lost.
I did. Well, I made it
46.
Yeah, because you're not talking about no Exodus, the Moses Exodus, nigga. Your dumb ass.
They trying to make it fit though, JJ. If it don't fit, you must quit.
Right, but he said it. We need to re-narrate. I'm gonna clip that. We need to re-narrate the biblical narrative to fit this narrative.
Yeah. Let's rewrite the Bible real quick, y'all.
Mm-hmm. We the new Torah Knights.
Slow gases, man. Slow gases.
We the new Torah.
Now you see, JJ. Like I said, JJ didn't believe me at first, y'all. He didn't believe me that these niggas was stealing my information.
Not all you.
Yeah.
They ain't
stealing your information. And now that he's been around me a little bit longer, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see.
A couple years now. Now all of a sudden he sees. As soon as it didn't say something, they trying to present it. You got people with other platforms trying to present it. And it ain't these little whack platforms. It's the bigger platforms. You know what I'm saying? The ones to be the big platforms. Judah, I mentioned Judah just a little bit ago. He's a medium platform. But people like that. You come out with something, eugenics or something like that, and then they start regurgitating Bloom and Bach and Galton, but they don't know how all this shit fits together. They can't explain, put it in order, put it on the right timeline where it's supposed to be. And timelines are very important. Like I've been teaching for years, you got to be able to put it on the right timeline. If you talk about 1920, I can bring up eugenics. I can bring up Woodrow Wilson. I can bring up all kinds of different things that's going on at that time. Some right before the Great Depression. You know what I'm saying? So, you got to be able to put shit on the right timeline, yo.
All right, let's keep going.
Wait, I made it.
We're over getting beat up.
Not the first person I've had this conversation with about 14. There's another person who supports this 1446. His name is Jeet.
Are you sure? Are you sure I made it up? Hold on. Since you said I made it up, now what you do is go to Manfred B. Tech, capital of the Hyksos, and if you're
Manfred B. Tech, please, Greg. If you ever, you already said you would. You don't want to debate me. I don't blame you, especially with this. You was just barking in the audience. You see, I'd be up there ready to debate. set the show up, set the date. What time is we gonna debate? You see? You got this, he up here talking about some goddamn Manfred B. Tech. And then how you proving the Exodus, bro? What Exodus? The hell you talking about? But we need to re-narrate the bill.
Even with your Varus, Varus, like I said, Thebes is, I mean, if you look up Thebes on the map, you know what I'm saying? All that explains what I'm talking about, but they can't even, they thinking we still stuck in Egypt. See what I'm saying? Just Varus, Thebes, Egypt, but it's you're going toward Nubia. And see, during the time of the Hyksos, Akhmos and Kamos was having difficulties from the Hyksos and the Nubians. All right, the Cushites, the lower groups, below, Nubia. They were being, they had enemies on both sides. They had enemies in Upper Egypt, and they had enemies, down south of Cush, right? So all of that comes into play. Komos or Akhmos, one of them, intercepted a letter going from the Hyksos, trying to get the Nubia or the people in the south below Nubia to join them in the war against Kamos and Akhmos, and he intercepted the letter and thwarted the plan. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So when Akhmos took over, he went down and dealt with the people below Nubia first, and then he went up and dealt with the people in Upper Egypt, who were the Hyksos.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, JJ.
Smart enough to read a stratigraphy map, it'll show you what time period this abrupt abandonment happened. I dare you to go do it.
This nigga dumb as hell.
Okay, Exodus, right?
I'm in the car.
So Anonymous, can I ask you a question? So you just said that it happened abruptly and they can't explain it, right? So if they can't explain it, how are you explaining it?
That's another.
The Maston questionnaire got you.
That's another excellent question. That's another excellent
Let's
question.
hear the answer.
The way I explain it, or the reason that I do it, is because I've read works by Dr. Scott Stripling.
Oh God. Dr. Scott Stripling, Manfred B. Tech. I mean, shut up, nigga.
How long has this been since he came on? About a half an hour, and we ain't learned a damn thing.
We ain't learned a damn thing. Just running his mouth. I see why you stay anonymous, nigga. Yeah. Damn. I would show. Hey.
When you come on.
Yeah.
When you dealing with the fact checker anonymous, you can't be lying around here, brother. Because I will go at you. That's the only reason why I'm going at you, though.
Yeah, fact checker.
You know that.
And the debate police.
Playing the victim, throwing slurs, then play the victim when somebody comes in throwing slurs at you, and then like I said, right here showing, like I said, y'all ain't up on point. Ain't y'all really in the right area. So I don't know why it takes you a half an hour to come on and say something.
He ain't said nothing. Look, let's continue.
I'm hitting him in the head in 2 minutes with the actual history,
right?
Where y'all couldn't even get it together.
Because you really made me realize that he was in the wrong timeline.
Yep.
So now you really in some goddamn trouble.
Works by Manfred B. Tech that talk about why.
I mean,
and even
we love him some Manfred B. Tech, yo.
Douglas Petrovich, as to why this area was abandoned, and they go into different explanations. And then the main reason I use the main.
See, what explanation? He don't go into that. Look, this dude's a joke.
The main reason I say this happened is because not only do they abandon it and they sacrifice sheep, goats, and a bunch of other animals in the first year of their life. Once again,
what that mean? Whoa, what that mean? What that mean?
That equates to the story of Moses when just like it's true. Just like with Herod and Jesus, right? When Jesus ran into Egypt because Herod was, he killed the firstborn, He killed the kids, not the firstborn. I'm sorry. He killed the kids, all the males from 2 and under. When Herod was Herod did that also. But that's when, they tried to keep it. That's why Moses was in that reed basket.
What that got to do with Moses, bro?
According to the scripture, that's why he was in that reed basket, because he was going to kill that firstborn who was, supposed to prophesy.
So what the sheep?
To the people.
Okay, but what the sheep got to do with it right now? Right now, no.
I think they killed the firstborn animals also.
Who did?
The firstborn animals also at that time.
He's saying they was doing it themselves.
Oh shit!
Here, I rewind it.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Look. He just run his mouth. Look. He just run his goddamn mouth. Look, listen.
And they go into different explanations. And then the main reason I say this happened is because not only do they abandon it and they sacrifice sheep, goats, and a bunch of other animals in the first year.
So these Hyksos, right, were sacrificing goats and sheep. But this is around Jacob's time. What the hell does this got to do with it? So what do that mean? How are you equating that to the biblical Exodus? Well, right. You're gonna re-narrate the biblical narrative to fit this narrative. That's what came out of your mouth. Did it?
The better question is, how can you put Moses on Jacob's timeline?
When you show that video,
that's indigenous talking though. I'm saying that this is Jacob's timeline, and I'm saying I can't prove any of this, but I'm giving you the reason why I believe what I believe, and the faith that I have in the scriptures, where I go with the scriptures, and also I go by the writings of the people who were in that time, who were actually going through this, like Komos and Komos and his stele, and then come on, y'all. That was them going against the Hyksos. So, like I said, and then Sesostris was 1900 BCE, 1913. All right, that's the 12th dynasty. All right, 1913 BCE. So then we go to we got 12. Okay, 13th would be 18. 14th would be 17, 15, 16, 16, 1700s. 18th is.
Hey, he done took off his shoes and socks, y'all. Trying to count.
So no, I'm just saying. I'm just counting down for y'all.
I know you took your shoes and socks off.
1900. You saying it's 1400 BCE, right? Okay. So what's 12th dynasty to the 17th dynasty, y'all? That's 500 years, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so 500 from 19 is 1400. All right. So you're equating this to the Hyksos, probably around the time of the Hyksos. And like I said,
bro,
in my opinion, if I was doing the math, there was a flood during the time of Amenhotep the Third. So where's the flood at in the
14? Yeah,
right. Where? No. I mean, where is the mass exodus? There's the exodus of the Hyksos. So I was saying, maybe that could be a time. I was questioning myself in the Bible on which timeline was it. But the drought and all that stuff, equates more to Jacob to me.
There wasn't no flood, bro.
But the Hyksos and that would be Jacob's time to me, in my opinion. And that's all we have.
Their life.
None of us prove none of this shit. Ain't none of us prove none of it.
Once again,
give us
showing
3
material.
Give us 3.
Once again, I just gave you 3.
What's that?
No, so that's good. No, that's good.
Give us
That's
3.
good.
Hey man, this story y'all got is all out of order.
Hey, look, bro. Hey,
Hold
look.
on.
I love y'all, man.
You run it. See? Man, come on, bro. And smashing this story out of order. You can't fool us, bro.
I would love to have this conversation with
It's
you.
all good,
I
but
would
the
love to have
story
this
out of order.
conversation with you.
You don't have to
I
go
would
no
love to have
place,
this
bro.
conversation.
He running.
Man, like y'all cats is out of control.
Well, let us
man.
respond
You
though.
know why he running? Because he's not over there where he got a Heckle and Jekyll goddamn crowd with him. See, he a fish out of water when he goes somewhere else. Look at him running.
Because of some of the stuff you said.
I ain't got time for nonsense.
Hopefully you can keep listening.
Question.
Hopefully you can keep listening. You always welcome to come back. It's good. But listen,
I'm gonna keep listening, bro.
okay,
Just go
check
ahead,
this
man.
out.
Y'all
Look
out of
how y'all
control.
story keep hopping all over the place. This is what I'm saying because you said 1446, right? Real quick, let's just do. Oh yeah, Morpheus.
That was good.
No, Morpheus. You was about to go. I forgot. Go ahead, Morpheus.
Well, I'm sorry. So listen, he's got to get over it. But my question is I always think I say, so if all scholars look at the same data, all doing analysis of the same exact data, shouldn't they all conclude the same exact thing?
That is another great question. And the answer is to that is no. That's a great question. Right?
Okay.
No, I'm on the phone, son. Let me answer that. I love that question. Thank you for asking.
Man, shut up.
That question. The reason is because the Bible is involved, right? And that's the short and skinny of it. So like I said, when you're with B-Tech, he'll tell you, if you watch the documentary Patterns of Evidence, he says we see all of the evidence for the Exodus, but I can't say that this is the Exodus because I don't believe it's in the right time period. They're arguing for the Ramesside Exodus because of the anachronistic words like Ramesses, Pithom, and Ramesses.
So he's arguing. He's saying that you're saying that the Hyksos was the Israelites. But the crazy part, there is nowhere in the Bible saying that Israelites ruled Egypt.
No.
You're done.
And because the Hyksos was an amalgamation of people, that, you know, I mean, how do you know what I'm saying? And like I said, you're in, all the way up to Russia, coming down, you know, east of Greece, and then coming down to Israel and all that. Who's to say that some of the Greeks wasn't picked up on their way down? And then when they got to Israel, to say that some of the people from Israel didn't leave with them, and, you know, and they knew of Jacob. Because Jacob, there was a Pharaoh who knew Jacob not. So Amenhotep, and Thutmose, I believe that they're descendants of the Amos brothers. You know that clan, the natives. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So the ones who didn't know Jacob would be the native people or the native families who ruled Egypt before they was taken over. You understand? So that would make the Hyksos, to me, be the people who knew Jacob because they came down through Israel. It's an amalgamation of all of those groups of people. All of those groups of people mixed together, coming down into Israel. And they was, whoever their rulers was, they was just calling them foreign kings. So there's not a lot of information. But I'm sure that we could do a little more research and find out who the Pharaoh or who the name of the Pharaoh of the Hyksos is. It's in Wiki and all that. All of this is documented. Okay, so then that's why I believe that the Hyksos maybe knew of Jacob. You know, because you got the northern half of, you know, well, like I said, up north, you know, all the way up to lower Russia, where they said the Khazars come from. The people could come from there and all the way down. It's an amalgamation of all those people. Assyrians could have been a part of it too. You know what I'm saying? So, and these are different groups of people all, you know, getting together and coming down to take over. It's not just, you know, one particular group. And they'll tell you that, you know, and, you know, what the consensus is, what, you know, most of the scholars say, that that's the way it happened. See, so if you're going to stick with consensus, then stick with what most people are saying. You know, I mean, you know, most of the scholars, because not a lot of people, you know, put all this together like that. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I mean, you just got to, you know, like I said, man, and it shows your research is not on point, and you're not asking the right questions. Because where's the fucking flood during the Hyksos? Tell me where it says the Hyksos went through a flood.
There is no flood.
Well, I mean, not a flood, but you know, a mass exodus of the Israelites.
Yeah.
Because if Jacob is the first one to be named Israel, so
who the proto-Israelites?
That starts with him.
He said that but they're saying
and he went through a famine. He predicted a famine in his dream for the Pharaoh.
Right.
See, so there was a famine during the Hyksos time.
Yeah.
See, but the mass exodus. This is not of Jews. This is not of not unless you're saying all these people came down and converted, to Judaism. Is what you're saying. On their way through, they all converted. So they got to Israel. They all started converting to being Israelites. But you didn't have Israelites until you had Jacob, who was considered Israel, who was given the name Israel.
Shit crazy.
You see what I'm saying?
It don't make sense.
That's the skinny of it, right?
That's
there's
the
skinny of it.
And this is 1446, right?
Please don't watch patterns of evidence.
They got you on them years, man.
Please don't watch patterns of evidence. No one on this.
Yeah, I don't think that patterns of evidence. I don't think that patterns of evidence proves the Exodus. I'm just telling you what he said in the documentary. Right. That's all.
Okay, but who brought back real quick, Morpheus? Who brought back the 80,000 Canaanites?
I want to say that's Amenhotep II.
I knew it. I knew he was gonna say that.
How did you know he was gonna say that?
Because it happened.
Because no, actually, because there's a pseudo, there's another pseudo named Najee Hawkins who pushes the same narrative.
Let me ask you
this. See when they get cornered. Let me ask you a question. And let me ask you. Nah. Stay right here. Deal with what I'm talking about. Then after you deal with what I'm talking about, then you ask a question.
No, he's not a scholar.
Written?
No,
is it written on the walls of Kemet?
So no.
Is it written on the walls of Kemet?
No, not that I'm aware of.
You sure?
I don't know. Is it? That's one of them. I'm not a Kemetic.
I
don't like Fabio. You out your knowledge grade right now.
Oh, you tell us where you found it at, yo. Why don't you tell us where it's at?
Nah, I'll say that for these debates.
You see? But he's not gonna have a debate with anybody. He want to save it. What you saving it for the debate? Because if the information is valid and good, you can say it now, and then you can say it in the debate, and then you can say it after the debate. But in the debate, I told him he couldn't deal with this before the debate, during the debate, and he ain't dealing with it after the debate. Like Cedric and what JUJU do. They don't deal with. You could tell them before the debate, during the debate, after the debate, they still ain't gonna deal with what you bring out.
Where is that, yo?
We're gonna say that for Garfield.
We're gonna say that for Garfield.
But yeah, y'all actually
want to save it for Garfield. What you saving it for?
Where I heard it from, so I told y'all where I heard it from.
You heard it from nobody. That's what you're asking.
Another pseudo that pushes the same narrative that he's.
You heard it from nobody, but you have to.
So now Isabel is trying to tell him where he heard it from before, and what they do, they want to overtalk you because they don't want you to be. They don't want to be exposed. Look at him. Watch.
Najee Hawkins. He wrote a paradigm shift.
You want to come in and interrupt you, then the other he'll stop, and the other one will jump in.
I will say this.
We don't care. We're talking about primary source.
Here's the funny thing.
These ain't no primary source.
I'm sorry, Morpheus. Go ahead, Morpheus. Go ahead,
I'm sorry, family. Now I'm listening to your argument, right? It's very.
It's a solid argument. It's a solid argument. You can use that.
What?
I like it, but it's solid.
What's solid about your argument, bro? Manfred B. Tech versus the Bible, y'all.
Wait, no. I'm listening to it. I'm taking it in. So my question now at this point, as I'm saying, is would you consider that the argument is being based on circumstantial evidence? Because it's not direct evidence.
I did it first, but I would say now that it's a preponderance of evidence, right? And once I give y'all a presentation, then that's what
preponderance of evidence. Where?
I would say, right?
Okay,
When I first started studying it,
I'm sorry. The reason why I asked the question, because a lot of times in a lot of these conversations, people always present, not saying you, but just people in general say, I have evidence, blah, blah, blah. So the first thing comes to my mind is, what kind of evidence are we talking about? Because there's many kinds of evidence.
Right.
I mean, look, bad evidence is still evidence.
I agree.
That's true.
I agree. I just think now we got to be honest and say that there is some merit to my argument, right? And here's my only argument. I want to make this clear, that those remaining Semites that stayed after the expulsion of the Hyksos, and if you want to say that the Hyksos never existed in that respect, I'm not going to argue with you, right? But whoever those foreign rulers was, whatever your name for those are, that got ran out and chased all the way up to Shahruhim, those people left, right? Those people clearly left, and then Amos went up there and finished them off, went up there and laid them out, right? What he was supposed to do. But
that's when your arguments start falling apart, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, here's where my argument makes sense.
All right.
Those nomadic Israelites, as a matter of fact, can I ramble? Can y'all give me the floor to just lay down?
2 minutes.
You see, indigenous? That's what he want to do. Ramble. Mix up timelines.
You got to know when to hold
right.
Know when to fold them. Know when to stop talking. And know when to run. You never count your sources.
Damn.
Like you can talk in absolutes. There'll be time enough counting when a nigga shoots the truth.
Come on, bro.
That's my remix. I'm gonna make a movie about some of these niggas, and Honest will be in it, and we're gonna call it The Rambler.
The Rambler.
Not the Gambler.
The Rambler.
not the Gambler.
Right.
The
Rambler. Starring anonymous Black Jedi Hebrew. Of course, you'll never see his face on the screen.
Give him 2 minutes. Just give him 2 minutes, then we get Brother Reggie.
You want to ramble?
Brother Reggie respond after this if you want to.
2 minutes, you can understand. Give me 2 minutes.
We're getting beat up.
Right? So this is the point that Yara keeps trying to make to y'all. The Hekakasu were the first people, or these foreign rulers from Syro-Palestine are the first people that oppressed the nomadic Semite. The nomadic Semite is what comes in during the Middle Kingdom, right? That would be the time of quote unquote Joseph. I'm not going to argue about whether he existed or not. That's a whole nother conversation, right? But that would be that time period where these nomads come in. But these Syro-Palestinian Semites come in because they already have trade with Egypt. They've been heavily influenced by Egypt. They come in with an Egyptian type material culture, and they began to run roughshod and become overlords over those nomadic Israelites. So after the destruction of the Syro-Palestinian Semite, those nomadic Semites still remain. And those are the actual people, the agriculturists, the people who are watching after the sheep and animals. Those are the people who abandoned Avaris abruptly in 1446. And so that's why I say my argument is, scholastically and archaeologically, we have that argument, right? And I'm actually writing the papers and talking to the scholars, since Garfield likes to play this, and you'll be able to see those interviews as well, right? You're not the only person that can go talk to scholars. You're not the only person that went to college.
Scholar. You only said one scholar. That's the guy you
I said,
using.
okay, so I said B-Tech, I said Scott Stripling, I can give you Bryant Woods. I mean, we could really start to have a conversation, right? But I don't want to give away all my sources until I go into these debates.
Scott Stripling, pseudo ass.
Scott Stripling is a PhD.
You don't even know what Scott Stripling does.
You don't even know what Scott Stripling is, bro.
Oh, hold on. So can I respond to that?
No.
It sounds like Avaris is like that last push. Maybe that Avaris talking point is correct. It pushes that last push, pushing them out, because Como started pushing them out, but he only had a 5-year reign. Remember, he died 5 years after he took reign. So you got to remember that. But yeah, that could be that last push of pushing the Hyksos out of Egypt with, using the army and stuff. All right.
No. What does Scott Stripling do?
So we running off on a tangent. That don't even really matter.
Right.
And so
that's what he do.
I'm just gonna say you made up a lot of things there.
Damn. You see? We know you make stuff up, bro.
Whole nomadic semi-oppression theory is made up. There's no textual evidence of that because the Hyksos wasn't writing nothing in that time period. And so we always
I told you, man.
Deal with the Egyptian text canon, and there's no record of saying the Hikakasu is oppressing the Aamu, and we need to that's a thing. And so if you, I know you got a lot of scholarship, but inside that scholarship, maybe you could present a source on this.
Because he said, there you go, right there, you know. I'm not sure if that's what he's talking about. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're saying there ain't no writings about this. And this Stele Acomos is in the Luxor, Luxor, Luxor Museum to this day.
It's not nomadic, Semitic oppressed theory. Now we made a mistake earlier about Avaris and the location of Avaris and saying that that was Pi Ramses. Anybody could do a Google search and see that that ain't true. But what happens is when Pi Ramses was built to monitor Hyksos. So it was built close to it. You see what I'm saying? But we obviously got to have Ramses around in order to have a
High Ramses, right?
House of or Pi Ramses. You know what I'm saying? So then we jump up into another time period that's very far away from the main exposure that you keep referencing. And now, if you talk about 1446, you're talking about Hatshepsut. You know what I'm saying? But then you say this workforce had to be replaced. That was a workforce of 680,000 that was brought in by Amenhotep. We jumping all over. We skipping hundreds.
Well, he messed it up too.
Oh shit! I counted the years for Sesostris down to the Agmos and Kamos, right? 500 years.
Yeah.
You know, if you count 12 down to 17. Because their rule lasted from not 12, like they were at questioning, but 14th to the 17th, the late 17th dynasty. So maybe late 14th to late 17th dynasty. So that's them ruling those dynasties for 300 years under the Hyksos rulers. And then, so if I counted 500 years from Sesostris, the 12th dynasty pharaoh who split Nubian, basically in half, and called the lower half Kush with the K. That's where they got that name, Kush with the K. But anyway, like I said, that I counted those years now. So that's Akmos and Kamos. That ain't what Smash is saying.
Hundreds of years when we do this, you know what I'm saying? And that's why there's so many holes in the argument.
Yeah,
John, great point, Smash. Great point, Smash. Great point. Stay on that. Stay on that.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to all of that?
No. Let Reggie go.
Yeah, let the rest of the panel say something.
Let Reggie go.
Nah, you've been talking all day.
Yeah, that's what we try to tell them. You talk too much.
Oh, it's real simple. So the more that we do this work on both sides, the more it moves away from the Bible narrative.
Right.
Right?
And that's fine.
And
what do you mean it's fine? You can't even go into the Bible.
Interesting.
So yes. So so this whole thing about Jacob and ultimately to getting into his not predecessors, but his heirs getting into Egypt and all of this stuff. Now the religiousness goes away. I don't mind having these conversations, but you on the other side as the Hebrews, you know that the more that you actually do this work and you move it from the biblical narrative, right? You if you have any faith, right? It's going to how can I say, you can't have faith anymore in the book. You can have a historical kind of faith, but the book is how can I say is falling to ash, right? It's the book is not, because now the book is reliable. And so while you're doing this work and you're finding these things, you are making your book, if that's what you follow, less and less reliable, because now you have to look at the historical record, and the biblical record doesn't do that for you. So this whole thing, so all this thing about replacing the workforce and back and forth, then you're losing this Abraham stuff.
Right, because he's re-narrating the biblical narrative to fit that narrative. Didn't y'all hear him?
You're losing the Jacob and the Joseph stuff. All of that now is lost, and so when we
oh, shit. It's lost. You got to stick to the biblical narrative. But he told y'all what he's on here doing. He's a revisionist.
Started this argument, this conversation earlier before you came on, Anonymous. We were talking about eponymous ancestors. So now we know why eponymous ancestors exist, because they serve as a placeholder to fuse lots of ideas, right? So we're getting to a point, and I like the point, where both sides are looking for history, but the ancient Egyptians luckily have a lot of the records.
Is Reggie losing his eyesight? Why are you squinting?
Outside of that, we have to look at the Hittite records, and we have to look at some of the other types of records to find what you have to find. We don't have to find, because you have to defend your faith or make sense of it. We don't have to on our side. We're good where we are. We're just saying to you is get your stuff together.
Hold up.
Well, let me say this to you, Reggie.
Elder,
in response to that.
Go ahead, Indigenous. Remember, we're not we focusing on them. We focusing on Anonymous. Yeah, go ahead, man. We can bang on them later.
Sounds good, but I don't know how he's equating the Hittites and Abraham and all that to this story.
No. You missed his whole point. He said your whole biblical. If the Bible ain't saying it, bro, and then you find it, and you try to change timelines and all that, it messes up your Bible narrative. This is what he said. But I said, didn't y'all hear him when he said he come on the show? He's going to re-narrate the biblical narrative to fit this narrative, which he's shoehorning the biblical narrative into this narrative, because he's lying.
Changing
that's why Reggie said that.
His narrative. Yeah.
That's why Reggie said that.
Let me say this to you in response to that. I heard you say earlier in this whole eponymous conversation that no one in the Bible existed or can be proven. Well, that's incorrect, because we do have attestations of King Taharka, which we know was a real person.
Okay, brother. King Taharka is not one of the main characters in this book, starting from Adam all the way to Jesus. When they say they want you to prove they want you to prove these characters, applying a historical figure to characters that you don't even really know exist, don't count. Because the main characters in the book is not Taharka. It's Adam and Noah and Moses and Isaac and Jacob and Jesus and Paul and all these cats. When they say they want you to show proofs of the Bible and the stories of these people, that's what you need to do. You can't bring in no Taharka. That's just the whoever wrote the book knew that he was real and added them to these people that you don't even got real proof for.
Actually being involved with King Hezekiah. We actually have King Jehu, right, of the Amorite dynasty. We do have primary source evidence for that. So now you must tell us who their ancestors were and who they claim that their ancestors were. They didn't just pop up out the ground. Where did they come from?
Well, that's the word eponymous.
Can you respond to Smash?
No. We just established on this panel That eponymous does not mean they neither existed nor didn't exist, and we can rock with that for the sake of this conversation.
It's the name.
But if you
hold on, no, that's easy, Reggie. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Okay.
If you say no one in the Bible ever existed, but we have primary source evidence that they did, then who are these people claiming their ancestors to be, and who did these people come from?
So when you mentioned Hezekiah and Taharka, and if we put the same analysis that your question requires on both of them, we will find Taharka's lineage written in ancient Egyptian texts, his predecessors, his tombs, his statues, and all of that stuff. If we put the same scrutiny to Hezekiah, we're gonna fall short. I think is he in the lineage of David?
Yes, he is he would be in the lineage of David.
Yeah, so we're gonna fall short when we start going back to see his predecessors. You see what I mean? And so
but we have to, but we do know, Jonathan, he had to have ancestors. Who
were
they? Is the question.
He definitely did.
You keep saying eponymous, but Hezekiah gives us the name of his ancestors.
So I agree with you.
So don't try to get off the topic. Let's get back to the Exodus. Let's get back to that.
On that, Yara, but here's the thing. Is when we establish that when you get to a point that the ancestors could be real or not real in the nature of that word eponymous. Of course they had ancestors, but we talking about the forefathers who are made up characters. You see what I mean? And so
you can't make, but that's an absolute you can't make. Yeah, because if they're saying,
absolutely all of the forefathers aren't real. Name a forefather who's real.
Jonathan, if they're saying if
real.
we have a real person, right? Whether it's about oral tradition, which we see many times occurring right today in Africa, in many African tribes. Hold on.
Let him finish.
Hold on. If they're saying by their oral tradition that this is who their ancestors are, how do you make an absolute to say that they're not? Hold on. Let me continue, right? Let's go with King Jehu in the Amorite dynasty, right? We have many attestations, extra biblical sources, and other cultures. The Syrian cultures said that they deal with these Asiatic people.
But they're not the forefathers, man.
Listen,
son. Would y'all be quiet?
Listen, son. What we're saying is that they didn't just
dialogue, man.
Out the air. He had to have a mother. His mother had to have a mother. His mother had to have a mother, and their mother had to have a mother. Now, why do we get off when it comes to this Asiatic narrative that we can simply dismiss their oral tradition?
No, we're not disagreeing.
When we come to the oral traditions of Africans, where they had virtually no writings, we still hold on to their oral traditions. You know why? Because you guys have a confirmation bias.
No, that's not true. What happens is when we go into oral tradition, there's no proof that people are who they say they were. That's all it is.
And so you can't say they didn't exist. That's the point. I mean,
some could question it. So let's look at this. Let's go back to Taharka.
You can't make absolutes.
All of his, he told you he came from Pianki and all of them people. We see they writings and they attestations, so we would be harder pressed to say he was lying.
You're moving the goalpost, Jonathan.
No, I'm still dealing with Taharka.
You cannot you cannot make an absolute and say that these people, ancestors and their old traditions are not real.
No, it's not absolute. But we're saying the probability, the probability comes in more when you don't have archaeology. That's all I'm saying.
All it is saying, this is what that's what you believe.
Yes.
So you're in the same. So you're in the same. Hold on.
The evidence of absence.
Right. Exactly. Now,
no.
You guys are in the same argument. Hold on.
Do you have archaeology?
Hold on, no, you're not.
So let's go one at a time. Let's let Elder finish so that the next person can chime in.
You're in the same boat. You're in the same boat with the rest of us, according to your stance, if you say it's simply a belief. Because without absolution, all you have is belief. Right? Isn't that you guys' argument?
No, I mean that don't really work.
So it's no such thing as facts. That's not how.
Let's deal with what we started with. All right, and then we're gonna let Mr. Rich go. I want to hear from Mr. Rich, but let's just deal with this. Just to lay out the argument.
Prudence that I can on this panel.
Okay, let's lay out the argument. You started with Taharka and Hezekiah as the people that we could know that is real in the Bible. And so I just laid out parameters.
Okay. I want to hear about the Exodus. Hold up.
You're doing is misusing Manfred B-Tack. So what I'm gonna do, ladies and gentlemen,
Garfield came back. Yeah, you up here misusing old Manfred. Get him, Garfield. I know the nigga was lying. Hey, look. Oh, here we go. Look, Garfield back on the scene.
You're doing is misusing Manfred B-Tack. So what I'm gonna do?
What he doing, Garfield? What he doing? Hold up, Garfield. What he doing, Garfield?
You're doing is misusing Manfred B-Tack. So what I'm gonna do, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna put my thoughts on pause, and what I'm gonna do is invite.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. That's where I got that ladies and gentlemen from. I like Garfield, ladies and gentlemen. I got that from him. I told him. At least I did tell him I got it from him. You hear me? You know?
Yeah. You get credit.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, that's Garfield shit.
Both of them to when I interview Manfred B-Tack to be on the panel, and I want him to repeat the same thing they're saying about his work because he does not agree with the works that they're saying. I'm out. Peace.
Okay, now can I respond? Yeah, bet.
Hey, I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm gonna hold you to that.
Yeah, I don't have no problem with Garfield.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
Hey, look, yeah, and you can do that, and you'll actually end up seeing me probably interviewing myself. And here's why.
I got you.
Because once again,
he ain't got no channel to interview nobody. That's been 2 years ago. Where the hell is Manfred B-Tack?
He gonna interview himself. You always ask the right questions. What you doing, man?
What you doing tonight? I'm interviewing himself.
I gotta give Reggie some credit. Reggie did say Jacob though. He said Jacob, but then he went off to Abraham and the Hittites, and I was like, oh hell, man! Now he went southwest to Louisiana.
No, he was just saying. I get what.
He's about to break into the Homo habiligantis, and Neanderthal.
Manfred B-Tack. I'm gonna look up this goddamn Manfred B-Tack. Your goddamn master teacher.
Again, B-Tech's work, like I told you, I use B-Tech's work for the archaeology. I don't use B-Tech's work to say that he talking about the proto-Israelites. This has been.
Bro, you all over the goddamn place.
So he doesn't agree with
the entire time.
So he doesn't agree with you at that point.
Right. And I told you why he doesn't agree. Now, Mr. Rich, why did I tell you that he doesn't agree?
Now remind me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for letting me know that you didn't give a damn enough about what I was saying.
I didn't remind me, man. I knew it was bullshit. I knew it was bullshit.
Oh, okay. So this is what he said.
He knew it was bullshit.
This is literally what he says verbatim out of his mouth. He says that he can't call this the Exodus because it's in the wrong time period. And like I told y'all, this is the argument in scholarship.
Well, that's what I've been saying the whole time.
The actual.
So what you trying to do? What you trying to change the time period? I thought they counted from Abraham all the way up to you know. Oh, I mean, bro. I mean, what do you? I don't know what this dude doing, man.
Isaac and then Jacob, Abraham, Isaac.
Yeah, then they counted all that, bro. And you know. Yeah, I think I talked about that in the video we about to watch next. I'm just trying to see if he getting beat up more over here, you know. But they ain't going for it, man. We ain't either.
Of the so now let's get back to your point. Have you done enough conversation and study?
No, you should be out here teaching us about your evidence. But now he went, well, you haven't done the research. And nah, bro, we ain't trying to hear that. Look, watch.
On this conversation to know when the actual biblical chronological arguments are for the dating of the Exodus.
So how did you get the real time?
Now you're going back to the Bible? I thought you were we're gonna re-narrate the biblical narrative to fit this narrative. That came out of your mouth. I got it on tape. I got a witness right here, and didn't say he heard it.
Yeah, he
saying he's basically, this is the one point that, I'll agree with Not everything else is just, it's a lot of talk. But the one point, like I said with Reggie, where he said Jacob, I'm saying I'm not going totally against you guys, but he's saying what I'm saying is the wrong time. It is not the time of the Exodus. That is the time of Jacob.
No.
In my opinion, he's saying that it's not the right timeline. Now, as far as that goes, that's where he agrees with what I said, how I was aligning it with the Bible. But that's the only thing so far.
So you didn't hear him today. You must didn't hear him today. He said the Exodus happened around 1450, the BC, and around that area.
Well, see, that's what I just showed you that's wrong.
Well, I'm just trying to tell you what he's saying, bro.
We're talking about 12th dynasty, JJ.
I heard all that. I get that part. Comos and Stomos and Rolling Stomos, all them cats. I heard all that. Most. I heard you. I understand that part. But he, on Judah's show tonight, he said this is when it happened. So he's off. So why is he?
That would be Comos' time. So you're right. I would believe that he's off because that would be Comos and Atmos' time. You know what I'm saying? That would be their time. So.
Well,
that's the Hicks. That's not the Exodus.
Then he was talking about some Amaru people was the Israelites, and so he's talking about some goddamn Edomites. Yeah. According to your biblical verbiage. Yeah, I got. Wait till we show the. I'm gonna show the other video.
How did you get it? Bite. Line it up. Biblical.
Take off on your bike, nigga.
Narrative again, actually.
Take off on your bike.
Using archaeology, anthropology, and sociology.
He thinks he's using anthropology, sociology. He think they make him sound intelligent, y'all. Ain't back none of this with anthropology. None of your whole story. Now you're switching it up. You say you can prove the Exodus, but then you want to come out talking about some people that got kicked out, ran up out of there.
Equating the Exodus to Atmos and Cosmos.
I mean, just doing too much. And we ain't supposed to decipher this, man. Come on, bro.
To date the things that they are saying. So, for instance, Garfield said this. We know that the Israelites are real people. So we walk all the way backwards to the first time we know we can prove it, and that takes us to 1st century AD, right? So we start in 1st century AD.
What? And I don't understand your methodology by starting back from the 1st century AD. I remember me and you crossed paths before you said that.
We start to walk our way backwards, right? So we walk our way backwards. We keep walking backwards, like Yara said. Then we get to the time period of Hezekiah. Then we get to the time period of all of these different people. And then when we get to a certain point in time, now that's where we got to start to use the archaeology, because the later you go in antiquity, pretty much the only people you're going to get a whole bunch of records from are the Egyptians and the Assyrians in this area. And so what we do then is use their records, and then we look at all the things that we see happening in the Jordan Valley. But we also have to use the biblical narrative, at least for the outline. So for instance, the biblical narrative says 480 years before the building of Solomon's temple, that's when the Exodus happened. That would place that in 1446.
Where is temple at? They doing tours there. We can go see it. How come Tazariak? You know how Jabari taking people to go to? Is Tazariak and them taking people to Solomon's temple, nigga? Where it at?
6. So according to the biblical narrative,
where it at? Digits, where it at?
I'm not sure. I have to look it up, but that's sort of like them
Come on,
destroying in Jesus' time when they destroyed Titus and them destroyed the second temple. Titus was 1970, and then 1970. I said 1970. 70 AD was Titus when Titus was doing it. But
that's Solomon's temple right there. Is that Solomon's? Was that Solomon's temple right there? The one
No. I was just saying like how the second temple was destroyed. But I know about that story, but I don't know about the Solomon Temple being destroyed. I'm not too familiar with that.
I mean, is that the same temple? They call that one the same temple?
No. That's way before.
Where the Solomon Temple at, nigga?
Solomon way before Jesus.
I'm talking about where the temple at.
That's 70 AD.
Where does that temple at?
You know, Rome and them did all that.
Right.
That was when Rome.
Where is Solomon Temple at, nigga? Come on, man. You gotta stop playing. All right, let's go.
The Exodus happened in 1446 because
the Exodus happened. See? But those were okay. So our Israelites. Oh man, y'all heard him when he said the Exodus happened. 1446.
Yeah. That's the 18th dynasty. 17th dynasty. 18th dynasty would be 600 years from the 12th dynasty, which is Sosostris. That's what I say. I'm doing that math, going down the pharaohs, not the Bible. I'm going down the list of the pharaohs. So these are the pharaohs of Egypt that I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah, I did that too.
These are not biblical people. These are the pharaohs of the day. And I explained to you, Sosostris was 12th. Then there's the 13th dynasty, and then the Hyksos took over like in the late 14th dynasty and ruled all the way to the late 17th dynasty.
Well, wait a minute. Whoa.
They were ruling Egypt. Part of Egypt, Upper Egypt.
Okay, so when they got kicked, so they didn't get whoa. So they didn't get kicked out to win. These Hyksos. You said the 17th. So what is he talking about? What is supposed
exactly? I did the math for you. I said that's Agmos and Kalmos this time.
This dumbass nigga. All right, let's go.
There is a consensus of scholars, unless you do with the scholars who say Solomon's temple never existed. That's fine. We can have that argument, that conversation too. But even Israel,
you can't prove that neither, man. I mean, you need to stop.
Finkelstein would say,
Israel Finkelstein,
if it did exist, this would be somewhere in that time period, right?
And so 1446. Go ahead.
No. Israel. No, I'm talking about Solomon's temple existing, right? So Solomon's temple existed
400 years before that. You saying
480 years before that? The Bible says that's when the Exodus happened, and so that's how I'm not just shoehorning, right? I'm actually taking the biblical narrative, and then we're looking at archaeological.
Okay. See, I told you. Now you want to go back to the Bible. But the timeline don't fit. What
you can't have Israel without Jacob.
Right.
Moses, let my people go. You're talking about the Israelites, right, JJ?
Yeah.
So how you have Israel before you have Jacob? When Jacob was given the name Israel. Hold up. When Jacob was given the name Israel.
Right.
See? So they're not going by the scriptures either. He's talking like he's just, but he's not aligned with the scriptures correctly. He's putting this before that. You can't put Moses before Jacob.
That's crazy.
Once again.
That's crazy.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen.
As this younger generation saying that's crazy work. That's crazy work. The hell? Yeah. Come on.
Anthropological and sociological.
Anthropology. See, you want to use these words like nigga, shut up.
Evidence to make this argument. You don't have
you gotta
to
pick one real quick, bro. I'm just saying.
Right. Did see, bro? Come on, man.
Because
sociological.
Just how you said the source said that it ain't fitting in the time period. All I'm seeing is we hopping over time periods to different so-called exoduses.
Oh, bet. Yeah. All right. So let me give you this. So this is Pyramesses. All right, I'm gonna read this for you. This is Manfred B. Tech. This you can Google this.
But you just did it again, right?
What did I do?
Because you just jumped from 1446 to Pyramesses.
Right. Yeah, so
I definitely understand it. I understand it more than y'all. 1446 is. Let me show you how much I understand it more than y'all. 1446 is Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut had some Asiatics kicked out. So that don't work for Exodus. If they got kicked out, that's an expulsion.
All right. And so I wanted to come back and address this argument. first off, depending upon high chronology, middle chronology, low chronology, Hatshepsut could be before or after, right? So in my chronology, Hatshepsut is before, right? Because by the time Thutmose III comes in, Hatshepsut reign is over.
Real quick, because you said in my chronology. Just real quick, does that mean you moved Hatshepsut to a different?
I told you, anonymous goof, bro. I told you, bro. You're making stuff. They cut my chronology. See, he making stuff up.
And took over the whole battle.
Like he always do. Because his assertions are so outlandish that, like, damn, bro. Come on, man. So the show's made about him and his goddamn outlandish accusations as far as with this information about the X's and the different time frames. You're mixing it up and Manfred B. Tech. And I mean, bro, you did this 2 years ago and you still saying the same talking points.
Time period?
No. That means
he's rewriting history right now.
See, even dumbass Sabio know it. Shit.
What do you mean by in my chronology?
What do you mean by your chronology? How you gonna get in front of me and debate me and you making stuff up? Come on, bro. I'm gonna use this. Hey, look, y'all, this is what he do. Look, the community put him on trial over there and he failed miserably.
Real quick, what do you mean by in your chronology?
When you know the fishbowl echo chambers, and you got your little buddies over there. Of course, they go, "Oh man, Anonymous is the best thing since sliced bread." But you take that act on the road, you get tomatoes thrown at you.
Right there, and stay right there.
I'm talking about dealing with the high chronology dating of the Egyptian chronology. What I'm talking about.
Then what kind of answer is that? I'm talking about dealing with the high chronology of the Egyptian chronology. What the hell was that?
So in your chronology, is Hatshepsut at 1446? Is Hatshepsut at 1446?
In the high chronology, Hatshepsut's reign ends around 1470, somewhere in that.
So the high chronology, whatever that is, moves Hatshepsut's reign, correct?
Okay, so let's have a question. Whoa, stop. Let's stay right here. Let's stay right here. So Smash is the only real qualified. Smash is the only real qualified. I'm going to answer the question, Mr. Rich. Right? I'm going to answer the question. I'm answering the question. So all Egyptologists will tell you that Egypt either has a high, middle, or low chronology. You can study Kenneth Kitchen. You can study all of these different Egyptologists, right? And so it depends on if you're dealing with a high chronology, low chronology, or middle chronology. And it doesn't change who the pharaoh is.
What did the Bible chronology say about the times of when Jacob was here and when Moses was here? What years are those? And they ain't saying no goddamn Moses was in no 1400s. 1465, bro.
It's changed the dating, and they differ with around 25 years. That's the only difference. 25 you gotta go study this, right? So there's a difference.
Nah, bro, we studied that.
Years.
You just said all Egyptologists.
Okay, well, hold on.
You just made something completely up.
You see? You just made something completely up, bro. Anonymous goof, bro. 89-year goof.
Oh, Jonathan.
Let's stay right here. So
let him finish because he's burying himself. Let him finish.
Let's have some fun.
Grab your shovel.
So Mr. Owens, Mr. Owens, is there attestations of a high, middle, and low chronology amongst Egyptologists?
No, not in mainstream academia. Maybe in fringe Egyptology. Okay. I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
let me answer. David Rawl has one.
I don't deal with David Rawl.
But he does have one.
Let him answer, bro.
Correct? Are we correct?
Because he's all about
you can never get your thought out with this guy. Especially when you correct him, he's gonna keep just running his mouth.
So this is fringe Egyptology.
Look at him. No discipline, no decorum. Can't have a basic conversation with this guy. He think he know everything. Well, and all you're doing is getting caught in a whole bunch of lies.
400 years.
But go ahead.
So what? Bet. So then, what time period would you say that Hatshepsut reigned? So I can deal with your time period.
Yes, I'm gonna use the academic.
Of course, she's 18th dynasty. I'm talking about an actual dating.
Hey,
I'm gonna deal with the academic one.
Indigenous.
Hold on, Asar. Hold on.
Okay,
I know what you're gonna
okay.
say. We've already
You know
done
what
this.
I'm gonna do.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, you know we'll
So
get busy.
you
I ain't got no
said
problem.
1446, right?
He said 1446. He said
That's around Hatshepsut, maybe a little bit before. Wait, hold on. That could be after.
Hey, Indigenous, you there? I see a star. Hold up, a star. Indigenous. He done hung up. Is this showing? I don't see it showing. Hold up. Hey. Is it still showing on the TV?
Yeah.
I couldn't see my screen. I got somebody trying to come in on the panel. Hold up.
Okay. But yeah, you heard the 18th dynasty, and it tells you that Atmos took over in the 18th dynasty, bro.
Oh no, no,
you can look it up. You can wiki that shit, man, and it'll tell you that Atmos took over in the 18th dynasty. So I don't know why they're arguing, you know. But like I said, you know, Smash showed us Deliokomos down in, you know, in the list of sources. He didn't say nothing about it. You just seen it on there, and you're wondering why ain't you adding that to the conversation?
I don't see it. I don't see it.
This is something fresh to all of them, you know. Then they regurgitate, and you can't put it together.
Hold up, bro. I don't see it. I don't see it on the screen. Did I take it off? Add stage.
No.
It's still up there? Hold up.
Listen.
I'm trying to get this, brother. I'm trying to get the thing back up here. Hold up.
You got it up there.
I don't see it from my computer.
You took it off. Now it's off.
All right, hold on. Let's go to the other video. That's enough of that. I want to refresh. Hold up.
It tells you that if you wiki it, family, it tells you that Atmos is the beginning of the 18th dynasty. Now there's a lot, you know, there's more pharaohs within the 18th dynasty. You know, I'm not saying Atmos ruled the whole 18th dynasty, but what I'm saying is the beginning of the 18th dynasty was Atmos. So, you know, some of these people could have came after Atmos, but at the beginning, it was Atmos in the late 17th dynasty when they started taking over. It was Kamos, you know, the last 17th dynasty pharaoh. All right. I'm giving you the lineage of the pharaohs. I'm not giving you scripture names. I'm giving you the lineage of the pharaohs from that time. I don't have any papers in front of me. I'm saying this because I've said it so many times. I'm just regurgitating stuff I've already presented.
I need your help, though, real quick, brother.
Top of my head.
I need your help, brother. Yeah. Is it on the screen? I don't see it.
Yes, I see it up. I see it
up there.
And remember, there's like a 7-second delay. So yeah, I see it up.
What's it showing, though?
Anonymous, Goof Brew, and Kaka Sugar Bear, top pseudos of all time.
Oh, okay. All right. So, okay, let me know if you can hear this. Can you hear it? Nobody worry about your goddamn God, nigga. Look at this. Mountainous terrain. Look. Where y'all go?
You see that?
The Sinai Peninsula is home of several mountain ranges, including the Sinai Mountains. These mountains would have provided a dramatic backdrop to the Israelites' journey. Where y'all go? All right, so look. Okay, so here go the three dip. Here go. Let me just play the video. Let me see. Hold up, where we start off at. Hold up. All right, hold up. I'll start the video. Tell me if you see it. I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming for your head. Killing niggas up in the pseudo shit they said. Ain't no more running, nigga, I'm gonna pull your head. I'm a boogeyman with these pseudos, I'm gonna leave these shit bad. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Hey, you see that? Pseudo killers. All right, we'll start this. Pseudo killers.
Got the pseudo killers up now.
Niggas running their mouth, big chest on platform, begging for some clout. Niggas ain't doing nothing, only screaming shout. It's a first round KO, I'ma knock these niggas out. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers.
Ain't no more running, you heard what he said. Source reference scholarship, leave Pseudo's dead. 7,000 the lion coming out the jungle, coming off that top rope. Thriller in Manila, the scholarships vanilla. Been thinking Riley running with the mother pseudo killers. Hey, now you're cool. Tore nice, you feel it. Gun up here, running your mouth, no archaeological proof.
Pseudo killers. I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming through your head. All the niggas are kind of both for the pseudo shit that they said. I'm a pseudo killer. I'm a pseudo killer. Ain't no more running, nigga, I'm gonna fool your head. I'm a boogeyman to the pseudos. I'm a lead deep in red. Pseudo killer. Kill him, kill him. Pseudo killer. Pseudo killer. Pseudo.
Yeah. Come on into the den, man. God damn me. Hold up. No, we can do that. Do that later. All right, there you go. Yeah, man, come on into the den, man. My name is JJ7000, the most feared debater on this planet, aka Mandinka Molly 7K. You know what I'm saying, man? Hey, man, these dudes, man, running around here with all this pseudo madness. Like Cedric said, we pseudo killers. You hear me, man? These dudes, man, they full of bullshit, man. Then they got dudes over here that don't want to show their goddamn face. I don't respect the nigga that was going to call me out to a debate and scared to show his face. What you hiding, bro? Now the rules change, everybody. This dude gets special privileges. I thought it was everybody cam up before you can get over here. But he wants to be the anonymous Hebrew. Use a joke. Your information is outdated. You lie every time. When you get caught in your lie, you switch it up. You switch it up. Ain't no goddamn bodies. You ain't found a body. They ain't found a chariot wheel. They ain't found no pottery. They ain't found no livestock. They ain't found nothing. You know, Red Sea, no Gulf of Acapulco. None of that shit, bro. They ain't got no proof of these niggas wandering in the goddamn wilderness for 40 goddamn years. None of that shit. And they over here picking this dude up. I don't know, Sonny, why all these little fellas trying to come at me, bro? I need some real competition. That's what I need. It's a waste of my time. I'm going to debunk all this bullshit and then have to still debate these dudes. Because they jealous of a nickname. The GOAT. That's what all this stuff and goddamn cockeyed Sugar Bear. You about one of the dumbest ones I've seen in my goddamn life. Yeah, all that information he presented was bogus. His timelines was off. He making shit that talking about what's her name? Hecasec, whatever that lady pharaoh name. She ain't even, man, come on, bro. All that shit was garbage. And they picked, oh, JJ running, oh, JJ. But he didn't debunk nothing that I said 3 days before that. Nothing. Shout out to Professor Axel. We can do a show for you tomorrow. You know. No, I apologize, Queen. I had some other stuff going on. Shout out to Texas Bama. Yeah, man. These dudes, like I say, I don't even like sitting on the panel with these goofy ass niggas, man. Because they are disrespectful. They disrespectful. They all want to talk at once. I mean, it's a waste of my time. If you ain't over here to set up on a debate, well, what's the reason me even sitting on the panel with you goofy ass niggas? What's the point? Yeah, man. Let me show y'all what this goofy ass nigga presented. And all this shit is trash. Trash, bro. Where is that? This dude ain't debated one person over there. One person. I think I'm Ox said, hey, shout out to the Lions Den champion in the building. Say to Ortega in the building. Ain't no proof of none of this. And then they up here They up here applauding this nigga like he did something, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man. This dude's trash, man. He just switched his story 8 or 9 times, and none of y'all can catch that shit. This will be pissing me off. Y'all that thirsty to see a goddamn debate? Y'all ain't gonna. Hey, bro, come on, man. You said something different a minute ago. Now you bring up something else, bro. You's a liar. Yeah. All that information that dude said was garbage, bro. Trash. Let me play a video. Yeah, it sound like Lex. Lex up there lying, talking about Cedric running from him. Bro, shut up, bro. I witnessed it. You came up with a topic over there. Cedric said yes, and then you thought about, oh shit, damn, he said yes to that. Oh, I better change it. All the niggas that come from SVDL, man, they trash, bro. Garbage. Trash, man. Yeah, I got your abstract vision media. Yeah, man. You supposed to sit there and listen to these damn clowns, man. Hold on, let me find a video. Let me find a video of this bozo. Every week he got a new guy Pharaoh for the Exodus. Every week he got a new part for the seed and all this, man. Bro, man, why are we wasting my time? Listen, I mean, I don't get it, man. Why am I wasting my time with this? What's this right here? Let's watch this little 20-minute video, man. Why I don't believe Amenhotep II was the Pharaoh of the Exodus. We'll start there. We're gonna start there. Then we're gonna watch his. We're gonna watch all the lies this nigga put together. And I mean, what pissed me off is that he lying to the people. And we just ain't nobody fact checking this dude. He put up a couple little book articles, and that's scholarship. Nigga, you didn't refute nothing I said, bro. Nothing. Let's check this out. Nothing I said. He didn't refute nothing. Wasting my time, bro. Wasting my time, bro. Like I said, I'm gonna stop going over there. Only time I'm coming over there is if I got a debate. Other than that, I'm staying over here. I'm not gonna sit on a panel with a whole bunch of goofy ass niggas. Set my debate up. I'll be over there with the debate time. Other than that, I'm not going over there, bro. I'm not unless I'm doing a show by myself. I'm not gonna sit on a panel with these goofy ass niggas. I'm talking about all of them. Asar and Khan, he should have been. You letting this nigga lie and shit. You supposed to be the goddamn comedic goddamn whatever you call it, guru. I ain't finna sit on no panel, no goddamn dumbass, cockeyed sugar bear, this lying ass nigga. Debate him for what? I'm finna debunk all this shit. What's the point? 3 last niggas I debated ain't even been a goddamn debate. Chief X, Zion Warchild, to Corey Dawson. All of them been a fucking wash. I'm tired of debating these damn dumbass niggas, man. You debate them. I ain't finna keep debating these dumbass niggas, man. That nigga can't even be honest. He keep changing shit up. And y'all don't see that? Come on, man. Dumbass nigga, you can't prove no blood was in no goddamn Nile River. That shit come from red algae. And in 1445 BC, there's no proof of that ever happened. That's when your Pharaoh came. Your Thutmose III and Amenhotep II, all that shit. Man, come on, bro. It was a joke. Because he keep bringing my goddamn name up. Pathway Science. Why don't you debate it? He boosting these goddamn niggas up. They ain't putting no fucking work, man. This nigga's a joke. This is gonna be the last goddamn no-name nigga I debate. 2 weeks, I'm gonna debate this dumbass nigga. I'm done, man. And unless I'm not debating nobody unless it's gonna be some fucking competition. But then the crazy part, he sit there and lie right in front of y'all, and y'all don't say shit. Come on, man.
1400 BC, in conjunction with the Septuagint's reading of 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 1, approximately 440 years prior to Solomon's construction of the first temple. This makes my proposal one that favors an early date for the Exodus, though not the traditional early date of 1446 BC. In conjunction, I propose that the Pharaoh of the Exodus was either Thutmose Fourth, if the body of the pharaoh was recovered from the sea crossing, or a ruling intermediary.
If the body was recovered from the sea crossing. I told you, indigenous, the niggas supposed to went in with the goddamn with people.
It's saying that Solomon built the first temple.
Okay.
The first temple that was destroyed, and the second temple was destroyed in 70 AD. Okay.
During the early adolescent years of Amenhotep III's reign, if the pharaoh's body was lost. My justification for this position was that the circumstances in and around Egypt in the wake of Thutmose IV's reign accord well with what we would expect in Egypt after the Exodus, a prolonged period of economic and military weakness. In the last couple of months, I've been getting a lot more traffic on this video, as well as many comments defending the idea that Amenhotep II is the pharaoh of the Exodus. Upon investigating where this traffic was coming from, I found these two videos were the major sources. Both promote Amenhotep II as the pharaoh of the Exodus, as well as the traditional 1446 BC date. In this video, I want to offer a
BC date. That is one of the general consensus dates, but this nigga say it in one breath, and then he'll go to 15 something. Y'all ain't catching that? The niggas all over the place. Y'all want me to debate an idiot like that? The nigga keep changing shit up.
Response to some of the claims made in defense of Amenhotep II's candidacy as the pharaoh of the Exodus. The first video was produced by Joel Kramer of Expedition Bible. At the time of my production, his video has over 600,000 views. The second was produced by the Armstrong Institute of Biblical Archaeology and currently has over 150,000 views. The arguments given in each video to propose Amenhotep II are similar and are based upon the same fundamental claims. So I will be interacting with both simultaneously in my response here. Kramer opens his video with the following statement.
If you just follow what the Bible says, if you just follow the evidence, then the answer to this question is actually straightforward and clear.
He further elaborates on what he believes the biblical testimony is regarding the date of the Exodus.
The biblical date of the Exodus, which is found in 1 Kings 6:1. So there's 480 years between these two events, when the Israelites came out of Egypt, the Exodus, and the 4th year of Solomon's reign. It's very well established that the 4th year of Solomon's reign is 966 BC. So to get the date of the Exodus, all we have to do is add 480 years to 966 BC, right, and we get
right there, 446 BC. This is what the general consensus is saying, right? So let's see who the pharaoh is. This dumbass nigga, he all over the goddamn place.
1346 BC, which is the biblical date of the Exodus.
This perspective is echoed in the Armstrong Institute's video.
1 Kings 6:1, which talk about Solomon building the temple, universally recognized as during the 10th century BCE, nearly universally recognized as being 967 BCE specifically. We've got an article out on the website for people who are interested. So that verse says that the Exodus happened 480 years, or in the 480th year, before that. So extrapolating back.
Bro, he's a professional liar, Domo. What you mean a slouch? He's a professional liar, bro. A professional liar. Now, so now we see who we gonna see. This is your pharaoh you rolling with. Let's see if there's any archaeological proof that this dude was there. This Thutmose III. You won't find it, bro. You won't find no evidence. And then nobody crossing no goddamn Gulf of Acapulco. None of that shit at the tip of the Red Sea. None of that. Where in the wilderness did they go? Where? You won't find nothing. Nothing, bro. He's mixing and matching and putting shit together. Watch, he keep changing his goddamn dates. I'm gonna drag this goddamn dude. And I'm done. So I don't put no more of these goddamn slouches in my goddamn face, man. Niggas want to sit here and keep lying to the people.
Nearly 5 centuries takes us back to an Exodus quite clearly within the middle part of the 15th century BCE.
Herein we run into my first point of contention. 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 1.
What he said.
15th century.
No.
Okay, 15th century is different than the 15th dynasty. My bad.
one is a
the 15th dynasty pharaohs was the Hyksos.
Textual variant. In other words, there are multiple readings of this verse preserved in the textual transmission of the Old Testament down through history. The source of the, quote, 480 years that is preserved in your modern Bible is the Masoretic text, the oldest surviving complete textual witness of the Old Testament in the Hebrew language. The form of this text we possess dates from roughly 1000 AD, though it has origins going back to the early centuries after Christ's appearing. It was preserved by a collection of scribes called the Masoretes. These scribes are also credited with giving us the Hebraic vowel signs that we use to read Hebrew today. The reason the Masoretic text is to translate into English is because it is the oldest text we have that accounts for the entirety of the Old Testament in its original language. However, there is another reading of this verse preserved in the Greek translation of the Old Testament, commonly referred to as the Septuagint, or the LXX for short. The Septuagint, or the Greek Old Testament's translation, dates from roughly 250 BC in Alexandria, Egypt. This text represents the oldest translation of the Old Testament. Its composition of the Old Testament canonical books is also in the same order as your English Bible, Genesis through Malachi. This is also the form of the Old Testament cited by the New Testament authors, and that which would have been most used in the early church. In Septuagint, 1 Kings chapter 6 verse 1 does not say 480 years. Instead, it says 440 years. If we are to regard these numbers in a strict literal sense, then the Masoretic text would be pointing to 1446 BC, while the Septuagint would be pointing to 1406 BC. We do not have enough textual evidence to determine which reading is more likely to be original. Thus, we cannot simply...
It don't even matter. We can go to 1446 BC, no evidence, no goddamn Exodus. We can go to 1406 BC, anonymous goof brew, no goddamn evidence of an Exodus. You know what, nigga? I don't like you because you're very rude, you're pompous, you're disrespectful. Nigga, how you gonna call me up to the stage and the first I say, ladies and gentlemen, and your ignorant ass interrupt me? How am I supposed to deal with something like that? I only have so much patience with dumb motherfuckers. And I'm supposed to just sit there, okay, just be quiet about it, JJ. And everybody thinks you don't have any decorum, but these dumbass niggas keep interrupting me. After a while, some of this shit is annoying. So I'm not going to be nice. This dumbass nigga, I'll show you proof. So as I said, ladies and gentlemen, this dumbass nigga who won't show his goddamn face interrupts me. And then at the end of his presentation, you think, oh man, what did he show? He didn't show shit. Come on, man.
Consider a single date as the, quote, biblical date of the Exodus, unquote. For reasons I do not know, neither video makes mention of this. I want to assume that this is an honest oversight. Nonetheless, the consequence is that viewers are being misled with regards to the Bible's testimony. To further compound this issue, 1 Kings chapter 6 is a temple dedication text. In the ancient context of late Bronze Age cultures, these types of texts do not contain literal chronological numbers. They are either rounded for convenience or idealized for politics or theology. Thus, it's likely that neither 480 nor 440 are exact dates. I have proposed in my own work on the date of the Exodus that this number, in its original form, whichever one it was, is a rounded figure, not an exact one. This means that we are not left with looking at a single date, but instead a date range, one which spans the time between the variant readings as well as any spillover.
Dumbass nigga can't even come up with a guy. Go through that timeline, showing that none of these goddamn plagues happened. Scientific proof. Then I got to go back to 1406 when Akhenaten was a goddamn pharaoh. None of this shit happened.
In the event that these are rounded numbers, I have proposed that instead of looking strictly at 1446 BC, it is more appropriate to look at the range of 1450 to 1400 BC as a whole, with possible...
And no matter what year you guess, we're not gonna. I don't care if it was Tutmos, the goddamn fourth. I don't care if it was Akhenaten. I don't care if it was Thutmose, the goddamn third. Akhenaten, what's his name? Amenhotep. None of these niggas have anything to do with an Exodus because the shit didn't happen. Come on, man, stop playing with me.
Consideration to 1460 to 1390 BC.
Why this goofy ass nigga won't come from behind that goddamn camera? Nigga, I don't respect you. I don't respect goddamn cockeyed sugar bear. I don't respect you, nigga. Talking about your guy gonna kill me. He gonna kill your wicked ass first for sitting up here lying to the people all the goddamn time. Wicked ass nigga.
As an extreme extension, in light of the possibility of 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 1.
Here I can light your ass up. No diddy. I can light these dumb motherfuckers up. Over there, I gotta be nice. They can be rude to me. They can interrupt me. I'm supposed to be the nice guy. I only got so much patience with these dumb motherfuckers.
Containing a rounded number. Kramer and the Armstrong Institute, under the assumption that 480 is the correct reading and that it is to be interpreted as an exact number.
Look. Now we gotta go to 1480 BC. There's no none of them numbers, bro. Hey, did you? Yeah. Hey, I was pretty pissed off this day. I just got off the panel with these goofy ass niggas. He didn't all of us.
This is just giving more evidence on why you go in on the brother the way you do. When was this video done?
Shit, about 6-7 months ago. About 6 months ago. Yeah, about.
I was gonna say it had to be in the last. It had to be in the last. Because I think that's when.
Yeah.
That was about around the time I made up that joke. I got sugar bear.
Yeah.
But that's see, and JJ, just like I said, brother, I'm giving you the list of the pharaohs, and I went 500 years from Sesostris, who was in 1913 BCE. Okay. 1913 BCE. That's the 12th dynasty, brother. So I went 500 years from that, right? And I went down to the 17th dynasty where Komos took over. And then at the beginning of the 18th dynasty, Atmos took over. So, like I said, 500 years from 1900, which is the 12th dynasty, will give you what? 5 years, 1400s, okay? So now, that's where we're in Atmos and Komos' time, right? So then we have to just go and pull up Atmos or Komos, or even the Hyksos, and it'll tell you that they reign from late 14th dynasty to late 17th dynasty, brother. All this is already, well written, well documented, the consensus, and they're, going to the 1400s and jumping from 1406 to 1420 something to 1480. So they're trying to put it together. But like I said, you can't have an exodus of Israel out of Egypt without Jacob. Here. My bad. Here. But yeah, you gotta have Jacob comes first, brother. And they're putting it in the 1400s, so we're gonna have to go and see when Atmos and Komos was reigning. That's all we gotta do. And I guarantee you that, we'll be in the 1400s, for BCE.
All right, let's go. I got to go through all these different pharaohs, and everyone I go through, guess what? No proof. You can't even prove Moses existed. Prove that. Where did they, anonymous goof brew? Where did they go? Where did they go in the wilderness? Where? You ain't told us nothing, bro. Where did they go? Come on, man.
Then proposed that Amenhotep II is the reigning pharaoh.
They didn't prove no walls or no Jericho came down. None of that, bro. They didn't get all the studies for that shit. They went into the land of Canaan and took over and tore down the walls of Jericho. None of that shit happened, bro. He's a liar. He's a slouch.
In
He may have you niggas fooled that nonsense, but he ain't got me fooled. I'm gonna catch him every time at the pass, every time he lied.
The year 1446 BC.
Amenhotep II reigned from 1450 to 1423. And so the biblical date of 1446 BC for the Exodus falls within the reign of Amenhotep II.
Pharaoh Amenhotep II. And so
you said, so Amenhotep II, is he a Hyksos?
He comes after.
Okay.
He comes because remember, Kamos at the beginning of the 18th dynasty, was the one who Atmos was the one who ran him out. Kamos died in his campaign. He pushed them back from Thebes. When they were coming toward Thebes, attacking Thebes, and then Atmos finished it off and pushed them out. He pushed all the Hyksos. He was the one who was credited for pushing all the Hyksos out of Egypt. So, and that was the first 18th dynasty pharaoh. All right. So, like I said, so all we got to do is look them up and see, see about the time that, because I did the math for y'all, and I'm not going by the Bible. I'm going by what the pharaohs' lineages were. I'm giving you the pharaohs, the Sostres down to Atmos, and the Hyksos in there in between late 14th to late 17th dynasty when Kamos' daddy took over first, and then Kamos in the late 17th dynasty. I think they were the last two pharaohs of the 17th dynasty, right? And then Atmos took over in the 18th dynasty. All right.
He is the one I identify in this article as the pharaoh of the Exodus. Again, fitting with the high chronology, his reign dates to the middle part of the 15th century.
Look, I done looked in the wilderness, Paran, P-A-R-A-N, nothing, sir. Nothing by your Mount Sinai, nothing, bro. I'm going to drag your dumb ass. So now if this nigga lose, make him show his goddamn face. Make this dumb ass nigga show his face. Nigga coming on here like he's some kind of heavy hitter. Nigga, you ain't debate nobody in the fucking House of Conscience. Them little debates over there with SVDL, that shit don't count. None of that shit. Nigga, you don't get no private. You don't come in here demanding nothing, nigga. You lucky I'm giving you a goddamn shot only because you running your fucking mouth. I'm gonna expose your lies, nigga.
Century BCE for about a 26-year period.
When we consider the totality of the biblical witness, however, instead of looking at a single pharaoh, we have to consider all of the pharaohs who reigned during the suggested date range in question. In my estimation, 1450 to 1400 BC. By most Egyptian chronologies, this date range encompasses the reigns of three pharaohs, Thutmose III, Amenhotep II, and Thutmose IV. If we are to regard
all three of them, y'all. I done looked at all three of them. Nothing. So which one are you gonna use, A9? Well, which one you gonna go to? None of them. None of them, sir. You in a no-win situation. None of them. None of these three pharaohs here have anything to do with a goddamn Exodus, y'all. I promise you. Where they go in the wilderness? The excavation at the Kadesh Barnea, also known as ENL Corderet, have uncovered evidence of human habitation during the various periods, including the Middle Ages, Middle Bronze Age, 2015 BC. Archaeologists have found remains this period, but there is no evidence linking the findings to the Israelites. Nigga, how about you want to go to Iron Age, 12,000 to 586 BCE, dumbass nigga? Excavations have revealed a fortified settlement from this period, but again, there is no conclusive evidence to connect this settlement to the Israelites for a 40 years sojourning. Nigga, you don't got shit. Your dumb ass in front of me, man. I'm a dog walk, you stupid ass. I don't like you. You're too pompous, you're too arrogant, you're too cocky, and you ain't even earned your way up to debate nobody at the top, nigga. You just now coming in. You been in that fucking fishbowl over there at SVDL for how long, nigga? We've been trying to get you niggas to come out that fish. Oh, I'll never leave SVDL. Oh, no. While all those lions, we debated all outside the fucking lions, nigga. You niggas don't compare to us. Your stupid ass on. Nigga, oh, well, I had debates over there. Who gives a fuck? Ain't nobody seen it. Look at this dumbass nigga. Well, okay, so the wilderness of Paran is a biblical region located in the Sinai Peninsula, which is situated in modern-day Egypt. Where y'all go? Because the Arabian desert landscape, the wilderness of Paran is part of the Arabian desert, which covers much of the Sinai Peninsula. The region features sand dunes, rocky outcrops, and dry river reeds. Is that you went, nigga? Huh? How about this mountainous terrain that this wilderness of Paran, y'all? P-A-R-A-N. Look it up, everybody. Don't just believe me. He don't have a place where they went. Where they going? Dumbass niggas. Mountainous terrain. There's a cockeyed sugar bear over there co-signing, talking shit. You goddamn right. I'm gonna keep my foot on your goddamn cockeyed neck, nigga. You are disrespectful. Talking about your God gonna kill me. Nigga, your God's a little motherfucker. He ain't shit. Nobody worry about your goddamn God, nigga. Look at this. Mountainous terrain. Look. Where y'all go? The Sinai Peninsula is home of several mountain ranges, including the Sinai Mountains and the Teeth Plateau. These mountains would have provided a dramatic backdrop to the Israelites' journey. Where y'all go? But why this nigga can't tell y'all where I'm gonna say before the debate? Nigga, I'm gonna tell you what I got before the debate, during the debate, and after the debate. The hell you saying? Nigga, because you ain't got shit. Nigga, look at this. Look, trade routes and ancient settlements. The Sinai Peninsula has been an important trade route for thousands of years, with various ancient civilizations, including the Egyptian, Canaanites, and Mennonites, having established settlements and trade routes in that region. Some possible location. Look at this. Here goes some possible locations. The wilderness of Paran. You notice he ain't even tell you about where they went. This dumbass nigga. He goes in the presentation. He talking about some goddamn Hellenistic period. Nigga, they ain't got shit to do with what we talking about, bro. Just because he don't have any information. I'm supposed to be nice to dumbass nigga. He straight disrespecting me. I can only be nice so long, so I'm to these dumbass niggas. Kadesh Barina, a major oasis town that served as a stopping point for the Israelites during their journey. This is some of the possible locations. But then when you look them up, I looked them up. Trust and believe me, there's no evidence of these niggas being there. You can't even prove you're an Israelite. Prove that first before you go try to prove a goddamn accident. None of you goddamn dumbass Israelites. Prove it first. Where you trace it back to? What subclan? Dumbass niggas. Oh, we converts. Deuteronomy 28:68 said we the real Jews of the Bible. Yeah, you better be a goddamn convert, nigga. Look at this. Mount Sinai, the mountains where Moses received the 10 Commandments from God. This is some possible location. Look. None of these goddamn locations. Look. None of these locations found any evidence of these dumbass niggas being there. Look at this. The Israelite 40-year journey in the wilderness is a pivotal part of the biblical history. You got to show this, bro. This is a pivotal part. According to the biblical scholars, the Israelites traveled through various locations, but the exact route is not universally agreed upon. Nobody agrees to even show what these dumbass niggas are. There's no proof of them being there. The journey began at the Red Sea, where the Israelites crossed. The Bible said the Red Sea. So what part of the Red Sea? He trying to take it to some shallow area, I guess. The Gulf for Acapulco. And then when I looked that up, nigga, guess what? No proof. Everywhere you try to cross, nigga, there is no proof. So hide your goddamn face, nigga. Respect you. Don't respect no goddamn cockeyed sugar bear neither. Nigga want to wish death on me, nigga. Until you apologize to me, nigga, I'm straight be disrespectful to your funky ass, nigga. Fuck out of here, man. All you do is lie. That's why you got destroyed in that goddamn debate. The Bible wasn't influenced. The New Testament wasn't influenced by Greek influence. You's a dumbass nigga. Now, the journey began at the Red Sea, where the Israelites crossed on dry ground after their God parted the waters. Prove that happened. From there, they traveled south to the area of Maria, where they found better water. Look, that was made sweet by the miracle of God. Then this is their little story, right? Then they continued eastward to the desert of Sin. It went to the desert of Sin, y'all, where they were provided with manna and eat from the heaven. The Israelites eventually arrived at Mount Sinai, where they received the 10 Commandments and other laws from God. Some biblical scholars believe that the Israelites wandered in the wilderness of Paran, which is located in the Sinai Peninsula. Now, you go look this up, this wilderness of Paran, no proof of these niggas being there. Well, they went to the desert of Acapulco. He makes shit up as he go, bro. Once you bust him in the head, he goes somewhere else. Sennacherib was the Pharaoh, see? Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah. And then, is he there?
Yep.
During this time, when I was going back, this is what he said. Yeah.
I equated it.
You made that up.
I equated it. Amenhotep III earlier. Remember, I said I thought it was Amenhotep III. But, you have these different pharaohs on that timeline, right around in that area.
Yeah. Jesus said son was one of the ones. You made that up too, nigga. Well, I'm gonna show you how much we're gonna replay this shit. I'm gonna show you how much he made up, bro. Y'all expect me to debate an idiot like this? Come on, man. Look. Despite the look. Some biblical scholars believe that the Israelites won in the wilderness of Paran, which is located in the Sinai Peninsula. Where he gonna take it? So when I went to Paran, that Paran, nothing. While others propose that they traveled through the through the Araba, a region that stretches from the Dead Sea to the Gulf of Aqaba. Okay, so then when I looked that up, Araba, guess what, y'all? Nothing. Anonymous Goof Brew, you have nowhere to go. Everywhere that they're saying they went, I looked it up. You dumbass nigga. That shit might have worked over on SVDL, but it's not gonna work over here. It's not gonna work on JJ7K TV, the Lions Den, or the House of Consonants. I ain't gonna let you get away with it. I don't give a damn. It's cockeyed sugar bear up there cheerleading with you with pom-pom, nigga. Who brings another nigga up there to the goddamn panel when they doing a presentation? You need him to hold your goddamn hand? It's weak, bro. Weak ass niggas, man. Let's finish playing this, man. These dumbass niggas. Yeah, man. Here we go. Look at it.
The extremes of a round reading of 1 Kings 6:1, then we should also consider the pharaohs who bookend these three, Hatshepsut and Amenhotep III.
Look, all these goddamn, all of them. Look, I looked them all up, man. Hatshepsut, Tutmos III, Amenhotep II, Tutmos IV, Amenhotep. None of them have. Look, all you gotta do is look them up, bro. None of them. Proof of no accidents. So now where you gonna go? Then they went to some other dude they made up. Some priest that they're hooked on with the goddamn Hyksos. I mean, they all over the fucking place, bro. Y'all supposed to believe this stupid ass shit. Hold on, let's just play, man. Look at it. Let me take a picture of this for y'all. But these are all the ones that they're trying to use, and ain't none of them connected to this shit. None of them. Let me get it up. All you gotta do is look up Hatshepsut. Look up Tutmos III. Look up Amenhotep II. Look up Tutmos IV. Look at Amenhotep III. None of this adds up to any of them having anything to do with a goddamn Exodus. I guarantee it. I looked it up. It's a waste of my goddamn time, man.
Issue to keep in mind here is that there are differences of opinion among Egyptologists over the proper chronology.
I can't even get the goddamn date right.
Of dates. The identification of Amenhotep II as the reigning pharaoh in 1446 BC is according to what's known as the high chronology of ancient Egypt. This chronology was favored in the early days of Egyptology, but has largely given way to what's referred to as the low chronology among current
high chronology, low chronology. It don't matter what chronologizing method you use. It don't matter who's sitting in this goddamn pharaoh seat. Guess what? When I look them up, you won't find nothing. You got nowhere to go.
The reasons for this have to do with the accumulation of other records from around the ancient Near East over the decades of archaeological work done in the region. According to this chronological interpretation, Amenhotep II does not come to power until around 1425 BC. This leaves his predecessor, Tutmos.
Yeah, I took you back to 1800 BC where the Israelites was in Canaan. Look, the Israelites in Canaan, a new archaeological perception by Amen Ben Tor. This article discusses archaeological evidence for the Israelite presence in Canaan and concludes that there is no evidence for a large-scale Israelite presence in Canaan before the 9th.
And then, is he there? I was pissed off this day, right after that. I was pissed off. You know, right after you go on the panel, they piss you out. This show was flame right off the fire, man. You know.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You could tell that you buttoned something that he had just recently said.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and the reason why you're doing this today is because of what he did over there on Judas. You know, he did the same thing. You know, talking in absolutes and, you know, won't say that this is my opinion or this is what, you know, consensus says. He says, oh, well, this is what it is. And you can't talk like that, man. You know, it's hard enough trying to figure things out except for you putting absolutes on shit and then leading people down the wrong damn path. So I'm not saying that these people weren't in you know, in 1400s. What I'm saying, you know, you have, like I said, if it's almost the third, when, you know, how long was almost the second's reign? How long was Atmos's reign? You know, you got to put all that together because, you know, even on the timelines, they'll say that they could be all 500 years when they're giving you these timelines. You know, science will tell you that, the archaeological, but, you know, and who's the one that's giving us this information? We got to question that too. You know, so it's all, we're going off of what we believe because of what we've been told and not, you know, because we know it's actual fact. We're just going off of what we've heard, the information that we've put together, and they just love to talk in absolutes and try to sound smarter than everybody else.
Yep. Century BCE, anonymous goof brew. I heard you. Yeah, I took you guys back to the 1800 BCE. Nigga, you dumb. Hold up, I got more. Source Ben Torre, 2001, the Israelites of Canaan, a new archaeological perspective, Tel Aviv. 28, page 137 to 155. The Archaeology of the Exodus by James K. Kaufmeyer, Journal of the Near Eastern Studies, 2005. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for the Exodus and concludes that, well, guess what, y'all? There is no conclusive evidence to support the biblical account. Yeah, well, I took y'all back to 1800 BCE because I'm an anonymous Hebrew, y'all. Yeah, man, shut the fuck up, man. Nobody respect you and your black, lazy ass scholarship, bro. Everything you said up there was a goddamn lie. And you got people that, oh man, anonymous Hebrew was back. When did he ever come? He ain't got one fucking debate over there, not one. He was talking about JJ, you need to get up here now. So I come up there, right? And then he said, he asked me a question. As soon as I said, ladies and gentlemen, this goofy motherfucker interrupts me. But I'm supposed to just let that go? And nobody sees that shit? So I got to replay it for you goofy motherfuckers that didn't see it.
Was the third as the reigning pharaoh in 1446 BC. Proponents of a 1446 BC date for the Exodus, who favor Amenhotep II as the reigning pharaoh, must defend this chronology in other areas of Egyptian history as well. I'm not necessarily saying that this can't be done.
They're all over the place, y'all. High chronology, low chronology. It don't matter where you go, anonymous goof brew. You're not gonna be able to prove it. I'm gonna stay until hey, look, I'm staying away from over there to the day of my goddamn debate. That's what I'm gonna do. I set up a debate, I'll go over there. I do my debate, I'm gonna leave. I'm come back over my spot. But I can't take these goofy, disrespectful motherfuckers. I'm supposed to be nice to them. Fuck that, man.
Just that it is not as simple as.
Okay, look. Look at the source for the emergence of ancient Israel, a survey of evidence by William G. Dever, Bulletin of the American Schools of Oriental Research, 2006. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for the emergence of ancient Israel and concludes that there is no evidence for a large-scale Israelite presence in Canaan before the 9th century BC. Remember, I went back to 1800 BCE. Oh, you didn't lie, nigga. Where your proof? Huh? The Archaeology of Ancient Israel, a review of evidence by Eric M. Myers. Journal of Biblical Literature, 2010. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for ancient Israel and concludes that there is no evidence for large-scale Israelite presence in Canaan before the 9th century BCE. How about this? Source, Myers, E.M., 2010. The Archaeology of Ancient Israel, a review of the evidence, Journal of Biblical Literature, page 431 to 445. The Israelites in Canaan, a new archaeological perspective by Israel Finkelstein, New Near Eastern Archaeology, 2013. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for an Israelite presence in Canaan and concludes what? What they conclude, ladies and gentlemen? There is no evidence for a large-scale Israelite presence in Canaan before the 9th century. Man, nigga, you ain't got no leg to stand on, bro. I promise. I promise you. Look, That's correct. There's no conclusive archaeological evidence to prove that the Israelites were present in Canaan, the region now known as Israel, around 1800 BCE. This nigga gonna get on here and lie to y'all and say, yeah, I took y'all back to 1800 BCE. Watch. In fact, most scholars agree that the archaeological record does not support the biblical account of the Israelites present in Canaan until much later, around the 9th and 8th century BCE. The period around 1800 BCE is typically associated with the Middle Bronze Age in Canaan, during which the time the region was inhabited by various city-states and tribal groups, but there is no clear evidence of a distinct Israelite presence. I'm a dog walk these dumbass niggas. Yeah, keep this. You know what? Actually, I love when you dumbass niggas disrespect me for the debate. It makes me go in and bust your head even harder. Dumbass. Yeah, man. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Look. Top monster third. I got every pharaoh. Here's some pharaohs who were proposed by scholars as the possible pharaohs of Exodus. Seti II, 1203 to 1197 BC. Seti's been son of Meneptah, has been suggested by some scholars as a possible candidate. Guess what? When I looked it up, no evidence. Siptah, 1197 to 1191 BC. Siptah, the son of Seti II, has been proposed as a possible candidate. Guess what? When I looked it up, no evidence. Where you gonna go? Huh? Where you gonna go, anonymous goof brew? Where you gonna go, cockeyed sugar bear? You supposed to be his counsel. Then why don't you debate me? All right, debate somebody who's been in the goddamn debate, not this dude that just fly by night. He think he supposed to demand some goddamn respect. He's a joke, just like you, really. Hold up. Oh, what? Tara Surret, 1191 to 1189 BC. The wife of Seti II and the last pharaoh of the 19th dynasty have been suggested by scholars as a possible candidate. But guess what? I looked it up. No evidence of her neither. Where you gonna go? Huh? Seneca Cadet, 1189 to 1186 BC. The founder of the 20th dynasty has been proposed by scholars as a possible candidate. But guess what? I looked it up. Nothing. Yeah, where you gonna go? Huh? Ramses III, son of Sentinel, also suggested a possible candidate. Guess what? I looked it up. You have nowhere to go. You goof, anonymous goof brew, cockeyed sugar bear. You dumbass niggas have nowhere to go. I promise you. I promise you. Ramses IV, Ramses V, Ramses VI, none of that shit add up. Ramses VII, none of that shit add up, bro. I promise you. Hold up, what else? He talking about some Jesus, 1479 to 1458 BC. Some scholars have suggested Jesus is one of the few female pharaohs of Egypt as a possible candidate. Guess what? I looked it up. Nothing. Tutmosis III, nothing. Amenhotep II, nothing. Akhenaten, 1353 to 1336. Amenhotep, 1425 to 1400, nothing, bro. Your time frames, all these add up to nothing. I guarantee you. You're gonna get dog walk. Send you back down to the SVDL where they put up with your nonsense. Yep. That's what's gonna happen to you. Let's listen to this nigga lie. Yeah, let's listen to this dumbass nigga lie. You notice he didn't even the information I put out. He didn't try to debunk it. Look, there is no conclusive archaeological or historical evidence to prove that any Egyptian ruler ordered the killing of Israelite babies as described in the biblical account. You got to prove that. Prove that, nigga. This event is not mentioned in any contemporary Egyptian records or other ancient sources outside of the biblical account. You can't use your goddamn Bible as a source, nigga. Outside of the Bible, you can't prove that this happened. He ain't even gonna touch that, I guarantee you. While it's possible such an event may have occurred, there is currently no imperial evidence to support it. You go to the Oxford Handbook of Biblical Archaeology, edited by Eric M. Myers and Mark Chauncey. The Archaeology of the Exodus by James K. Hoffmeyer. Israel and Egypt, the evidence for the authenticity of the Exodus tradition, and James K. Hoffmeyer. None of this will show up. When did it? Now, if you're trying to tie the Israelites to the Hyksos, when did they rule Egypt? When did Israelites rule Egypt, sir? He trying to time it to the Hyksos as well. Watch how slick he is. The Hyksos did rule Egypt, but only partially for a limited time. They controlled Lower Egypt and parts of the Middle Egypt during the 15th dynasty, which is believed to last around 1650 to 1550 BC. The wrong time frame, sir. So you can't even use the Hyksos. Because the pharaohs you mentioned is around 1450 BC, around that area. So he tried to throw the Hyksos in. Y'all didn't catch that shit? Wrong time frame, sir. You making shit up and think you ain't gonna be able to catch it.
Indigenous. I caught him too.
Yeah.
Oh, it was 6 months ago.
Yeah, and like I said, this is the stuff that you got when you're asking the right questions. And, you putting things on timelines, and then if they give you that's what they gave me the date for solstice, and from 1913 BCE. So I just did the math from there. So I'm not saying that they can't be there in the 1400s. What I'm saying is that you got a couple pharaohs in between, Atmos and so you got some time there, and they're not sure exactly where it's at. But I did the math, and I came up with 500 years from 1913 that's 1413. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, and then if you're going to go to the 18th dynasty, it's the 12th dynasty to the 18th dynasty. That's 600 years. You see what I'm saying? So they're taking you back to the time where it was either Atmos or Kamos and them, or they're trying to take you back 400 years back into the Hyksos reign. Not the Hyksos expulsion, the Hyksos reign. My phone's ready to go dead again. But I'm gonna say, keep your head high, your grass, don't stop lying to my people. And like I said, JJ, we can't speak in absolutes. We can only give our opinions. And that's the thing that, like you said, you caught them up. And you did a good job tonight, brother. And, I appreciate being able to go in on these guys, too, because I wanted to get some of that off my chest. But I appreciate you, brother. And y'all keep your head high, your grass low, and stop lying to my people. And I love y'all. Peace.
All right, family. Peace.
The Hyksos are a group of Asiatic rulers who originated in the Near East, likely the region of Canaan or Syria. They invaded Egypt during the period of weakness and instability, and eventually established their own dynasty with their capital at Avaris, modern-day Tel Dabe. However, the Hyksos never fully conquered Upper Egypt, which remained under the control of native Egyptian rulers of the 17th dynasty. This led to a period of divided rule, which the Hyksos controlled in the north and the Egyptians controlled in the south. See? Eventually, the Egyptians were able to drive the Hyksos out of Egypt. They're going. I guess that's his exodus, y'all. Now they Hyksos, you dumbass nigga. And the founder of the 18th dynasty. Come on, man. Look, Avaris, which he tried to put today, was indeed the capital of the Hyksos, a group of Asiatic rulers who controlled the lower Egypt parts of the middle Egypt during the 15th dynasty, around 1650 to 1550 BC, bro. The pharaohs you got is after that, sir. What are we doing? I'm gonna show you, y'all. Look. There is no conclusive archaeological or historical evidence to prove that the Israelites went through the Negev desert during the Exodus as described in the biblical account. None. While the Negev desert is a significant region of the biblical narrative, there is limited archaeological evidence to support this idea. that the Israelites traveled through the region during the Exodus. Look at it, look. Lack of archaeological sites. The Negev Desert is a harsh and arid environment which can make it difficult to find or preserve archaeological evidence. Limited historical records. There's no contemporary historical records from the time of the Exodus that mention Israelites' journey through the Negev Desert. Interpretation of the biblical accounts. The biblical accounts of the Exodus and the Israelites' journey through the Negev Desert is also seen as a theological and symbolic narrative. Symbolic narrative, you idiots. Rather than a historical, precise description. Man, this dude's a joke, man. He's a joke. Anonymous Goof Brew, you're a joke. There is no conclusive archaeological or historical evidence to prove that the Israelites, also known as Mount Moses, when are you going to prove that, sir? During the Exodus as described in the biblical account. We're talking about your biblical account. This nigga wants now he's trying to go outside the Bible and make up his own shit. Right? Look at this. While Mount Sinai is a significant location in the biblical narrative, its exact location is still a topic for debate among scholars. Several sites have been proposed as a possible location for the Mount Sinai, including the Jebel Musa. I looked there. The southern part of the Sinai Peninsula. Guess what? Anonymous Goof Brew. No evidence. I covered all the bases, sir. I don't know where you think you're going to go. Huh? How about this? Karkom. How you spell it? Karkom. It's the northwestern part of the Negev Desert. Nothing there, sir. Jebel Halal in the north central part of the Sinai Peninsula. Nothing there, sir. I mean, come on, man. You know why? Because there's lack of archaeological evidence, despite intensive excavations. Anonymous Goof Brew and Cockeye Sugar Bear. The research, no definitive archaeological evidence has been found to confirm the Israelites present in any of the proposed sites. Hold on for 1 second. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right, where was he at? All right, yeah, man. Like I say, the Jebel Halal, the northern part of the Sinai Peninsula. Limited historical records. There are no contemporary historical records from the time of the Exodus that mentions the Israelites' visit to Mount Sinai. No records of this, y'all. How you gonna get in front of us? You ain't got no records of nothing but your goddamn pork chop eating lip. And I'm no anonymous Hebrew, and I'm back. Nigga, we never. When was you there? Nigga ain't got one debate over it. He back, the return of the anonymous one. The hell up out of here, nigga. Nigga, nobody. Come on, bro. Look. Let's keep going. Look. How about this, y'all? How about this? The biblical account of the Nile River turning into blood during the 10th plague. You can't prove that happened. As described in Exodus 7:14-24, is indeed a pivotal event. This is a pivotal event in your goddamn biblical narrative, sir. Prove it. From an archaeological and historical perspective, there is, and you know what? Look, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that this event occurred. While there have been several attempts to explain the biblical account through natural phenomena such as the red tide. The red tide, you know what that is? Anonymous Goof Brew? It's a type of algae bloom that can turn water to red. Heavy rainfall, which can cause the Nile to flood and bring a red sediment. Volcanic eruption, which can release red ash into the atmosphere. None of these explanations have been proven conclusively, and the historicity of the event remains a topic of debate among scholars. Come on, man. It's a waste of time, bro. I got more. Look at that. The historicity and the conquest of Jericho, as described in the biblical accounts of Joshua 6, is a topic of ongoing debate. And guess what? You can't prove that. Remember, y'all supposed to went there, went in Canaan and took over. Nigga, y'all ain't did shit. Matter of fact, you can't even prove you're Israelite. You're the fucking convert. Nigga. What's going on in the Middle East ain't got nothing to do with your black. It's a confederate against thee. All of them are coming against us. Nigga, they ain't thinking about your black ass. Nigga. Oh, the eagle sit on a perch up high. So that must be Esau, the white man. And shut up. But you know that America's Israel ally, you dumb motherfucker. Look at this. Look at this. The historicity of the conquest of Jericho, as described in the biblical account of Joshua 6, is a topic of ongoing debate among archaeologists and historians. Archaeological excavations at Jericho have uncovered evidence of various occupations and destruction, but none of these can be conclusively linked to the biblical account of Joshua. You in some trouble. It's trouble. Look at this. The most extensive excavations, they have had extensive excavations at Jericho. Look, Kathleen Kenyon, 1952 to 1958. Kenyon's excavation related a complex history of occupation and destruction at Jericho, but she found no evidence to support the biblical account of Joshua's conquest. You made that up in my Google Scholar voice. You made it up. That's what you did. How about this? John Garstein, 1930 1936. Garstein's excavation uncovered evidence of a city wall and a destruction layer which had attributed to the biblical conquest. However, this finding has been disputed by later archaeologists. Nothing this dude brings to the table. Nothing. It's all a lie. Nothing. I'm going to cut you off at the pass. Everything you bring out, you goddamn idiot. Oh, nigga, I don't like you. And so that I never said I hated any of them niggas. I don't like them because they're disrespectful. I don't like them because they lie. I don't like these goddamn Israelites, the ones that want to get in motherfuckers' inboxes and with the women's inboxes and lie. I don't like none of that shit. I don't like them. I never said I hate these niggas. I said I don't like them. I refuse to sit on a panel with these dumb motherfuckers. I'll debate. I'll set up a debate, and I'm gone. When it's time for the debate, I show up, whoop their ass, and come on back over here. I'm not going to sit on the panel with these dumbass motherfuckers. Now, let's keep going. The lack of archaeological evidence to support the biblical account of the conquest of Jericho has led some scholars to question the historicity of the event or to propose alternative explanation. Yeah, and then these dumb motherfuckers like Seneca Mutt. They keep bringing this up for some goddamn reason. Now, this was indeed prominent ancient Egyptian architect and government official, but there is no evidence to link this dude to the Exodus, you dumb motherfucker. I hope you bring this to the damn debate. He served as a pharaoh under Hatshepsut, who ruled from 1479 to 1458 BC. He's one of the most trusted advisors and responsible. I guess they trying to say this is Moses. I mean, I don't know who they trying to say. I guess it's Moses. He was one of her most trusted advisors and was responsible for designing and building many of her architectural projects, including her magnificent temple at Deir el Baharmari. Regarding his parents, Senamut's parents are not definitely known, but there's no evidence to suggest that he was the son of Thutmose III. Thutmose III was Hatshepsut's nephew and successor and ruled circa 1479 to 1425 BCE. Man, you niggas just be lying, bro. That's all you do is lie. Let me see. I got some more for these dumbass niggas. We're going to listen to this nigga lie, too. Hold up.
Let's see. What else? Hold up. All right. Here we go. Look at it. Here are some peer-reviewed articles and sources that discuss the lack of archaeological evidence for the Israelites' presence in Canaan around 1800 BCE. You dumbass goofball. They was in Canaan around 1800 BCE, y'all. This is a dumbass nigga getting up here and cockeyed sugar bear up there. Yeah, that's right, man. Both of you niggas are liars. Here it is. Israelites in Canaan, a new archaeological perspective by Amin Ben-Tor, Tel Aviv, 2001. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for the Israelites' presence in Canaan and concludes that there is no evidence, large-scale Israelite presence in Canaan before the 9th century BCE. The source, Ben-Tor, 2001, the Israelites in Canaan, a new archaeological perspective, Tel Aviv, 28, page 137 to 155. Here's another one. Archaeology of the Exodus by James K. Kaufmeyer, Journal of the New Eastern Studies, 2005. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for the Exodus and concludes that what? There's no conclusive evidence to support your biblical account. Nigga, you're going to get drugged. Promise you. Source, Kaufmeyer, JK, 2005. The Archaeology of the Exodus, Journal of Near Eastern Studies. Write this shit down and go look it up. Page 71 through 84. Go look it up. You can't debunk none of these sources, or I don't know why you crying. No matter where I got it from, come up here and debunk it. Niggas want to be Israelites so bad. You niggas is converts. Got nothing to do with your black ass. But we the chosen people. Nah, nigga, you ain't no chosen nothing. The chosen buffoons is what you is. The Archaeology of Ancient Israel, a review of the evidence by Eric M. Myers, Journal of Biblical Literature, 2010, anonymous goof brew. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for ancient Israel and concludes, and you know what? If I debate the nigga, I'm keeping my camera off too. We're going to be two cameraless motherfuckers. You always want me to turn my goddamn shit. I'm keeping it off. The article discusses the archaeological evidence for ancient Israel and concludes that there is no evidence for a large-scale Israelite presence in Canaan before the 9th century BCE. Myers, EM 2010. That's the source. The Archaeology of the Ancient Israel. This nigga came up there and showed a goddamn 2 pages from a book, and he vetting sources? The hell up out of here. We ain't hear no source, no reference, no peer-reviewed articles, nothing out of that garbage-ass goddamn presentation you put on the other day. I'm going to replay it. I'm going to show you how much trash it was. The Archaeology of the Ancient Israel, a review of the evidence, Journal of the Biblical Literature, page 431 to 445. The Israelites in Canaan, a new archaeological perspective by Israel Finkelstein. This article discusses the archaeological evidence for the Israelites present in Canaan and concludes that there is no evidence for a large-scale Israelite presence in Canaan before the 9th century. Source, Finkelstein, The Israelites in Canaan, a new archaeological perspective, Near Eastern archaeology, page 82 to 93. Nigga, dumbass nigga didn't show no sources. Huh? I got more peer-reviewed articles. The Rise of Ancient Israel. I got the Search for Ancient Israel. I got the Archaeology of Ancient Settlements. I got the Emergence of Israel in Canaan. All that peer review. Wasn't no goddamn Canaan. Look. Watch this, y'all. Watch this. There is no archaeological evidence that directly links Thutmose III to the Exodus. Remember he said Thutmose III? Well, Thutmose III was a prominent pharaoh who expanded Egypt's empire and built many temples and monuments. There is no concrete evidence to suggest that he was a pharaoh of the Exodus. In fact, most scholars agree that the Exodus, as described in the Bible, is not supported by archaeological evidence. Despite extensive excavations and research, no conclusive evidence has been
founded to confirm the events described in the biblical account of the Exodus. I mean, come on, man, this is a joke. Just say it's a metaphor, an allegory, a teaching lesson. This dumbass nigga trying to present it in front of people like it's really historicity is fact. It's worth noting that the historicity of the Exodus is a topic of ongoing debate among scholars, and different interpretations and theories have been proposed to explain the lack of archaeological evidence. Okay, but look, there is no anonymous goof brew and cockeyed sugar bear. Guess what? There's no conclusive evidence to link Thutmose III or any specific pharaoh to this goddamn Exodus. Dumbass niggas. Look, and then remember, Thutmose III was a pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt. Remember, around the time that he said 1479 to 1425 BCE. So you want to stay right there in that time frame, and you can't prove shit. You can't prove it. He was the son of Thutmose II and Hatshepsut, and ruled Egypt for nearly 54 years, making him one of the longest reigning pharaohs of all time. Can't prove none of that. Yeah. I knew you was gonna open your mouth and show your hand. That's where you messed up. Let's see. Yeah. Look at this. This dude, he don't have nowhere to run. I'm trying to tell y'all. We're gonna listen to this nigga lie. I just wanted to show you what's going on before y'all. You can't go to the Hyksos. You can't go there. You can't go nowhere. You trapped. Can't go to the Negev Desert. You can't go to the wilderness. Man, you where are you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Huh? Where you gonna go? Look at this. Hold up. I can give you some more. Look, I give you some more because you're gonna get cuffed at the pass every time. Anonymous goof brew and cockeyed sugar bear. Nigga. Hold up. Let's see. Let me see. It's the Bible looks for it. All right, let me give you a little bit more. All right. See, the Bible describes the Israelites crossing the Red Sea during their escape to Egypt. Exodus 14, 13 through 31. There is indeed no conclusive archaeological proof to confirm they passed through the specific location known as the mouth of the gorges. Don't go to the mouth of gorges. I got that covered too, sir. Or any other particular site. Or any other particular site. Anonymous goof brew. Several factors contribute to the lack of evidence. Limited archaeological exploration, the region's harsh environment, political instability, and limited access have restricted thorough archaeological investigation. That's not my fault. The interpretation of the biblical accounts. The biblical narrative is also seen as a theological and symbolic account rather than a historical precise description. This can make it challenging to correlate the biblical story with specific archaeological findings. Look, I cut you off for every pass, nigga. The Gulf of Suez, the Gulf of Aqaba, the Bitter Lakes region, you dumbass nigga. The Balad Lakes region, you goofy ass nigga. Every one of them I've already covered. Where you gonna go? Huh? There is no conclusive archaeological evidence to prove the Israelites crossed the Gulf of Suez as described in the biblical account of the Exodus. Despite extensive research and excavations, no archaeological findings have been discovered to confirm. Nigga, we need science. We need proof. We need sources, references, archaeological findings. We need something. We don't just need your assumptions. That's how you brought to the table. Trying to mix and match, put shit together. They all them old SVDL goofs up there. Yeah, that's right, man. What JJ? He hiding. And then I come up there. Then the nigga want to interrupt. I'm not gonna do this goofy ass shit with you. Show up for the debate, and I'm gonna drag you and send you back down to the goddamn G League. Despite extensive research and excavations, no archaeological findings have been discovered to confirm that the presence of a large group of 2 million people, y'all, wandering around in the desert, and we can't find nothing. Come on, man, stop playing with us. Large group of people, such as the Israelites crossing the Gulf of Suez during the time period described in the Bible. Look. Some of the major challenges in this is the lack of archaeological sites. The Gulf of Suez region has been heavily developed, and many potential archaeological sites have been destroyed or altered. That's my fault. Limited excavations. The region's harsh environment, limited access have restricted thorough archaeological excavations. Not my fault. They ain't found nothing. Not my fault. During the interpretations, even if archaeological evidence were found dating the interpretation, the findings to confirm the biblical account will be challenging. Many scholars and archaeologists have searched for evidence of Exodus, but so far have not been able to provide conclusive proof of the Israelites crossing the Gulf of Suez. They got it. Don't waste our time with this nonsense. What else you got? Let's see. Red Sea? You go there? Huh?
Yeah.
Where you gonna go?
He ain't got nowhere to go 7,000.
Where you gonna go, anonymous goof brew? Where you gonna go? I got more. Where you gonna go? You had nothing. Yeah. Then they come up with this little this what did they say? Osopharis. L-S-A-R-I. The O-S-Osopharis. O-S-A-R-S-I-P-H. Come on, bro. This cockeyed sugar bear came up with this nonsense. Look. Let me read you this cockeyed sugar bear. Manetho, an Egyptian priest and historian who lived in the 3rd century BC, wrote a book called Egyptatia, History of the Egypt, which includes a description of a figure named Osarsis, O-S-A-R-S-I-P-H, also known as Osopharis, who is sometimes identified with Moses. Look. Osopharis is described by Manetho as a priest of the Egyptian god of Heliopolis, who was banished from Egypt and later returned with a large army of followers. Come on, man. This what y'all got? Come on, man. Look, this is a joke. While some scholars have suggested that Osopharis may have been a reference to Moses, others have questioned this identification, pointing out that the details of Manetho's account do not match the biblical story of Moses. Come on, man. Some recommended books on this topic can go to Manetho by Waddell, Harvard University, 1940. The historian Manetho by Gerald P. Vetberguru. The Oxford Handbook of Egyptian Archaeology, edited by Catherine Bird. Look, Osopharis, as described by Manetho, is actually associated with a different historical event. You goddamn idiots. Yeah, Osopharis was what? Shut up. You up there embarrassing yourself with this information. Watch, I'm going to show the video. This nigga brought this shit up. This is why I don't take these guys serious, man. Look, as described by Manetho, an actual associated with the different historical events, you idiot. Cockeyed sugar bear. And this goddamn dumbass anonymous goof brew. Don't bring this up to please don't bring this into debate. Don't bring it. With a different historical event from the expulsion of the Hyksos from Egypt and that occurred around, guess what? 1550 BCE, but they didn't want y'all to know that. He described by Manetho as a priest who joined forces with the Hyksos and was subsequently banished from Egypt. This event is not related to the Exodus, you dumbass niggas. Come on, man. Oh, man. Look, how about this? Manetho's account of this Osopharis, whatever you pronounce the name, is often considered a mythological or legendary story, you dumbass nigga, rather than a historical event. They're going to try to bring that in front of y'all. Some scholars believe that Manetho may have created the story of Osopharis as a way to explain the origins of the Jewish people. Oh, now Manetho made it up, y'all. These dumbass niggas bringing it in front of the people. Or provide a mythical explanation for the expulsion of the Hyksos from Egypt. You niggas ain't Hyksos. This happened in 1550 BCE, nigga. So your timeline, don't even try to add him. It's also worth noting that Manetho's account of Osopharis is not supported by any historical or archaeological evidence, y'all. While the Hyksos did exist and were expelled from Egypt, there is no evidence to suggest that this priest named Osopharis played a role in this event. Now look at that, man. Come on, bro. Y'all got, if you know better, you got to do better. You see? Come on, man. Come on, Pops. You know this ain't right.
as described is actually associated with a different historical event. I mean, to be honest, bro, this is bad. This is a waste of my time. What else you got? What else, y'all? Whatever stupid ass shit y'all say. Look. Despite the biblical account of the second plague, there is no archaeological or historical evidence from ancient Egypt to confirm that the country was plagued with frogs. Egyptian records from the New Kingdom period around 1550 to 1070 BCE, during which the Exodus supposedly occurred, do not mention any such event. From 1550 to 1070 BC, there's no mention of no goddamn frogs. Some scholars have suggested that the biblical account of the frog plague may have been exaggeration or metaphor rather than a historical event. And I'm telling you, they have nowhere to turn. Man, come on, bro. I'll get ready to end this, man. Y'all want to see this nigga lie? We can do that. Hold on. There's been several. Look. I'm going to go ahead so you can watch it. Huh? You good? Okay. Oh. You can't hear me. You hear me way down the wall? Okay, damn. See, y'all got me yelling. Folks can hear me down the damn street. All right. So they say, yeah, I got it. All right. So I got to learn to be a little bit more quiet. Look at these dumbass niggas. How about this? Anonymous Goat Brew. There have been several underwater excavations and surveys conducted in the Gulf of Aqaba, but none of them have found any conclusive evidence of pottery, jewelry, or remains that could be linked to an exodus, you dumbass nigga. Some of the underwater excavations and surveys conducted at the Gulf of Aqaba include the Aqaba survey conducted in the 1980s by a team of archaeologists and marine experts. I got marine experts, ladies and gentlemen. This survey found. Oh, come on, man. No. I'm busy. Yeah, bro. I'm live right now. What's going on?
I was gonna ask how long me and Honey supposed to be talking.
Huh?
How long me and Honey supposed to be talking? Was it today or not?
I'm sorry. Hold on. Say that again, fam.
I say, how long was me and Honey supposed to be talking?
You and who?
Honey.
Oh, was y'all supposed to be doing something today? I tried. Somebody confirmed it with me.
If it's not today, we can do it another time, JJ.
Let's do it tomorrow then.
All right, this is Big Boss.
All right, nephew. All right, sorry about that, man. My dates got mixed up. Yeah, man. I love y'all. And look at this. Hey, Anonymous Goof Brew. The Aqaba survey conducted in the 1980s by a team of archaeologists and marine. I got marine experts peeking around looking for this mess, this nonsense. But none of them could be linked to the Exodus. He said the Gulf of Aqaba, nigga. You dead in the water. The Gulf of Aqaba expedition. They got another one conducted in the 1990s, nigga. You ain't tell us about this, did you? By a team of archaeologists and marine experts. This expedition found some ancient anchors and other natural artifacts, but none of them could be linked to what? The Exodus. They found anchors and stuff. They ain't no goddamn anchors back then, nigga. Look. We're gonna go to the 2000s on your dumb ass. The Aqaba Underwater Archaeological Project, conducted in the 2000s by a team of archaeologists and marine experts. This project found some ancient pottery and other artifacts, but none of them could be linked to the Exodus. Man, you in some goddamn trouble, bro. Look. Ain't no proof of no lice and no gnats, no flies, no disease of livestock, no boils, no hails, no locusts, no darkness, and definitely no proof of the death of the firstborns. Where they buried at? Where all the animals have died? How the hell did ask yourself this? How did the Egyptians follow them and supposedly to their biblical narrative, all the livestock got killed? These niggas, they follow them in the horse and chariot. Prove that shit, Anonymous Goof Brew. Stop playing with me. What else? What else you want to talk about? You want to talk about some more, sir? You're done. You're done. Many scholars have raised concerns and criticisms about the theory that the Israelites crossed the Gulf of Aqaba during the Exodus. Here are some key arguments. Geographical implausibilities.
You dumbass nigga. As Black Jesus Minister said, you dumbass nigga. Some scholars argue that the Gulf of Aqaba is too deep and wide for the Israelites to have crossed it, especially considering the technology and resources available at the time. Damn. Lack of archaeological evidence. Despite extensive excavations and surveys, no archaeological evidence has been found to support the theory that the Israelites crossed the Gulf of Aqaba. Man, come on, bro. You got to show us something. We just don't want to hear your lip, nigga. Debunk my scholars. I don't care where you get your information from. Debunk it. Can you, dumbass nigga, vet sources? Are you trying to challenge me? Debunk them then. Don't worry about where I got it from. Debunk it. That's your excuse for getting beat up? Textual inconsistencies. Some scholars argue that the biblical text itself does not support the idea that Israelites crossed the Gulf of Aqaba. For example, the text describes the Israelites at crossing a sea, a yam. You dumbass nigga. How you gonna get around that? Anonymous Goof Brew. How do you get around that? The text describes, this is what busts them in the head, y'all. This is what I told you, it's a waste of my time. The text describes the Israelites as crossing a sea. That means yam, rather than a specific body of water like the Gulf of Aqaba. Okay. Look at me this. All right. Alternative explanations. Some scholars propose alternative explanations for the Exodus, such as a smaller scale migration or a symbolic rather than historical event. You see? He ain't got nowhere to go, y'all. Scholars who have debunked or criticized the theory of the Israelites crossing the Gulf of Aqaba include Israel Finkelstein. So I'm giving you the people. An Israeli archaeologist. And look, he all over Israel. A biblical scholar who argued that the Exodus is a mythological event rather than a historical one. But these dumbass niggas don't know the difference between a metaphor, allegory, esoteric teaching, none of that. They this is really happened. Man, Moses put that damn thing down and turned to a snake, man. Shut your dumb ass up. So you living in fairy tale land, goddammit. No true, no fake from real, nigga. I know you niggas fake it in a goddamn $3 bill. I know the difference. Look at this. William Dever, an American archaeologist. Yeah, but they figured in a $3 bill. Shit. I'm trying to present that in front of us. American archaeologists and biblical scholars who have argued that the Exodus is a greatly exaggerated, right, and little metaphorical event rather than a historical one. Right. Oh, excuse me. Now, look. Yeah. I'm ready. Look, Zev, I can't even pronounce this cat's name, y'all. Zev Herzog. An Israeli. Look, they got folks that live all over Israel knocking this mess, man. You got these dumbass niggas ain't left the country a day in their life. They talking about they gonna prove that this shit happened. Ain't left outside of goddamn Chicago, some goddamn where. Now look at this. An Israeli archaeologist would argue that the Exodus is a mythological event rather than a historical one. You niggas in some trouble. Here go some books for you, dumbass. Huh? I'm giving you the books. You can't do that, man. You got that off for AI. Nigga, I'm giving you the sources, the references, the peer-reviewed articles, the scholars, the goddamn archaeologists. I'm giving you that. You can take a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink. Well, I just use Google and Chrome. That's your goddamn business. It should be in one. I gotta go down to the car and get it. Okay, hold up. Now, here goes some books for you, dumbass. The Bible Unearthed by Israel Finkelstein and Neil Asher Silberman, Free Press 2001. Who were the early Israelites and where did they come from? William G. Dever. 2000. Exodus, Fact to Fiction by Ernest S. Frisch and Leonard H. Lesko. God damn it. You dumbass niggas. How about this? The Gulf of Aqaba. How about it? No, well, there's only one, right? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay, hold up. I'm almost done. Hold up. Yeah. All right.
Now look at it. Look at this. You dumbass nigga. Despite numerous claims and speculation, hey, anonymous goof brew. Yeah, I see that. What the hell am I gonna do? Anonymous goof brew. There is no credible evidence to suggest that chariots from the Exodus can be found in the Gulf of Aqaba. You dumbass nigga. You said they were followed by. You said that they got swallowed up. So there should be chariots found down there, right? And horses. But then in one part of your book, it said that all the livestock was killed. So where did they go get the horses from? You dumbass nigga. You dumbass out of here. Several factors to make it. I don't respect you. I don't respect this goddamn cockeyed sugar bear because you disrespected me. And you talking about your guy gonna kill me, your guy gonna kill me, he gonna kill you wicked niggas for lying all the goddamn time. So I never said I didn't hate these niggas. I said I don't like them. They lie too much. Now, several factors that make it unlikely for find chariots in the Gulf of Aqaba. Anonymous goof brew. You gonna show some proof of that? The time frame. The Exodus is believed to have occurred. Some of them saying it occurred in 1250 to 1200 BC. And then I can go look at the goddamn pharaohs of that time. Guess what? I don't care which one you use. You're not going to find nothing. I'm talking about 1250 to 1200 BC to 1450 to 1439 or whatever, 1420 BC. You're not going to find nothing. Your dumb ass is caught. Why don't you just get in front of people and say, you know what, JJ, you taught me. Guess what, man? It's a mythological story, y'all, that teaches life lessons. That's all. Now, this dumbass nigga want to get in front of us with no archaeological evidence? Come on, man. Hold up, man. Hold up. All right. Hold up for a second. We gotta. Wait. Bro, like I say, Yara, you niggas got up there and lied, all this, but don't. I already committed to the debate, so stop lying, nigga. I told your dumb ass to be in there in 2 weeks. Both of you dumbass niggas can show up. Then I'm gonna beat your head about this New Testament that didn't steal from Greek philosophers. You dumbass nigga. You got up there and lied in front of everybody, nigga. That's why I don't respect you. I don't respect none of you goddamn niggas. Now, the date, 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today, dumbass nigga. Now get your dumb ass up out of here. Oh. Here. Your coward ass is scared for a tag team. So guess what? You and him both can show up by your gut. You and him both. Talking about we won a date. But then he talking about we won a date. Then when I got up there, he talking about it's a one-on-one. Now let it be we. Both of you dumbass niggas. You can't. I want you to come up here. Yeah, 2 weeks from today, dumbass nigga. I want you to come up here right now and go get that dumbass nigga anonymous goof brew. Tell him to do this. Tell him to show his goddamn face. That's what you tell him to do. Tell him to show his goddamn face. He's scared. Nigga scared to turn on the goddamn camera. All right, here go another one of these goddamn dumbass niggas. Go ahead, bro. You ain't coming up with evidence. I'm throwing you off.
All praise to the Most High in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. Hey, bro, what did I'm saying, like,
this dumbass nigga hang up. Look, hold up, bro. Hold up for a second. They hang up over there, a gay ass Judah Nazareth channel. Nigga, you need to ride. Go back over there with your gay mentor, huh? Go back over there, bro. We just signed you up for 2 debates over in the Lions Den. Nigga, you don't ever show up. Get your ass up out of here. Yeah, 2 weeks. This dumbass nigga right here. Anonymous goof Bruce. Turn on your camera. Yeah, you better be hanging out in the audience because every pharaoh that you got, no proof. I just told you about your golf. No, I don't say that, bro. He don't say that. Yeah, man. These dumbass niggas, man. Now go ahead. Let's hear what this. Hey, you a convert, right? To get in, you convert. And then after this debate, Anonymous, I want to debate you. Can you prove that you're Hebrew Israelite? All these dumbass niggas won't take that debate because they know they all fucking converts.
So JJ, when I first came on, you opened up the panel, gave praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua. You mute my mic.
When have I ever ran from a debate?
JJ, this to help you.
When have I ever ran from a debate, Cockeyed Sugar Bear? When? Nigga, you know how bad you got beat up? You know how bad you got beat up by Lex Vortex of all people? Do you know how bad you got beat? Hey, Jeremiah, you know what? I'm finna block you from the channel. Get your dumb ass. You don't even show up for debates. Bye-bye. Get your ass out of here. Get your ass out of here. Now. Nah, nigga, this ain't nobody mad, nigga. This how I get down, nigga. Your scary ass won't even show your fucking face. Nigga, you ain't had one debate over here, and we supposed to respect you? Come on, man. Come on, nigga. Now, somebody running from you, nigga. No, I'll be there in 2 weeks. Watch this. Every time look, let me show you this. Let me show you how scary
you always crash out like this?
Hey, bro, you gotta go. You gotta go. Get your ass out of here. You finna get blocked from the channel too. Get your ass out of here. Now. You ain't gonna. Matter of fact, you ran for the OSP debate. Did you forget that part? Let me take a shower real quick with my queen. I'm gonna play this dumbass nigga line, and then I'll be back. Yeah, SMH 369. These niggas is some goofies, bro. These niggas is some goofies. Hold on, let me play. Let me play this real quick. Get your ass up out of here. Get your ass out of here, nigga. You a joke. All your information is trash. Type it. The matter of fact, type. You say Tutmos the third and Amenhotep the second. That's already been debunked, sir. You're in some trouble. This nigga, for a nigga talking about I crash out, nigga. You don't even show up for a fucking debate. You or this goddamn Yirmiyahu. Y'all waste our fucking time making flyers. Right. Hold up.
Pseudo Killas. Pseudo Killas.
Proud of you, goddamn pseudos.
I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming for your head. Pulling niggas up kind of butt for the pseudo shit they said. Ain't no more running, nigga, I'm gonna fool your head. I'm a boogeyman to these pseudos, I'm gonna leave these shit bad. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. I'm tired of all this talking. Niggas running their mouth. Big chest on platform. Begging for survival. Niggas ain't doing nothing. Only screaming shout. It's a perfect round KO. I'ma knock these niggas out. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers.
Ain't no more running, you heard what he said. Source reference scholarship, leave pseudos dead. 7,000 lion coming out the jungle, coming off that top road. King of the roar, Filler in Miller, the scholarships vanilla. And Deacon Riley running with another pseudo killers. Hey, nah, you a goof. Tore nice.
Hey, nah, you a goof. You hear that? This is what I gotta say to your dumb ass. Hey, nah, you a goof. Okay. I'll be ready now. I gotta handle these goddamn pseudos. Look, this for you, A9.
Archaeological proof.
Look.
Archaeological. You a goof. Tore nice. Miller and Deacon another pseudo killers. Hey, nah, you a goof. Tore nice. Come up here. Archaeological proof. Pseudo killers.
I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming for your head. All the niggas are kind of bugged for the pseudo shit that they said. I'm a pseudo killer. I'm a pseudo killer. Playing with y'all pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming for your head. Pulling niggas up kind of butt for the pseudo shit they say. Ain't no more running, nigga, I'm gunning for your head. I'm a boogeyman to these pseudos, I'm gonna leave these shit bad. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. On they talking, niggas wanna some platform, begging for some clout. Niggas ain't doing nothing, only screaming shout. It's a first round KO, mama knock these niggas out. Pseudo killers,
begging for clout.
Pseudo killers, pseudo killers.
Ain't no more running, you heard what he said. Source reference scholarship, leave Pseudo's dead. Styles the lion, the devil, coming off that top rope, king of the roar runner. Thriller in Manila, this scholarship's vanilla, then deep and rally. Running with other pseudo killers. Hey, now you're a goof. I tore a nice suit. Gun up here, running off the archaeological proof. Pseudo killers.
I'm a pseudo killer nigga, and I'm coming for your head. All the niggas that kind of buck for the pseudo shit. I'm a pseudo killer. I'm a pseudo killer. Ain't no more running, nigga, gunning for your head. I'm a boogeyman to these pseudos. I'ma leave these feet back. Pseudo killer. Killer, killer, killer. Pseudo killer. Pseudo killer.
Yeah. Goddamn Pseudo. Let's go. Hold up. Goofy ass niggas. Yeah, all these goofy ass brews, they mad, man. All of them mad. All of them mad. This coming from the dude. Hold on. Let me watch this. This coming from the dude that's teaching divine feminine stuff. Talking about what did he say? He said that the dude, that picture with the dude from Egypt with the hard penis. I guess this dude ran up and got them the lions. He trying to teach some divine feminine. Get the fuck out of here. Look, this dude, look, you niggas control. Like I said, I'm gonna beat the brakes off this anonymous goof brew ass nigga, bro. Yeah, they mad, Cedric. They mad. They mad, bro. We laughing at you, y'all rock cockeye sugar bear. You got beat by Lex Vortex. You got beat by Lex Vortex. Your dumb ass talking about that the New Testament wasn't influenced by Greek philosophers, and he showed you about 8 or 9 of you. Was one dumbass nigga. That's why you over here. You see, I don't come on your whack ass platform. Nobody watches you dumbass niggas. Look, we can pull this goddamn channel up right now. Look, pull this nigga dumbass channel up, man. Nobody comes over. You have 5 people in your fucking audience, bro. 5 people. 5 people. So guess what? You finna get banned from over here. You finna go. Bye. Bye, cockeye sugar bear. You gotta go. Bye. You gotta go. Oh, where this other one at? Gideon, you out of here too. Nigga, I don't like none of you goddamn fake ass brews. Nigga, fuck all y'all. Nigga. Fake ass niggas. Yeah, he lost to Lex. Lex destroyed the nigga. Yeah. What does Anonymous do? He can stay over here. Anonymous, you can stay up. Now I ain't got nobody to hold your goddamn hair. Now you ain't got nobody to hold your hand. Now you ain't got nobody to hold your hand, nigga. Nobody to hold your hand. Yeah, damn goat herders, man. Yeah, he got nobody to hold his hand. No, you can stay. Get in, you gotta go. Get in, now you got nobody to hold your hand. These niggas, these other two niggas, they banned. Bye-bye. Yeah, man, they gotta go, man. Now he over here, now him over here by himself. Now I dare you to jump on the panel. Here go the link. Watch this, y'all. Come up here. Here go the link. There you go. There you go. Jump up here. There go the link, anonymous goof brew. Here. Watch this, y'all. His little buddy's gone. He ain't man enough to come up here. Come on up here. I told you he's a coward. Nigga, I did a whole presentation. You didn't debunk nothing I said. Now, where you at? Nobody care about your track, nigga. You better do something. You got him to have caught off my name, nigga, because you're nobody. Now, get your dumb ass up here. Get your dumb ass up here. There go the link. What, your pappy gone? Now you can't stand on your own? Here it is again. Dumbass nigga. Nobody know. There it is. Jump up here. You ain't got no heart, bro. Show your fucking face. Where you at? Y'all see? I told you, man. These niggas is done. Niggas dumb. Yeah, I bet you won't. What you look? What he talking about? He won't never come on my panel. Then what you over here for, nigga? So bye. You gotta go. You're a coward. He said he'll never jump on the panel, but you in my audience. Yeah, he's a coward. Hey, get in. Like I said, bro, until you come up here, you can prove you're Israelite, you're finna get banned too. Bye. There you go. You're out of here. Now, anonymous goof brew, you over here. Jump on the panel. Jump on. Your little boyfriend's gone now. I'm gonna destroy your dumb ass. Okay, yeah. You have nowhere to go. 2 weeks from today, I'm gonna dog walk your dumb ass. How you gonna make a video you can't even show your goddamn face? I will make a video. You can't even show your face. You that damn ugly, nigga? That nigga must look monstrous, man. God damn. Yeah. I am Manny. That's me and Cedric on the track. That's both of us. That's both of us. I come in the second verse. I just use Cedric voice. I just change my voice to like Cedric type of style. You know, I'm one of versatile rappers. But this anonymous goof brew, look at him little boyfriend's gone. Now he's scared. Here go the thing, though. You're talking about he'll never come up here, but you in my audience. Come on, bro. Nigga, we can make it next week. What's today? What's today, babe? Tuesday, Wednesday? Next Wednesday, show your dumb ass up, nigga. Next Wednesday, you begging for an ass whooping. You begging for clout. Nigga, you ain't been in the ring in 5 years, but you want to get your dumb ass up on the panel? You won't get your dumb ass up on the panel? You won't get your who wait a minute. Cedric ain't never been blocked over here. You won't get your dumb. Look, how many times you hanging out, but you scared, bro? We finna get up out of here, man. This nigga's a coward. He's a coward, bro. The fucking coward. Now, hey, look, I'll be back in about an hour to show you this weak ass shit that he brought to y'all. Oh, coward, get your dumb ass up here. You should have never crossed in my space. Now he's scared because his little boyfriend got blocked. Now I ain't scared, y'all. Oh, he's a goofy ass nigga.
I roll with these lions, don't tell y'all no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air. Most like keep a crispy pair. We not debaters, we terminators. Keeping their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You ought to get, we be filling up. I roll with these lions, no tiger, no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air. Most like keep a crispy pair. We not debaters, we terminators. Keeping their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You ought to get, we be filling up.
Where you at? Your boyfriend's gone now. Get your dumb ass up here. Get your dumb ass up here. Tell us again which Pharaoh, what wilderness? Whoa, look, they ain't say they cross no damn Gulf, nigga. They said the sea. So you already trapped right there, nigga. Have soup set? Nope, you can't go there, nigga. You're done. Nigga, you're done. You start trolling me in the fucking audience. That's why you get called out. That's why you get called out. And now you finna get beat up. Now you finna get beat up. Now you finna get beat up, nigga. Yeah, man, anonymous goof bro. So he's scared. He's scared to come up here because his boyfriend got banned. He got to be over here to hold his goddamn hand. Yeah, I'll be back in an hour. I'm for play. We're gonna be back. We're gonna be back, and I'm gonna show you how weak his information is. So that's why I'm keeping you over here. But your boyfriend, cockeyed sugar bear, and Gideon dumbass, them niggas gotta ride out.
These bosses, most of these niggas we really don't trust. Coming live on the screen, they lie on the meme, so fuck them, lie. Take a walk, then they shoot. Wanted that shit might be rude. You ain't even paying dues. How the fuck you think? Shit just don't make the news. Body left, but ain't no clue that just what happened when you snooze. Keep your gap, don't fuck with you. I keep my hand up. Possibly want that smoke, but every time I see that nigga keep saying he don't know, bitch, that's gonna make him know. JJ set up that little show just so we can see him frog, croak, be on gold, that's for sure. Last time I seen the boy, he was copping deuces, yeah, back up on the scene, but he was not with I roll with these lions, no tiger, no bears. That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air, most like keep a crispy pack. We not debaters, we terminators. Leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You ought to get, we be filling up. I roll with these lions, no tiger, no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air, most like keep a crispy pair. We not debaters, we terminators. Leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You ought to get, we be filling up. Niggas be thinking they really want clout. Soon as they hearing my shit, they switching their style. They really too wild. I guess I'm really the shit. You niggas right here, you really a bitch. Ryan be up in this bitch, you really a bitch. So you really you jumping from cook to kick. Don't make a be blick of the blick. Green dots on the shit. We go hard, you don't want it. On my squad, you don't want it. Y'all ain't got no play on set. That BVS, you ain't got no fish. No. Diamond dash, brown and neck, put a big fish. Niggas is fresh. Water drinking off me like a faucet. Hoes just lost. Lions, that's my team. We live too awesome. Call it boss. What you mean? I mean everything. You may call it floss. Shout out to Ratchet Grip, my nigga. No, never say I'm flawless. I roll with these lions, no tiger, no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air. Most like keep a crispy pair. We not debaters, we terminators. Leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You ought to get, we be filling up. I roll with these lions, no tiger, no bears. What? That don't make shit fair. All these stacks up in the air. Most like keep a crispy pair. We not debaters, we terminators. Leaving their brains up on the table. We just get back and we fill it up. You ought to get, we be filling up. I hope you know in the 2023. We got to do it like some
Weak ass goddamn SDL niggas, nigga. Y'all never compared to the goddamn Lions Den. Trust and believe that. Ever. I don't know. You gotta ask Neo what he mean, crispy Perry. I think he's talking about some money. I don't know what Neo talking about on that one. But anyway. Yeah, man, this nigga scared to come up here, but look, him little boyfriend got to be over here with him. Yeah, right. Can you come up here and do my presentation with me? The big bad boogeyman, Mandinka gonna get me, nigga. I ain't never had to do a presentation with another nigga up there holding my hand. That's all right. When I get done, I'm coming back, y'all, and I'm gonna show you how the pseudo information that this dude said, and I'm gonna hold you accountable for that shit you said, nigga. We gonna hold you accountable. That's what we gonna do. That being said, we out of here. We out.
Excuse me, are you shopping online while standing in line?
Yeah. Sing again, are you?
You can pay your own way.
Here we go again.
Pay your own way. I use PayPal to buy this ticket, and I'm payments, no fees, no interest.
You know what else has no interest? Me.
Pay in store, pay online, pay over time. Don't just pay PayPal.
May 3rd, 1975. After dropping off passengers at this seaport town on the Pacific coast, pilot Carlos de los Santos embarks on a return trip to Mexico City in his Piper PA-24 Commando. Santos cruises at 10,000 feet. 1 hour into the flight, he witnesses something unusual.
I fell asleep. But yeah, man. Go ahead and end this. Go ahead and end it, man. Yeah, I'll see what it is.